Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Naruto Had New Skulk with Devil Fox and Naruto x Hinata Part 1. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. A bird-masked Anbu called Sparrow perched on a roof watching as a child in an orange jumpsuit weaved through a crowded street market. Stumbling behind him were the victims of his latest prank. Apparently he had taken offense at a local dive bar where old merchants spent their days. Truth be told, Sparrow enjoyed being detailed to watch the blonde boy. It was both easy and entertaining. He only needed to intervene if Shinobi became involved or Naruto was caught by the villagers, something he hadn't seen yet. Though there had been a few close calls. Sparrow moved to follow the odd display, wondering if he should do something about the men's public drunkenness. Blocks away another figure mimicked Sparrow's movements, waiting for his chance to act. Naruto laughed as he ran on a side alley that smelled like drunks had used it the night before. Mixing Tabasco sauce into their sake had worked out better than he had planned. The bar's patrons had been ready to rip into the bartender before one had seen him watching from across the street. He stopped and waited for the merchants to catch up. It looked like he had lost a couple dozen on his stroll. Over the years he had owned to enjoy the chase as much as the prank. And sometimes they made it too easy. The merchants blocked the alley glaring at him. He leaned against a brick wall with faded graffiti. They were waiting for more of their friends to catch up before they made a move, but that didn't stop them yelling at him. Damn it, you know how much high quality sake you ruined. I know there was nothing high quality about that Toad Slim you were drinking. Besides, I did you a favor. Don't you know it's shameful to be drinking this early? Naruto said, thumbing his nose at them. Several looked ready to explode. The only shameful thing here is you. But we know how to fix that, don't we, boys? The remainder of his drinking buddies roared and charged down the alley. Naruto jumped onto a trash can and grabbed a fire escape, climbing towards the roof. The merchants tried to follow. The first few to reach the trash can knocked it over. The garbage stained their clothes. They didn't seem to mind the smell of rotten fruit and fish. More of them pushed against their friends, shoving them onto the ground with the trash. A few had the idea of standing under the fire escape and jumped towards the ladder. None of them managed more than a few inches. One particularly inebriated man glared at Naruto and took a swing of sake, the same sake they had been chasing Naruto for. He spit out the tainted liquid on another merchant's back, who spun around and punched him. Soon everyone who could stand was throwing their fist. Naruto watched until he heard a whistle on the street. Someone had noticed the drunkards finally and sounded the alarm. Naruto ran across the roofs, heading for a small park near the academy to lay low for a few hours. Someone was bound to come looking for him for starting that mess. That was if any of them remembered why they were there in the first place. He settled into the crock between some branches to take a nap while he waited. He dozed as the afternoon passed quietly. He had decided it was safe to leave his hiding spot when a hand shot between the branches, grabbing his ankle and pulled him from the tree. He landed hard, rolled and sprung up ready to fight. A person in all black and a cheap festival mask watched him. Naruto talked while he planned his escape. What's the big idea pulling me out of the tree like that? The figure cocked its head, then pointed behind Naruto. The blonde shinobi drew a kunai. You think I'm gonna fall for that? Something struck his shoulder. He sprawled on the ground. His arm went numb. Struggling, he got back to his feet, facing the mob of drunken men. They seemed to have picked up quite a few sober people along the way. Most were armed with broken boards and branches. Naruto watched as they spread out so he couldn't run. He figured it was time to try a bluff. Quickly Naruto went through a series of hand signs. They didn't mean anything, but he was betting the mob wouldn't know that. You guys want to fight? Fine, I can spare some time to kick your butts. Cut the crap. We all know you can't use ninja stuff for the crap of a ninja's worth of shit. A drunk said, swaying as he shouted in Naruto's general direction. Another one hit the first drunk's head. Knock it off, Daisui. You're making us look bad. Hey, why don't we knock the demon off instead? Someone shouted. The mob cheered and closed in around Naruto. He ducked the first swing of a board, but another caught his leg. Feeling was returning to his arm, but all he had was a pins and needle sensation, which was for the best as he used his arm to block a thick branch. He rolled and CKED sending 2 attackers to the ground. Behind them was a break in the crowd and he ran for it. A large drunken man stumbled into his path and brought a rotten stick down towards his head. Naruto Gr. Obed the branch and yanked it from the surprised man. Wire wrapped around his wrist and pulled him back. It bit deep into his skin, slicing through muscle. It felt like his bones were being cut. Dropel. ETS of blood flew from his wrists as he was hauled towards the tree at an incredible speed. He slammed into the bark hard enough to bruise a rib. The masked shinobi drove a 3-pronged kunai into Naruto's hands, trapping him against the tree, then stepped back as the mob descended. Naruto couldn't hold back a scream as his hands were shredded. Hinata walked out of the academy. She had spent the past few hours studying in the school's library. It wasn't as comprehensive as her clan's, but she was less likely to meet anyone from her family there. And the slight chance she might run into her fellow student Naruto didn't hurt either. Though the only time she had ever seen him in the library was to hide after a prank had backfired. She smiled at the memory of him ducking under the table she was sitting at. Several shouting people following moments later. Their screams of anger died when they saw Hinata. They quickly bowed and apologized before leaving almost as quickly. Naruto had popped up, flashed her a grin and thanked her. Then ran in the opposite direction. It was the only time she could remember having been glad to have been born into the Hyuga clan. Her smile faded as she once again thought about how even the small amounts of time she was with Naruto was about to end. They were almost ready for the Genin exam. There was no doubt about her passing. The exam was more of a formality. The academy wouldn't dare hold a Hyuga back no matter how poorly they might perform. Naruto on the other hand had already taken the test and failed multiple times. Which if Hinata was honest with herself about, she wasn't too upset with. Because it gave them the chance to be on the same team if he passed this time. Not that she deserved to be on the same team as him, not when she had just Adam. Itted to herself she was glad for his failure. As much as she wished they could be on the same team, she'd never wish for Naruto to be saddled with a useless backstabbing Hyuga like herself. She shook those thoughts from her mind. She was going to be on someone's team and she had to try and pull her weight. Naruto never let his failures get to him, he just kept pushing through and she had to as well. A slight detour led her to a park where her cousin Neji sometimes trained his Byakugan. Distance markers had been set up in the park and surrounding neighborhoods. Hinata activated her own Byakugan and began looking for all the markers. Her father demanded that she not only be able to find people but objects as well. The Byakugan's natural tendency to focus on chakra made this exceedingly difficult. But one chakra network in particular caught her eye. When she was 8 and had first began to train with her Byakugan, her father had taken her to the hospital and made her watch the patients in the ICU as their chakra networks had flickered, dimmed and faded. As they died, she had been forced to watch for hours again and again until she had finally collapsed from exhaustion. The chakra she saw now looked like theirs. Pulsing and dimming. The person was close, in the park. She hesitated. If she went for help they might die before someone came. If she went to help she'd lose time, but she might be able to do something. She knew the academy's basic medical techniques. Naruto would help them. She ran towards the chakra signature. What she found caused her to stop short and simultaneously want to vomit and faint. Naruto was leaning against a tree. A 3-pronged kunai had been driven through his hands so he couldn't fall over. His arms, face, shirt and lap were covered in blood from deep cuts on his wrists. He moaned weakly and tried to shift his position. The wire wrapped around his wrists bit deeper, bringing fresh blood. The goggles he always wore were caked with blood, one lens cracked. A broken sake bottle lay next to him, its jagged end covered in blood leading back to a deep twisted gash on his side. His face, what she could see of him under the blood, was swollen and discolored. One eye completely forced closed. The metallic scent of blood stung her throat. Naruto-kun. She rushed forward and pulled the kunai out of his hands. The wire cut deeper as he sagged forward. She quickly cut the wire with the kunai. Once he was free he toppled over. Hinata pulled the bandage off her leg that most shinobi wore under their kunai pouch and used it to stop the worst of his bleeding from his wrists. She scooped him up in the position taught at the academy for transporting a severely injured teammate. She ran from the park, jumping onto a nearby roof and moving towards the hospital. Hold on Naruto-kun, I will get you help. Just hold on, please hold on. I know you can do it. Please 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 don't leave me alone again. She moved at a speed that would have put any other student to shame. Hinata burst through the doors into the hospital. Please help, Naruto-kun was attacked. Several nurses and doctors turned to look at her but no one moved to help. A few looked away ashamed. More pretended to not have heard her. The worst though were the ones that actually looked glad to see Naruto in such a state. Please, he needs help or he'll die. Serves that thing right, said a patient sitting in a chair near Hinata. Because her hands were busy with Naruto, she kicked his chair and sent him sprawling on the ground. He gave a startled cry and was prepared to shout his outrage, until he saw his eyes. As quick as he could, he crawled backward out of the room. A few nurses joined him, starting to question which of the children before them had the demon. You heard the girl, shouted another doctor striding into the room. No one moved. That's an order. Anyone who doesn't want to follow it is dismissed here and now. Suddenly everyone was rushing to get a gurney and equipment. The doctor and a nurse eased Naruto off of Hinata. She collapsed from exhaustion before they had him secured on the gurney. Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sat attempting to paint a panorama. View of the village in one of his rare free moments between the tedious paperwork that seemed to be breeding in his office. He should really have someone look into it. Enko tended to enjoy strange and dangerous creatures. Sarutobi removed his pipe from his mouth and sighed. He was having difficulties capturing the wonder he once saw, just another sign he had been at the job for too long. A masked Anbu agent appeared next to him. Hokage, sir, there is an issue with Naruto. What is it this time? Did he slip more red dye into the woman's showers at the academy? Sarutobi said. He had actually found that prank enjoyable. I am afraid not, he was brought to the hospital earlier in critical condition. We are. The Anbu agent never finished. Sarutobi was already moving with a speed that old have been all but impossible for anyone, let alone a man of his advanced age. Even his personal bodyguards were unable to keep up, much to their dismay and embarrassment. It would take barrels of sake to keep anyone who saw their failure quiet. The doctor was writing a few last notes on Naruto's papers when Sarutobi appeared in the hospital room. What is Naruto's condition? Stable, but it was close this time. Massive blood loss, deep lacerations on his wrists. Luckily, somehow his ulnar artery wasn't severed. Stabbed through both hands with a kunai. Stomach cute with a bottle. 3 bruised ribs. Dislocated shoulder and in general having the crap beat out of him. By all rights he should be dead. It's the 3rd time in 2 years he's been in this situation. He paused to make sure they were alone. There is one other thing, it appears that beyond his natural healing a mild healing jutsu was applied to keep him alive before he was found. Sarutobi sank into a chair. He hadn't imagined things were that bad. Not after he had assigned an Anbu to guard the boy. He would have to look into why they hadn't intervened. Who brought him in? A young girl, she can't be older than Naruto. She brought him in through the front doors covered in his blood. It was interesting. I've treated a few Hyuga in my time, but the look she gave another patient when they said that Naruto had got and what he deserved would have put any of her clan to shame. The doctor said, is she still here? I would like to thank her and hear how she came to find him. Sarutobi said. The doctor gestured to a small couch partially hidden behind a curtain. Hinata lay on it unconscious. Physically she's fine, but she passed out as soon as we had Naruto. We really weren't sure what to do with her, so we decided to let her sleep for now. Sarutobi looked at the sleeping girl. She lacked the scowl most Hyugas seemed to have, and their clan was not known for generosity within the village. That along with fact most people would simply have ignored Naruto had stirred his curiosity. He set a hand on Hinata's forehead. No mark, a member of the main branch. As her eyes fluttered open he recalled who she was. Hinata, the eldest daughter of the clan's head. It was also then he realized he had been actively avoiding the Hyuga clan over recent years. Rarely seeing them outside of the council meetings. Old hardly believe how much Hinata he grown. Hinata's eyes fluttered open, stared at the Hokage for a moment before she recognized him. She nearly fell off the couch as she tried to sit up and bow at the same time. Honorable Hokage-sama. Quote, calm yourself, there is no need to be so formal. He reassured her. Seeing a flustered Hyuga was quite a sight. Yes sir. Hinata said. At least he hasn't called me out for my mistake and disrespectful greeting. I understand you are the one who brought Naruto here. Please tell me how you came to find him. Sarutobi said, kneeling down so their eyes were level. Yes sir, Hokage-sama. She said. Starting with walking to the park, practicing, noticing the dying chakra, finding Naruto, and bringing him to the hospital. She was tempted not to mention how he acted but was sure he had already been informed of her dishonorable behavior and withholding any information was a grave crime. She watched the third's face as she spoke but it was an almost perfect mask. She barely caught the flicker of emotion when she mentioned the kunai. Are you positive the kunai had 3 prongs? Sarutobi said. Only his years of council meetings allowed him to keep his face calm. His injuries support the claim. The doctor said. Sarutobi nodded and turned back to Hinata, carefully watching her reaction. Thankfully she did not seem to realize the significance of the weapon. Thank you. I have one last question. Why did you help him? I am afraid I do not understand the question, Honorable Hokage-sama. Hinata said. It is no secret that many of your peers dislike Naruto. As shameful as it may be, I feel many would have ignored Naruto in his distress. So why didn't you? Sarutobi said. In truth he thought several might have assisted in some way but for his purposes it was better that Hinata did not know that. I couldn't. I am sorry if I have done something wrong but I would do the same again. Naruto has done nothing to deserve his treatment. He has pulled a few pranks but he is always working hard, training into the night to try and become a shinobi. Anyone who would willingly leave someone, especially Naruto-kun, in that situation has no business being a shinobi. She hadn't realized she had raised her voice until she finished. Okami, I yelled in front of the Hokage. I yelled at the Hokage. What will my father do when he finds out about this? Will he even get the chance? The Hokage could simply arrange for me to disappear after my actions. To her surprise though, the old man was smiling. It's not often that I have heard it put in such terms, but you are correct. Thank you for helping him when he needed you. It was nothing, Honorable Hokage-sama. Naruto-kun would have done the same for me. Hinata said, thanking her ancestors that he had not taken offense. Given her treatment by the elders, though she suspected that her ancestors would be as disappointed as they were. The Hokage looked at Naruto, his face wrapped in bandages. Yes, I think that he would. Honorable Hokage-sama. Who would do something like this to Naruto-kun? Hinata said, I have a few ideas but that is a matter for me to deal with. For now you should return to your clan. He rested a hand on Hinata's shoulder. You have done a great service to the village today. Thank you, Honorable Hokage-sama. Will Naruto-kun be alright? Hinata said, looking at her crush covered in bandages. At least he seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Yes, you saved his life today, not many can say they have done as such. He said. Hinata bowed again and paused to look at Naruto wrapped in thick bandages one last time. She didn't linger, knowing the Hokage was observing her. The Hokage waited until Hinata had left and signaled one of his guards, an Anbu called Cobra. The oversized hood on his jacket bagged around his neck, mimicking a cobra's hood. Sarutobi used him for sensitive errands. Retrieve the kunai used against Naruto and locate Sparrow. Cobra bowed and disappeared. The Hokage retired to an office he kept at the hospital for such incidents. It was only a few minutes before Cobra returned, followed by Sparrow. Cobra presented the bloody kunai to the Hokage. I found Sparrow near the kunai under a powerful genjutsu. Sparrow report. Sarutobi said, examining the kunai. I followed Naruto as he fled from the victims of his latest prank. He was able to escape them with relative ease. The last sighting I had of him was in the late afternoon while he concealed himself in a tree. I have no memory after that until Cobra discovered me. Sparrow said. He was embarrassed that he had been caught in a genjutsu, even such a powerful one. He had always considered himself fairly adept at them himself. Sarutobi frowned and dismissed Sparrow. He began a series of minor jutsus designed to gather information about an item, including the people who had handled it recently. The military police had designed them decades ago. Sadly, most were lost with the Uchiha clan. When he finished, he leaned back. There were no traces of whoever had used it against Naruto. What do you make of this Cobra? Over the years, Sarutobi had come to use Cobra as a sounding board for complex problems. I believe we have two separate problems. There have been guards who simply refused to help Naruto or even positioned him for ambushes. This problem has decreased since he began the academy and his skills at avoiding capture have increased. Even I have had difficulties following him because of his unorthodox movements. The larger problem is the systematic attack against him and those guarding him. Considering the methods and severity of the attacks, it appears that the goal is torture rather than death. The culprits are skilled, waiting until he has a new guard. And a group of civilians after him before using non-lethal genjutsu to incapacitate his guards. Cobra said. Pulling out his pipe, Sarutobi placed it in his mouth without lighting it. Post a new guard while he is here. Yes sir, sir. Is that really one of the fourths? Cobra said. No, it is the same design, however it lacks the seal he placed on all of his kunai. Not many people would know that. However, nearly everyone would recognize the design. Sarutobi said. Fate had a cruel humor to use it against Naruto. If a civilian had found it, things could have become even more difficult. As it stood, he was dealing with someone or a group that was acting directly against his laws. The Hyuga compound, because really it was its own fortress within the village, was only a few blocks from the hospital. In fact, the whole Hyuga compound was surrounded by businesses and public buildings. Few people wanted to live near an entire clan that could see through walls whenever they wanted. Though as a rule, the Hyugas rarely looked beyond their own ramparts. Hinata's jacket was covered in Naruto's blood, so she stopped off at a laundry mat one of the branch members had told her about. Her father demanded perfection, which included remaining clean while achieving it. He thought to get dirty was beneath the Hyuga. As a result, several members of the clan, her included, stashed spare clothes there. The owners of the laundry mat, an elderly couple, didn't mind because they received a good deal of business in exchange for their silence. Hinata quickly changed into clean clothes and left her old ones to be washed. The elderly woman gave her an odd look when she handed over the blood-stained jacket but didn't ask questions. The arrangement was business and nothing more. The branch guards at the gate G Avenue Hinata a slight nod as she passed them. She had hoped to avoid her father and sneak to her room. But as soon as she opened the front door, she found him waiting. You are very late. The academy let out several hours ago. Explain. I am sorry. I was training, and lost track of time. Hinata knew her father would scold her for sinking so low as to help someone outside of the clan. Despite what the Hokage may have said to her. Do you have anything to show for your training? He said, not bothering to keep the contempt from his voice. Hinata thought of Naruto in the hospital, still alive, the Hokage's smile. He would see those things as weakness. No father, I do not. I expect nothing from you and yet you continue to disappoint me. You will receive no meal tonight. I would like to have an elder spar with you since you clearly wish to improve, futile as it may be, but the elders will be joining your sister and I for an important dinner. He said. Hinata nodded. She remembered and she had accompanied him and her clan to such events. But it had been years since she was instructed to come. Now she was an embarrassment, to be hidden away. In her room, Hinata sat with her legs drawn up hugging a pillow. She tried to focus on Naruto, ignoring the voice in the back of her mind that told her she was a failure, a disappointment. Even the distance she could see was frowned upon by her clan. But on a whim she turned her gaze towards the hospital in Naruto's room. Surprisingly, she could just see him. Not as clearly as if she were there, but enough to watch the slow rise and fall of his chest. Someone else entered the hospital room. Hinata watched them even though she couldn't tell what they were doing. I'm sure it's just a nurse, or someone checking on him. Her instincts told her to investigate. It was ridicules. But Hinata climbed out her window and made her way along the roofs towards Naruto's hospital room. The second figure had left when Hinata crouched on his window and pushed it open. If only I could do this well when my family was watching. As soon as she entered the room, something tingled in her nose, a smell she recognized from one of her family's numerous lessons on poison. If there was any doubt, Naruto lay on the bed, white and gasping for breath. Blue veins stood out along his throat. Hinata ran down the hall, towards the nearest chakra signature that wasn't a patient. She rounded a corner and found the doctor who had treated Naruto. He blinked in surprise. Visiting hours ended several hours ago. Naruto-kun's been poisoned, Hinata said. The doctor ran past her into his room. checking Naruto's pulse and his strangled breathing. He hit a button on the wall. Somewhere else a buzzer went off and feet ran towards them. The doctor gave the nurses instructions. While one went to get an antidote, the other got a ventilation bag and compressed Naruto's chest while the doctor used the bag to force air into Naruto's lungs. Hinata watched. She didn't want to see this, but she couldn't bring herself to leave. These could be his final moments. All the possibilities of them together began to fade. Her eyes blurred with tears and her throat tightened. Her front was burning, her back freezing. Stupid, you're not crying for Naruto, you're crying for yourself. And all the chances you will be losing. What kind of person are you? If you'd come sooner he'd be alright. The second nurse returned and jabbed a needle into Naruto's arm. For several minutes nothing happened, then he began to breathe on his own again. The doctor sighed with relief. Then noticed Hinata was still standing in the corner. That's twice you've saved his life. What were you doing here though? Hinata explained, blushing when she admitted she had more or less been spying on Naruto. Well, I suppose it was good that you were watching him. He'll be fine, but without you and his resistance who knows? The doctor said. Our resistance? Hinata said. The time it took to be. You oiled up a resistance to poison even with constant exposure was long, not to mention the vast differences in poisons. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. I don't want to impose, it being so late. But would you stay and watch him for a few more minutes? I need to see who was on duty tonight, and clearly Naruto's guards aren't going to help. The doctor said. Oh, of course, Hinata said, sitting in a chair by the bed. She watched the slow even breathing of her crush, staring hard to reassure herself that he was alive. Every so often she'd check the halls and surrounding floors with her Byakugan, but everything seemed calm. The longer the doctor was away, the more daring Hinata became, scooting close to Naruto, resting her hands on the bed, moving some hair out of his face. The swelling from the attack had already disappeared. Absently she traced the whisker marks on his cheeks. Her mind stared to wonder. She imagined leaning over him, lowering her head until her lips touched his. Hinata jumped back, her face burning at the thought. It took several minutes for her to calm down. Naruto-kun, I don't deserve to be with you, but just for now, just for a few minutes let me pretend. She gently lifted his hand and rested it against her cheek. The Hokage was woken in the middle of the night by news that there had been another attempt on Naruto's life. He had her IED to the hospital where the nurse responsible for poisoning Naruto had been caught and detained by other members of the staff. Sarutobi looked over her sadly. She was young, in her early 20s. Her mother had died on the night the Kyuubi attacked. She glared at the Hokage. It's a monster. A goddamned monster. After everyone it killed, after everyone who has suffered because of it, how can you keep it alive? Is it some sick pet to you? It should be disemboweled. Its guts feed to the crows and the crows burned. You're not a leader. None of you have ever been leaders. Grow a pair of balls and end it. Or let someone else do it. Quote. Sarutobi motioned for Anbu agents to remove the ranting girl. The doctor watched her as they lead her away. I am sorry, I knew her parents, it never occurred to me she might actually try something like this. It isn't your fault, the Hokage said, sinking into a chair. If you suspect the worst from everyone, that is all you will ever find. If there is any blame, it lands on me and how I have dealt with this matter. Before I go, I would like to check on Naruto myself. Yes, sir. The doctor said. They were both surprised when they discovered Hinata, asleep, resting her head on Naruto's arm. With a light blush and a smile the Hokage couldn't remember having seen on her, or any Hyuga's face before. He motioned that they should leave the two alone. Has there been any sign of the Anbu guard? Sarutobi said. 2 attacks in one day, things were quickly becoming worse. Not to mention he was down another Anbu. Not that I am aware of. The doctor said. Cobra. Sarutobi said. While there was no noticeable movement, the Hokage felt Cobra move to locate the missing guard. He returned quickly. The Anbu left to guard Naruto left his post to investigate a nearby alarm. He felt the boy was safe within the hospital. I believe he was honest. Cobra said. I doubt the timing was coincidence. Sarutobi said, it was too neat. The nurse did not appear to be working with anyone, but he would make sure she spoke to someone from the interrogation and torture department. It would probably be a good idea to send the Anbu as well. They were trained to resist torture, but it would send a message. Place the Anbu on a leave of absence and make arrangements for him to question. Also, I am placing you on duty as Naruto's guard for the next few days. We cannot afford another attempt on his life. Yes sir, Hokage. Cobra said. Naruto's whole body throbbed, especially his hands and wrists. Every heartbeat felt like someone was hitting him with a hammer. The SMLs of bleach and cheap disinfectant stung his nose and there was a strange pressure on his left arm. He cracked open an eye, wincing at the bright morning light. Why did they paint hospital rooms white? Did they think people liked how bright it made the room? He was suddenly aware that his head was pounding along with the rest of his body. Those drunks must have really done a number on me this time. I haven't felt this bad since they caught me messing with those festival fireworks. He looked over and found a sleeping girl sitting next to his bed, her head on his arm. Her face was flushed but she had a small smile. He pulled his arm free. The girl stirred. Naruto-kun. Naruto frowned, wondering how she knew his name. He shook her lightly. She looked at him with sleepy eyes. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Good morning. Who are you? He asked, his pain pushed aside for the moment. His voice seemed to snap her out of her grogginess. In a second her face went tomato red, she jumped back and dashed out the door. She poked her head around the corner. Why, you're awake, that's good. Naruto stared at the girl, she looked familiar. Then it hit him. You're the weird quiet girl from the academy. Hinata's heart sank. He thinks I'm weird. Now Naruto, that's no way to talk to the person who has saved your life twice. The doctor said. Doc. Naruto said. The doctor walked into the room, ushering Hinata in. This young lady found you in the park and brought you here, then informed me when a nurse poisoned you. That explains why I feel so crappy, wonder what kind they used this time. He smiled at Hinata. Thank you. Hinata's blush doubled and she fainted. When she came around she was still in Naruto's hospital room, lying on his bed. The one he had just been in himself. She fought to keep from passing out again. Once was embarrassing enough. Instead she looked around. Naruto was sitting by the window looking out. When he saw her moving he gave her a giant grin. Most of his bandages had been removed and the ones on his hands were thinner, allowing him to move his fingers. You scared me, just fainting like that. Doc says it's 'cause you spent most of the night keep an eye on me. His grin faded and he looked slightly confused. How come? Because I didn't want to see you hurt again. Hinata said, unable to look at him. I get a few words with Naruto and this is all I can say. Father is right, I am useless. Naruto watched Hinata confused. I wonder why she doesn't want to see me hurt. Seems like everyone else enjoys it. He thought bitterly. His mind turned to his read him from the hospital when the doctor walked in. Well Naruto, it looks like you're well enough to leave. The doctor said, looking over his chart. But he was half dead yesterday. Hinata protested. He might look better but no one could heal that fast. Well yes, but Naruto is a quick healer. We gave up trying to explain it years ago. He'll still need a few days of rest but if we kept him here he'd just cause trouble. He gave a knowing look at Naruto. Naruto looked away. Those bedpans had holes in them already. The doctor snorted to cover up a laugh. Since I know you want to get out here, may I suggest you treat this young lady to lunch as thanks for all the help. Sounds like a plan. You're Hinata, right? Naruto said. She nodded, too surprised to speak. He did know her name. And he was inviting her to luck. Just like a date. She struggled to remain calm at the thought. Great, let's go eat. He grabbed her hand and pulled her from the bed. As they moved down the hall everyone seemed to ignore them. Or rather Naruto. Most turned or looked away, the worst looked through him. They were almost at the front entrance when Naruto caught sight of a flash of pink hair. Sakura-chan. Hey Sakura-chan, what are you doing here? She glared at him. If you must know, I came to see Sasuke-chan. He's here having his eyes examined. As the most important person in the village we have make sure he's in peak physical condition, but then again it's Sasuke, so how could it be anything less than perfect? So you want to come to lunch with us? Naruto offered, oblivious to her condescending tone. Sakura laughed. Why would anyone want to be seen with you? You probably scared the little weirdo into coming. Why can't you figure out no one wants you here? She raised her fist and swung it at Naruto's head. Hinata stepped forward and brushed the punch aside. Sakura stumbled and stared at her pale-eyed classmate. I wouldn't mind being seen with Naruto-kun. In fact IW would enjoy it. And I am happy to have him here. What the hell? Normally she would have written it off as an annoyance, but Sasuke was further down the hall watching with mild interest. She refused to back down in front of him. Hinata had started to shake, the moment of courage gone. Sakura cringed. She wasn't a bully by nature but she had to look strong in front of Sasuke. She threw another punch, Nay aimed squarely at Hinata's face with a silent apology. Naruto caught the punch. Sakura blinked in surprise. He had never done that before. She hadn't even thought he could stop her. Do not hurt Hinata-san. Sakura pulled her hand back, giving Naruto a fearful look before dashing away. As soon as she was out of sight Naruto clutched his hand. Ow 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 ow. Damn, I thought she was going to break my arm. Are you alright Naruto-kun? Hinata said. Without thinking she grabbed his arm examining it for further injury. I'll be fine, he assured her. Thank you. Hinata said. I can't believe he did that, he protected me. Of course he did, that's just the kind of person he is. If I was worthy of my clan he wouldn't have had to. Suddenly she realized she was manhandling his arm and let it go with a choked noise. I was just returning the favor for helping me. He took her hand again and led her out of the hospital. Sakura walked down the hall rubbing her hand. She wasn't really hurt, just surprised. Sasuke finished talking to a nurse and turned to leave. She walked faster. Sasuke-kun, how did it go? He gave her an icy glare, but it only sent shivers down her spine. He didn't seem to notice. Fine, how else? That's great. So would you like to go out to lunch with me? Sakura said, trying to match his quick pace. No, he said, walking out the sliding doors. Oh, alright. Then how about lunch? Or dinner? We could go see a movie. Sakura said. I have to train. Sasuke said. Oh right, want me to help you? We could spare, or something. She blushed imagining where a spare session could lead if she tripped at the right time and they ended up on the ground. No, Sasuke said. Alright, then, let me know if you change your mind. She called after him, clutching her fists. This was Naruto's fault. She had been hitting him since they started the academy. Why did he have to grow a backbone now? Wait, that wasn't right. She could barely remember her first few days at the academy when she was teased and he had offered to share his lunch with her. Before her mother had warned her away from him and begun asking questions about Sasuke. But that didn't matter. Damn it. If he hadn't embarrassed me in front of Sasuke-chan we would be training together, then lunch, he would invite me back to his place and we could. Sakura blushed as red as Hinata at the possibilities and read home to write down her fantasy for later enjoyment. Hinata didn't know where Naruto was leading her, nor did she care. Just being able to walk like this, so close to him, was more than she had hoped for. He laughed and talked the whole time, nothing important, just random things. It was so different from her clan where talking was serious and formal. She smiled and nodded politely, amazed at how lively he was. Just yesterday he'd been all but dead. It seemed that nothing could keep him down or get rid of his good humor. But she did notice how people glared at him, shop owners moved to blow their doors and parents pulled their children away as if they feared he would eat them. Naruto pretended not to notice but Hinata saw him falter, just for a second. He stopped in front of a small ramen stand. He went in and took a sat at an empty stool. Hinata hesitated a moment before following. A young woman behind the counter smiled at them. Good morning Naruto. Hi Ayame. Naruto greeted her. So who's this? Don't tell me you've already gotten a girlfriend. Ayame said, teasing her favorite costumer. Hinata made a squeaking noise as she forgot how to breathe. Naruto just laughed. No, this is Hinata-san, from the academy. She helped me out yesterday so I'm treating her to lunch. Hinata's mind was in chaos. She had imagined Naruto as her boyfriend many times, but to hear someone else say it was almost too much. Was that what they looked like? There was a chance of it now, small as it might be. At least she was talking to him, and eating with him. Suddenly there was a bowl of ramen in front of her. She couldn't even remember what she had ordered. She took an experimental taste. Miso, and it was delicious. As she ate she watched Naruto. He was already on his third bowl, laughing with the woman and the older man in the kitchen. It was so different than when they were in class. There everyone either ignored him or badmouthed him. Here though, they listened and laughed. They talked to Naruto like he was just anyone else. And it showed as he opened up more. She realized that in class even though he was just as goofy he was also more guarded. She wanted to be able to see this side of Naruto more often. Maybe he'd open up to her like this soon, if she worked at it. Then maybe they could become more. Hinata-san. Hinata-san. Naruto said. Ah, I'm sorry. What did you say? Hinata said. I asked if the ramen was too spicy, you got all red again. Naruto said, pressing his hand to her forehead checking for a fever. No, it was very good. Thank you for the meal. Hinata said, choking out the words and trying not to faint. This day was quickly becoming too much. No problem. Naruto said, pulling out a frog-shaped wallet. Hinata couldn't help but smile at it. Thanks again, Hinata-san. No problem. Naruto-kun. So, what are you planning to do for the rest of the day? Hinata said. Go home and rest. Doc might not look it but he's scary when a patient doesn't follow his orders. Guess I'll see you at the academy. Naruto said. Yes, good day Naruto-kun. Hinata said while she watched him stroll down the street. Then walked towards her clan's compound. She could only imagine how angry her father was with her, if anyone had noticed she was missing at all. But after a few hours with Naruto, whatever they might decide to do was worth it. Now shish. He just needed to find a way to keep from being closed off from Naruto again. Naruto woke to a sound that was very rare in his apartment. Someone knocking at the door. He grabbed the kunai he kept under his pillow and rolled to the floor. The few people who were welcome there never bothered to knock. But by the same standard those who came to try and kill him didn't knock either. At least not the serious ones. Still it could be an amateur. Or someone trying to throw him off. He opened the door a crack ready to fight or flee. And found a very red Hinata standing in the hall. Hinata-san. Hello Naruto-kun. I wanted to thank you for breakfast yesterday so I made you this. She said holding out a bento box. He opened the door and let her in. As he closed it again he realized just how messy his apartment was and wished he'd bothered to clean up the day before. Something that he'd never thought about before. Hinata sat the bento box on the kitchen table then took in her surroundings. I can't believe I'm actually in Naruto-kun's apartment. Everything was a mess. It was in such stark contrast to her house where everything was kept spotless that she didn't really know what to think. But there was a feel to everything. It all felt like home. Not like some model you had to keep spotless and take care not to do anything that could cause a mess. She wondered if there was anything she could do to make her room feel like this. She turned her attention to Naruto himself. He was wearing sky blue pajamas and a cartoonish sleeping cap. She also took note of the kunai he was holding. He sat down and opened the bento. Inside was rice, pickles, boiled fish and rolled omelets. Wow Hinata-san, this looks great. I hope its taste is acceptable. She watched him take a bite of the rolled omelet. This is really good. Maybe even better than Ichiraku's. Ah, please don't tell him I said that he might stop feeding me. He said. I won't, I promise. I'm glad you like it. I was afraid it would taste awful. She said. Are you kidding? This is great, here try some. He used his chopsticks and picked up part of a rolled omelet holding it out for Hinata. She opened her mouth to decline but he popped it in. Naruto-kun, just feed me, like we're a couple. Her face started to turn red. Naruto watched her worried. Hinata-san, are you alright? You're not choking are you? No, I'm fine, thank you. She said. Oh good. Man, you keep scaring me. He said. I'm sorry. She said. Naruto finished the bento in silence. Thank you for the meal, guess I better get to training. He said. Are you sure? You were still pretty banged up yesterday. Hinata said. Oh yeah, good day's rest and I'm completely recovered. Naruto scratched his cheek. If you want, we could train together for a bit. Yes. Yes. If it wouldn't be an inconvenience. Hinata said. Nope, just let me get ready. Naruto said, disappearing into his room. Hinata sat in his apartment. She was tempted to use her Byakugan to watch Naruto. Blushing deeply at the possibilities. When he came back out, Naruto noticed how red Hinata was but wrote it off as more or less normal for her. They walked towards the training grounds. Hinata tried to strike up a conversation but she couldn't seem to get any words out. Naruto grabbed her arm and pulled her back as something sailed past her head and hit his. Hey, watch where you're throwing things. Naruto shouted after some kids. He wiped a rotten fruit from the side of his head. Sorry about that, Hinata-san. Her heart tightened, he sounded so sad. Like I was his fault, but she couldn't believe it was. Naruto-kun, why do the villagers treat you like that? He shrugged. I don't know, it's just always been that way. I try to ignore it. They arrived at a secluded training ground. Since he actually had someone to spar with, Naruto suggested they go through some of the basic moves from the academy. Hinata hesitated but then nodded. Okay, Naruto-kun. He paused, wondering why she seemed so nervous. Maybe she's afraid I don't have the skills for even these basic formations. Well, I'll just go all out and show her. They started. Naruto struck his kunai against Hinata's, then ducked under her next swing. After a few more strikes though, he jumped back confused. Is something wrong, Hinata-san? I'm sorry, I'll try to do better. She said, bowing deeply. Hey, it's okay. There's no reason to get all nervous. I was just wondering cause you were a lot faster when you stopped Sakura's punch yesterday. Naruto said. I was. Hinata asked, surprised. Yay, just relax. He said. They started again, this time going through the motion slower. As they kept going though, Naruto speed up slightly. And again, until they were moving at full speed. Their kunai a blur, flashing in the sun. They finished the set, both were panting, exhausted. See, you did fine. You could even keep up with me. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata said, blushing at the compliment. So want to try some real sparring? Naruto said. Alright. Hinata said. They started off slow again. Hinata fell into her clan's fighting style and Naruto was hard-pressed to hold his ground against the onslaught. Then Hinata overextended herself and he grabbed the upper part of her arm to throw her off balance. What he didn't expect was the scream of pain she gave. He immediately let go. Hinata-san. She winced but tried to smile. Sorry, I'm alright. Let me see your arm. Naruto said. I'm fine, really. She said. Hinata. He said. Slowly she removed her oversized jacket. Naruto looked at her arm where he had grabbed her. She had a deep, painful-looking bruise, the edges yellow. Hinata wished he'd stop staring at her like that. What happened, Hinata? He asked. His voice was so gentle and kind. Filled with concern that she didn't answer for a minute. Does he generally care about me? No, he's probably just worried about losing a sparring partner. Is he regretting offering to train with me? I was sparring with an elder. Hinata said. This is kind of far to take things for just sparring. Naruto said. Not really. I am just not very good at it. Damn it, why can't I stop stuttering? I must sound like a fool to Naruto-kun. What are you talking about? You were great. He said. I disappoint my family when I spar at home. She said. I can't believe that. Maybe you just need a little more practice. He said. Hinata nodded. She didn't want to admit to Naruto that she had been training for years. Her own family had given up hope on her improving. She pushed the focus from herself. Maybe we should practice for the exam. Naruto didn't look too thrilled with the idea but nodded. Hinata watched for half an hour as Naruto produced one dead-looking shadow clone after another. She couldn't figure out what he was doing wrong. Naruto-kun, wait a minute. I think I might be able to help. How? He said. Byakugan. Hinata said. Wah. Hinata. Your eyes are bulging. Are you alright? Naruto said. Yes. This is my clan's Kekkei Genkei. She said. Kick what guy? He said. Hinata tried to hide her smile. Kekkei Genkei. It's a blood trait. Something that can't be learned by anyone who isn't born with it. Oh, so, what's it do? He said. I can see chakra networks in the body. She said. Cool, like X-ray vision. He said. Exactly. She said. Wow. Imagine what kind of pranks I could pull with those. So you ever pull anything with them? Naruto said. No, but I did use them, when I was little to find the best prize in my cereal. She said. Way to go. But, how will they help me with this stupid jutsu? He said. I can watch your chakra, and maybe see the problem. She said. If you say so. Naruto preformed the jutsu again. Hinata watched carefully. Naruto-kun, I think I see the problem. You're putting too much chakra into your right hand. Naruto looked at his bandaged hand. Well, yay, the academy instructors told him. All about how it was my dominate hand and I had to put as much chakra as I could into it to do the jutsu. Hinata shook her head. You have to balance your chakra to do it. What? Really? I guess. Those instructors weren't trying to help me at all. Damn it, guess it was too much to hope a teacher would actually try and help me. It's alright Naruto-kun. You have the rest of it down so you should be able to do it easy. I know you can, she said. He looked skeptical. Well if you say so. Naruto focused his chakra as best he could and concentrated. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Two perfect copies of Naruto stood next to him. They looked at each other then. Oh yeah I am awesome. They hugged Hinata. Thank you. We never would have gotten that. You're an awesome teacher. Naruto, three of him, hugging me. Hinata passed out. Ah you killed her. Wouldn't it be a since we're all me? Okay how does that work exactly? Forget this. The two clones dispelled themselves leaving He original Naruto hugging an unconscious Hinata. Hinata wondered where she was. It was comfy but it wasn't her bed. She could feel grass under her. A light breeze touched her cheek and warm sun caressed her legs. It occurred to her she could just open her eyes and see but that would mean moving and right then lying completely still was her desire. Her pillow shifted slightly. Reluctantly Hinata opened her eyes to see what was disturbing her peace, and found Naruto staring down at her. It only took Hinata a second to realize she was lying with her head on Naruto's lap. Finally, you've got to stop doing that. You scared me. Naruto was worried about me. And, I'm in his lap. Hinata shot up and rolled out of his lap. Sorry. Not a problem. Come on now that I've got this clone jutsu thing down let's spar some more. Alright, Naruto-kun. Those clones you made were solid, how did you do that? They never taught us at the academy. Even my clan hasn't mentioned it. She said. Oh yay. One of the instructors said I should learn to do solid clones. That it'd impress everyone and they'd have to let me pass the exam. Naruto said. It is very impressive. There's no way an instructor or would actually expect a student to learn that. Were they trying to make Naruto-kun fail? Like with the hand signs. She simply couldn't comprehend why so many people seemed to be working against Naruto. Thanks. You should try it too. I bet you could do it with no problem. Naruto said. I don't think I could manage it. I'm sorry Naruto-kun but it's beyond me. Hinata said. Come on, if I can do it then you'd have no problem. Naruto said. Hinata found she couldn't say no to Naruto's support, even if it meant disappointing him. After several failed attempts she sank to the ground. She knew that Naruto was simply going to walk away and that would be the end of it. Sure enough when she looked up Naruto was gone. Stupid, what made me think he might actually stick around when he found out how incompetent I am? He was just being nice, but he has enough to do without being pulled down by me. She was so caught up in her own downward spiral that she didn't notice a figure approaching until they were right next to her. Hinata-san. She jumped up to see Naruto's confused face. Sorry didn't mean to wake you. Here I got us some lunch. He said holding out a bag. What he didn't mention as that he more or less had to steal them from a nearby store. He'd left the money for them but he knew they'd refuse to sell anything to him. Hinata took one of the box lunches. I'm surprised you're still here Naruto-kun. Why? He said. Because, I can't do the jutsu. She said. You'd have to be a world-class jerk to abandon someone just cause they don't get something right away. I was working at it for months. He said. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata said, ducking her head so he couldn't see her face. Not sure for what but anytime. He said. Hinata started trying the jutsu again, to made several more clones demonstrating it. To Hinata's embarrassment the clones seemed content to stick around until she got it. Though she overheard a few plotting the pranks they could pull off now. Just before the sun set she did it, producing a single solid clone. The clone and original looked at each other in shock. Of course all the Naruto clones came over to congratulate her. They surrounded her, patting her and her clone on the back. Hinata's clone disappeared and she fainted again. Despite Hinata's desire when she arrived at the academy the next day her old habits took over and she took a seat in the back of the room. Naruto was already sitting across the room by the window, trying to balance a pen on his nose. Iruka called the class to order. The morning seemed to drag on. The ASIC material being covered had been drilled into her brain at the age of 6. Hinata's attention wandered to Naruto again and again. It was during one of these periods that she noticed the change. His bored expression suddenly came alive and he had to struggle not to laugh. 5 minutes later the classroom door blew in, a red-faced Jonin stood outside. Demon brat, you're in for it this time. Ruruka stepped in front of him. What's going on here? That thing filled the hot springs with bubble bath. We lost a whole block on the village under the suds. I couldn't have been Naruto, he's been here all day. Ruruka said. It must have tricked you, I chased it from the hot springs myself until he disappeared in an alley. He has been here all morning. Ruruka corrected, forcefully. Hold on sensei. Let me get this straight. I pulled this prank, and then outran a Jonin, lost him and made it back here before he did. All while no one noticed I was gone. Maybe you should pass me right now if I can do that. The Jonin looked embarrassed. He hadn't thought how it would sound laid out like that. I know it was him. Then file a complaint with the Hokage's office. Because so long as we are on academy grounds I have full jurisdiction over the students. Ruruka said. The Jonin gave Naruto a disgusted look before he left. Hinata wished she could sneak over to Naruto's desk and ask him how he had managed to pull it off. But she knew she wouldn't. That afternoon they had a special taijutsu lesson, a final review of the academy's basic style. Everyone ran to the schoolyard and formed up in rows taking the basic stance as instructors walked between them. The lesion was going fairly well until one of the instructors reached Naruto. Come on kid, can't you even stand right? Hey, I was doing it just like you showed us. Naruto shot back. Oh, so it's my fault you're stupid. Fine, feet further apart, arms lower, hold them out a little more. No, that foot points in, the other goes out. The instructor spent another minute yelling at Naruto. When he moved on, Naruto was slouched over grumbling. Hinata had watched silently, she knew Naruto's stance had been correct. The corrections the instructor had made left him wide open from every angle. She knew she should tell him. Just walk over and tell him. But suddenly she could barely stand. A lifetime of trying to hide and make herself unnoticeable competed with her feelings for Naruto and her knowledge of what was right. Stupid, what kind of friend would even hesitate? The instructor broke her thoughts. Alright everyone, pair up and spread out. Try a few practice matches. Nice and slow. The students began to take up positions across the yard. A few of the lazier ones simply walked back towards the academy and leaned against the wall. Naruto looked around eagerly, but a space had opened around him. Hinata took a deep breath and walked towards him. No one appeared to be paying attention to her, but she felt like everyone was watching. Naruto-kun. Oh hey Hinata-san. The instructor, he lied to you. She said. Huh. Your stance was right the first time. If you fought with the one he told you to, it would be almost impossible to win. She said. Really? Thanks. Naruto said, walking towards where the instructor was reviewing a sheet of paper. Oh Kami, he's going to attack the instructor. Hey teach. Since you helped me with my stance, want to spar? Naruto said. Hinata let out a sigh of relief. Of course he wouldn't do that. But I thought he would. I'm no better than the other villagers. Get lost kid, he said. Come on, afraid I'll beat you. Naruto said. You couldn't hit me once brat. He said. You sure? Naruto said. Alright, let's go, I can teach you a bit more today. The instructor said. He drew a large circle in the dirt. First one out. Taijutsu only. Naruto took the flawed stance the instructor had shown him. The instructor smiled. The other students had stopped and gathered around. Hinata saw bets being passed around. Lunches and small amounts of money. The instructor made the first move, charging. Naruto shifted from the flawed stance to the academy's and blocked the instructor with the back of his hand. Then moved in under his guard and lightly slapped his chest. Just enough to show he could. Not one hit. The instructor brought his fist to Naruto's stomach hard enough to lift him off the ground. Naruto vomited and collapsed. You want to play kid, fine. He kicked Naruto, then again, laughing. None of the students knew what to do, even the ones that disliked Naruto didn't think things should go this far. Hinata made a move to intervene but stopped. If her father found out she had acted against an instructor, stopping another student from hitting Naruto was one thing. But the shame she would bring her clan to act against an authority figure. But she couldn't leave Naruto. Haruka would stop this, but he was probably still in the classroom. Before she could chicken out, Uden grabbed a rock and threw it as hard as she could at the classroom window, which luckily looked out over the yard. The rock went straight through the window, shattering it. The instructor stopped kicking Naruto and looked up. A second later, Haruka appeared at the broken window. "What's going on out here?" He looked down and saw Naruto. He jumped through the broken window, landing in the circle. "What the hell happened here?" "Just some instruction. Kid wouldn't learn. So he was cut off as Haruka slammed a fist into his head. He crumbled to the ground. Haruka picked up Naruto and carried him to the infirmary. Hinata silently followed. After a quick check by the less than thrilled nurse, Naruto was declared fine. He was laying in one of the beds recovering. "Haruka-sensei," Hinata said. "Oh Hinata, what can I do for you?" Haruka said. It was me who threw the rock. I will pay for the window. But it was the only thing I could think of to help him." Hinata said. "I see, well I think he can take it out of that ex-instructor's final pay. Thank you. Now I need to send someone to get him some clothes." Haruka said. "I will." Hinata volunteered. "Are you sure?" Haruka said. "Yes." Hinata said. "Alright, hang on, I'll get you his address." Haruka said. "That's alright, I know where it is." Hinata said, leaving the room. Hinata moved across the village roofs towards Naruto's apartment. "I couldn't stop Naruto from being hurt, but at least I can do this." Naruto's apartment was in the closet thing Konoha had to slums. The buildings were old and run down, broken windows, rusted pipes. She had been so nervous that last time she had been there she hadn't paid much attention to the surroundings. There was no greenery whatsoever. A few window boxes contained dry dead flowers brown with age. The roof of his building had been patched with scrap metal and the walls were filled with cracks between warped wood. His apartment wasn't as messy as Hinata remembered, but it still felt lived in. Or like a home than her clan's mansion had in years. But in as bad of shape as the rest of the building. The walls were cracked and there were spots of the ceiling from water damage. A thin rug on the floor had several discolored spots and partially covered a piece of exposed plywood. She took her time walking to his bedroom. It was in the same condition as everything else. An old bed, chipped glass in the window. But sitting on the windowsill was a small potted plant. A tag on the pot read, "Uki-kun." The only thing inside his closet was a box of scrolls and two identical orange jumpsuits. She took one and returned to the academy. Naruto had completely recovered by the time she returned and thanked her for the clothes. He pulled a thin curtain around his bed for privacy while he changed. "Naruto-kun," she said. "Yeah," he said. How did you pull a prank at the hot springs without anyone here noticing?" She said. "Oh that. Well, I had the idea a while ago but wasn't sure how I'd manage to get away. Always seemed to be a lot of jonins hanging around. After you helped me with the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu though, I figured they'd be the perfect way. Have one of them do it then dispel themselves. It worked great too. But it was weird, when my shadow clone disappeared I suddenly remembered everything it had seen. Almost fell out of my seat laughing at the look on the people's faces as they ran from the bath." He said, pulling the curtain back. His other clothes were stashed in a trash bag he had found. "You remember what your clones do?" She said. "Yeah, you should give it a try." He said. I don't know if I can. Last time used up almost all my chakra." She said. "Really?" He said. "Yes, don't you feel tired after using it?" She said. "Not really." He said. "That must mean you have an incredible amount of chakra." She said. "Thanks. Come on, if I don't get back to class soon Haruka will have my head." He said. The next few days continued on like normal. During lessons Hinata couldn't work up the nerve to talk to Naruto, but after class they would meet at a secluded training ground and spar. Hinata was amazed at Naruto's improvement now that he was balancing his chakra. Naruto for his part was pleased with Hinata's fighting style. By the third day she could outfight two of his clones at once. Naruto's own taijutsu was also improving now that Hinata had pointed out the subtle changes the instructors had made to the academy's style. She quickly realized the only reason he was able to fight at all with his old style was because of his natural stamina and unique attack methods. After an interesting sparring season where Naruto ended up stuck in a tree, they sat down to eat a late lunch Hinata had made. Naruto insisted that afterwards they would practice Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Even though Hinata could only make and hold one for a minute or so. Afterwards she felt as drained as if she had sparred with her father for an hour. The smile Naruto gave her afterwards was worth it. She looked out over the training ground, and saw a square rock moving along the edge of the clearing. Naruto-kun. Yeah. Hinata pointed towards the rock, she could see two large eye holes in its side now. Naruto turned and looked. Oh him. Don't worry. He leaned in close. Hey, I've got an idea. Pretend you're talking to me. What do you want me to say? Hinata asked, but Naruto had already walked behind the tree, then around the other side. Whoever was in the box couldn't see that he had made a shadow clone that disappeared into the trees. Naruto waved across the clearing. Hey old man, Naruto said. The third Hokage strolled towards them. Hinata jumped up to bow, but he waved her gesture off. Hinata, Naruto. I have been looking for you. I have decided to make it official. Naruto, I will name you as my successor. Quote. What? Said a muffled voice from the square rock. It was tossed aside and a young boy stood glaring at the Hokage. How could you make him the next Hokage and not me? The Hokage looked at his grandson. Then fell to the ground laughing. So did Naruto. The Hokage disappeared in a puff of smoke. That was you. The young boy ran at Naruto. Naruto caught him by the back of his shirt as he ran past. Konohamaru, when you're undercover on a mission you can't give yourself away just cause something unexpected happened. That could get your whole team killed. How was I supposed to know that was you? Last time you could only make a dead clone. You weren't supposed to know it was me. And Hinata helped me with the shadow clones. They're even solid. Check it out. He let go of Konohamaru and summoned two shadow clones. They each patted him on the back before disappearing. Wow boss, that was great. How'd you do it? Konohamaru said. Like I said, Hinata helped me figure it out. Naruto said. Who's Hinata boss? He said. Oh right. Konohamaru, this is Hinata. Hinata, this is Konohamaru, the Hokage's grandson. Naruto said. Hinata started to bow, but Naruto stopped her and pulled her away. He doesn't really like people to make a fuss about being related to the Hokage. People always call him honorable grandson and stuff, hardly anyone even knows his name. But, how should I act around him? If I do something disrespectful? She said. She could only imagine what her father would do to her. Relax, he doesn't care about all that proper stuff. Just treat him like any other kid. Naruto said. Alright, how do you treat a normal child? Hinata said. I don't know, just be nice and knock him over the head if he does something stupid. Naruto said. Hinata looked horrified at the thought of hitting someone as important as the Hokage's grandson. Hey boss, Hinata's kind of cute, you and her. Konohamaru said, holding up his little finger. No, Hinata's just a friend. Naruto said. Oh really? Then maybe I'll take her. He said, grabbing Hinata's hand. Cut that out. Naruto said, pulling Konohamaru away from Hinata. Ah come on boss, I was just kidding. So you still going to play ninja with me? He said. I don't know, me and Hinata were supposed to work on our shadow clones. Naruto said. It's alright Naruto-kun. It might be fun to play. How about Konohamaru hides and we see who can find him first? Me or your clones? Hinata suggested. Alright, sounds good, you up for it Konohamaru? Naruto said. Of course, I can show you my awesome ninja camouflage skills. He said, running out of the training ground. So how long should we give him? Naruto said. 10 minutes. Hinata said. Sounds good. Hey, let's make this a little more fun. Loser has to do one thing the winner asks. Sounds good. Hinata said, her mind filling with ideas. None of which she would ever dare say. When the 10 minutes were up, Naruto made 20 clones and took off towards the village. Hinata moved much slower, but she already knew where she was going. Konohamaru smiled to himself. Behind the playground was a dry drainage ditch filled with cattail taller than he was. Hidden by the overgrowth was a small pipe, just big enough for him to crawl through, that lead to a concrete box. The only source of light was a drain in the ceiling. It was the perfect place to hide. He could imagine Naruto running all over the village trying to find him. A hand fell on his shoulder. Got you. Ah. Konohamaru jumped away. He turned to find Hinata crouched behind him. This is a very good hiding place. She said. Hold on lady, how did you find me so fast? He said. I just watched you. Hinata said, activating her Byakugan. Ah, your eyes. Oh man, boss is gonna kill me if that's my fault, he said. Hinata couldn't help but laugh at Konohamaru's exaggerated antics. It's alright, it's my clan's Keki Genkei. I can see through some objects in a very long way. Wow, that's pretty cool, he said. Hinata blushed. It was only the second time someone had called her Byakugan cool. Thank you. Hey, can you teach me that shadow clone thing boss was doing? I can't let my eternal rival get ahead of me, he said. Eternal rival, she said. Yeah, we're both aiming for the title of Lord Hokage. Of course I will get it first, he said. If Naruto is your rival, then why do you call him boss? She said. 'Cause as much as I hate to admit it, he's stronger than me right now. So until I can beat him, I said I'd work for him in exchange for him showing me some super secret techniques. Besides, he's like me, he said. Naruto's like you, she said. Yeah, the village pretty much hates him. Even my tutor Four Eyes says I should stay away from him. Just means they don't know him. We both want the title Lord Hokage so people will recognize us for who we are, he said. Seeing you for who you are, Hinata said, imagining what that would be like. Hey, I know that. Look, you want to become our rival for the title of Lord Hokage. No, I mean, I wouldn't have what it took to become Hokage. Hinata said. What are you talking about? You found me before, boss. Hey, I got it. From now on Naruto's my eternal rival and you're my new boss, he said. What? But I can't be, I mean Naruto, she said. Come on, let's go find my eternal rival and tell him. I'll be sure to win now that I have you, Konohamaru said, crawling out of the drainage ditch. Hinata followed. Oh no, what if Naruto thinks I stole Konohamaru? He'll hate me for sure. I can't believe this. The first Naruto they found was a clone that quickly dispersed itself. Within minutes the really Naruto showed up. Aw man, how'd you find him so fast? Naruto said. That's a trade secret, Konohamaru said. And Hinata is my new boss cause she found me first. I guess I won't show you any of my new secret super awesome techniques then, Naruto said. Come on boss, I was just kidding, can't you take a joke? Konohamaru said. Nope, Naruto said. Come on, you're not serious are you? What if I gave you some valuable intelligence? Konohamaru said. Like what? Naruto said. I saw Four Eyes reading an orange book. When I asked him what it was, he said nothing and wouldn't let me see it. I think it's full of high-level jutsus, Konohamaru said. Tell you what, you get the book and we'll check it out, Naruto said. You got it boss, he said. They continued to play with Konohamaru until it began to get dark. After he left them for some kind of surprise attack, they went back to the training area to recover their gear. Naruto-kun, I am sorry about today. I didn't know Konohamaru would want to make me his boss. Don't worry about it, that's just how he is. He'll call anyone boss if he thinks they can teach him a new jutsu, Naruto said. That's not true. When he calls you boss, his eyes light up. With you he means it, Hinata said. Naruto scratched his cheek. You think? He guess I'll have to teach him a new jutsu then. The day before the exam they lay panting on the grass, covered in mud with shallow cuts, each exhausted from going all out. So Hinata-san, want to go get some ramen with me? Yes, I'd like that very much. Great. He got to his feet and helped Hinata up. Over the last few days she had also managed to keep from passing out every time they touched. Not that helped with her blushing. It was good for her. Naruto had already decided that blushing was just something Hinata tended to do for no apparent reason. On their way to Ichiraku's they heard a commotion from the side of a building. Out of sight of the street, three boys had cornered a younger one and had him on the ground. Naruto ran down the alley. Hey, leave him alone. The three boys stopped and looked at Naruto. The kid on the ground and back. Hinata smiled. Leave it to Naruto. But then the three boys helped up the younger one and all four attacked Naruto. Hinata froze. She couldn't believe they would just set aside the beating they were giving to hurt Naruto, or that the younger boy would join them. Then she moved. Naruto hadn't raised a finger against them. Hinata was less forgiving. Knocking the first two back with an open palm slap. The other two turned tail and ran. She knelt next to Naruto. Why didn't to fight back? They were just kids, not like they could do much to me. And I was kind of taken by surprise. He said it with a smile, but she heard the hurt behind his words. Right then she wanted to wrap her arms around him to try and take his pain away. Complete strangers. Fighting each other would set aside their differences to hurt him. But then he stood up and her chance was gone. The ramen was good but they were both quiet. Afterwards they said their goodbyes. Naruto-kun, in case I don't get to see you tomorrow before the exam. Good luck. I know you can do it. Of course I can. Thanks to all your help. He said. She blushed and watched him walk away before returning to her own house. Over dinner she had made the decision to ask her father why Naruto was so hated. Surely he would know. If he found it disrespectful for her to ask, well his disappointment would be nothing new. As expected her father was not pleased with her being out so late, even if it was for training. He was waiting for her at the entrance to the main house. It was never a good sign when he was waiting. Before she could ask about Naruto he spoke. You have spent so much time practicing recently, surely you must have something to show for it. You will spar with Hyugen and we shall see the fruits of your labor. Hinata nodded but began to shake. Of all the elders of her family Hyugen was the most violent, delighting in reminding her that she was worthless in their eyes. Shiku. Ietly followed her father to one of the smaller training rooms and took her spot. Hyugen was old and overweight but still a master of her clan's style. His eyes looked dead as he smiled at her. At her father's signal the match began. Hyugen drove his hits against her, pressing her back. She could barely keep up with them. Remembering all of the past times he had hurt her. Then Naruto flashed in her mind. He said she was fast, strong. And she trusted him. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Hyugen struck her arm, swiped her feet off the floor and slammed her down. He followed his victory by hitting several chakra points on her stomach. She doubled over, tasting blood, her body racked with pain, back spasming. He casually picked her up by her ankle and tossed her into the training room's wall. The thin screen split under the force of the hit. As she lay on the floor and began to shiver as the rest of her clan left. Eventually she managed to get up and stagger down the hall. Normally, after a session like that she would go to her room and try to sleep off the worst of it. But she had made up her mind earlier that she would find out why the village treated Naruto like they did, and she found a new strength to move if it was for him. She walked to her father's study and was about to knock when she heard a noise that she hadn't heard in years. Her father's laugh. She cracked the door and looked in. Hanabi was sitting on their father's lap reading a scroll with him. They were laughing. Anger boiled inside of her. They had never had moments like that. He barely acknowledged her. She walked in standing as straight as she could. Her father and sister stopped and watched her. I apologize for interrupting but I have a question. There is a boy in my class who is treated very poorly by the village. I was hoping you could tell me why. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. Her father's face darkened. He is a monster, beneath even you. Do not have any contact with him. He is a murderer had thought to escape his crimes but we saw through his treachery. Do you understand? A murderer. But he wouldn't harm any. Enough. The subject is closed, he said. Hinata flinched. Yes, father. Hinata said. She bowed quickly and left. Her father's killing intent had almost caused her to pass out. Naruto's a murderer. It can't be. Not Naruto-kun. He's so gentle, but if the village NKS he's a murderer for some reason that would explain why they treat him like that. But still, Naruto. There were footsteps behind her. She turned and found Hyugen. She tried to look strong but knew she flinched. He just chuckled. It sent chills up her arms. Calm down, I have already reminded you of your worthlessness today. I am here to answer your question, about your classmate. Really? She asked, understandably mistrusting of him. Yes, believe my words if you wish or do not. But that boy is a mistake left behind by the fourth. He is the human form of the demon fox, the Kyuubi no Yoko. What? Hinata said. The fourth was not as strong as the stories lead us to believe. He could not kill the demon, instead he sealed it in a baby, Naruto. The third for some foolish reason has kept the creature alive. I suppose so he can be used as a weapon should the need arise. The older members of the village know this. And treat him like the monster he is. The younger ones have picked up on this and done accordingly. Hyugen said. Naruto-kun is the Kyuubi. Hinata said. That is what I just said. It is the popular belief that he is biding his time until he is strong enough to assume his true form again. Hyugen said. His true form, Hinata said. Yes, a giant fox with 9 tails it uses to create tidal waves and landslides. The very earth revolts against its presence. A creature of nothing but hate. It feels nothing else. But by all means associate with it, perhaps when it reveals its true form it will have the decency to kill you so that you no longer embarrass us. Hyugan said. Thank you for the warning, respected elder. Hinata said, bowing, then hurrying to her room. Naruto is the Kyuubi. Naruto didn't see Hinata before the exam. One by one the students' names were called and they left to be tested. When his name was called, Naruto walked into the testing room with his normal confidence. The instructors cringed when they saw him. To their surprise, though he did well, a few were impressed. More though wondered how and looked forward to the last 2 tests. They knew he couldn't pass them, they'd made sure of it. Alright, next make 3 shadow clones. They expected to see another half-dead monstrosity standing next to him. Instead they saw a pack of perfect duplicates, even they weren't sure which one was real. 2 instructors walked around the clones, examining them from every angle for flaws. They were all surprised, and a few sickened to discover they were solid. Naruto released them, the instructors frowned, all except one. It didn't matter. The last part would put him in his place. Okay, final test, the art of transformation. You'll need to reproduce a perfect replica, but not of an instructor. Since you are clearly so good you should have no trouble imitating Hinata Hyuga. He had picked the student that stood out the least. Even some of the instructors couldn't really remember what she looked like. Naruto just grinned and transformed into her. I hope this is acceptable, he said, trying to copy her speech and manners. The instructors were dumbfounded. They had her student picture brought in to check it against his transformation. Not that he minded. He felt great having passed the exam. He was sure he had gotten her just right. For some reason her features stood out in his mind. Naruto walked out the doors on cloud 9, holding his new headband. The instructors had spent forever making sure he hadn't somehow cheated. One was even convinced that he was really Hinata trying to cheat for Naruto. It didn't matter though, he was finally a ninja. And Iruka had even said that he'd gotten one of the highest scores of the day. Can you believe they let that thing become a ninja? I know, who would want that thing running around? Just a monster. Should be locked up. Locked up. Left for dead. Can't cut it. Have an accident. The whispered voices followed him as he went over to a tree to watch the families embrace their children after the exam. Naruto-kun. Hinata. I did it. He held up his headband, but the enthusiasm was gone from his voice. Congratulations. I did too, she said, showing him her identical headband. Would you want to go get some ramen, my treat? Won't your family miss you though? He said. No, I'm sure they won't, she said. The offer for free ramen perked Naruto up a little and he was almost back to his normal self after showing Tyuki and Ayame his headband. Afterwards they walked around the village. They didn't pay attention to where they were going, but eventually they ended up on a small bridge. Naruto stopped and looked at the water. Thanks Hinata-chan. I was pretty bummed earlier. I overheard some of the villagers talking. Sometimes it seems like I can never prove myself to them. I just wish I knew why they hated me. Hinata was torn. She knew, but she didn't know if she should tell him. Naruto-kun, if someone knew why. No matter what, would you want to know? Of course I would, he said. Last night I asked the elders of my clan. They said. She took a deep breath and pushed it all out at once. It's because the village sees you as the Kyuubi. The fourth sealed it within you and they see you as its human form. Naruto laughed. But it was filled with such a crushing depression that it hit Hinata like a physical blow. That's why. No wonder they all hate me. After everything I did, I killed all those people. How could they even let me live? No, that wasn't you. That was the Kyuubi. You are Naruto-kun, not the Kyuubi. Hinata said. I thought if I worked hard enough, put everything I had into it, that I could earn their respect, become the Hokage. But they'd never let me, not with what I am. Naruto said. Then he did the last thing she expected. He hugged her, and she didn't pass out. His embrace was tight, like he was trying to use her as an anchor for his very existence against everything he had just found out. Thank you for telling me. I'm going home for a while to think about it. I'll see you tomorrow when we find out our team's okay. Okay, Naruto-kun. Hinata said. Naruto stood in the Hokage's office. The old man looked up and smiled. Naruto. I heard the good news. Finally a ninja What's wrong? I haven't seen you this depressed since Ichiraku's ran out of ramen. I'm never going to be Hokage. I'll never earn the villagers' respect. Naruto said. That's a horrible thing to say. No one can see the future. The Hokage said. I know about the Kyuubi. Naruto said. The third paled. Who told you? It doesn't matter. The villagers would never let me become Hokage. I thought I could push past them with determination, but now that I know what I am. Don't worry, I'm not angry with you. Naruto said. The Hokage set his pipe on his desk. The fourth wanted you to be seen as a hero, the jailer of the beats. Protecting us every day. The village though, this idiot-filled village of fools, chose to see you as the very thing you protect us from. If you keep working hard though, there is no reason you can't still win them over. Yes, it will be hard, but I know you can do it. I'm sorry, but I'm leaving the village. Naruto said. The third jumped up and caught him by the arm. Think about what you are doing, Naruto. I have, and I already have. Naruto said. Already have. The third said. Left. Naruto's shadow clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. The third called an Anbu team. Gather all the trackers you can, spread out along the village's borders. I will take a team to Naruto's apartment and pick up the trail there. Do not under any circumstance harm him. Naruto stuffed a jacket in his bag. He didn't even know what he would need. For the 20th time he was tempted to stay, there was nothing left in the village for him. He was just a monster that should disappear. There was a knock at his door. He opened it to find Hinata standing in the hall. Hinata-san, what are you doing here? You're going to leave, aren't you? She said. How'd you figure that out? He said. Hinata activated her Byakugan. Oh right, guess I would use them for the same thing. He said. Please, don't go. She said. There's no reason for me to stay, the villagers will just keep attacking me. The instructors will do whatever they can to keep me from advancing. Naruto said. Prove them wrong. Keep protecting them. It doesn't matter if they're all against you. I'll help. I'll protect you from the villagers. I can't do much, but I'll do everything I can to make you happy. Hinata said. Thank you. But they'd just come after you too, Hinata-san. They might even try to kill you too. He turned back to his bag. Hinata wrapped her arms around his chest from behind, resting her head against his back. He couldn't move. For a second he wondered if she had pressed a chakra point, but he knew she hadn't. My family thinks I'm worthless. They gave up on me years ago. But you keep trying to help me. The way they treat me is nothing compared to how the villagers treat you, but you keep smiling. All I do is hide. But since we've been training together, I have been able to at least lift my head again. Just being near you makes me feel stronger. Without you I'd have already fallen. I love you. Hinata said. Naruto was frozen. She loves me. Hinata-chan. For several long minutes they didn't move. Hinata was sure she had just broken things between them and waited for him to laugh at her, to tell her she was just a creepy weirdo. But that wouldn't matter. She had said it. She had finally done it and she had no regrets. Finally Naruto spoke. I really don't know what to say. I don't know a lot about love, or anything like that. But I guess if I helped you out, then everything's been worth it so far. But, I don't know. I don't know what I should do. If you leave, then I'm coming with you. Hinata said with as much conviction as she could muster. But your family, Naruto said. They are blood relatives, not a family to me. They are only a family when I'm not around. She let go of him and stepped back, pulling up her shit. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Hinata's stomach was covered in deep circular bruises and a long one that ran from her hip up her side, making it hurt to move. They know that I've been training and wanted to see what I had learned. This is what he did to me. After he won, anger rose in him. All his life he wanted a family, and here was one with a daughter as wonderful as Hinata, and this is what they did to her. Hinata touched Naruto's arm. If it wasn't for you, they gave up hope on me, and so did I. But when I'm with you I get a little stronger. And even if it's just a little bit, it's because of you. You've already done the impossible, making me stronger. So becoming Hokage should be a piece of cake. Naruto was torn. He wanted to leave, but a stronger part needed to stay. To find out what would happen with Hina. and help protect her from her so-called family. Hinata was trembling, she had used up everything she had, laid her heart before Naruto. It was too much and she collapsed. Naruto caught her and laid her gently on his couch. Then sat on the floor leaning against it, thinking. The Hokage and his team rushed into Naruto's apartment and were surprised to find Hinata asleep on his couch. Along with Naruto leaning against it. One of her arms draped over his shoulder. The Hokage motioned for the others to leave the room, then knelt by Naruto. Naruto reached up and gently brushed Hinata's hand with his. I've changed my mind. Naruto. The paths the two of you have chosen will not be easy, but you can walk them. And I promise that before my time comes this village will see you as the hero you are. Believe it. He rested his head in his hands. Oh Kami, you've even got me doing that now. Hinata woke up early in the morning. There was a moment of panic about what her family would do to her. He hadn't been home since before the exam. But seeing Naruto's sleeping face, and him actually holding her hand dispelled her fears. Looking around his apartment she saw the same familiar mess. She was tempted to start cleaning it for him but didn't know if that would seem pushy. He hadn't really said how he felt about her. Naruto stirred. Good morning. Good morning, Naruto-kun. You stayed. Hinata said. Yay. I still don't know about any of that stuff, but I guess I can stick it out a while longer and see what happens. Hungry? He said. She nodded her head. Surprisingly, he did have more than ramen in his kitchen. Though his milk had expired and she refused to let him use it. Oh come on, what's cereal without milk? Naruto said. I could go buy some. Hinata offered. Naruto agreed and gave her some money, insisting since it was for his apartment. While she was gone he made several shadow clones to clean his apartment. The mess had never bothered him before, but with Hinata around he suddenly wanted it to look clean. After all, he didn't want to scar her away, and that thought led him to another. He really did hope she came over a lot. When Hinata got back she handed over the milk and change. Naruto stared at it for a moment before laughing. Right, I forgot. Forgot what? Hinata said. The shop owners always charge me double. Naruto said. They do. Hinata said. Yay. Well, the ones that will sell to me at all. I'm so used to it I don't even notice anymore. Naruto said. They ate quietly, Hinata not sure what to do. Naruto lost in thought. So much had happened. I am a ninja, I am the Kyuubi. I am the Kyuubi's jailer. It was all so much to take in, not to mention Hinata's confession to him. He wondered if he should ask the third about it. After breakfast Naruto told Hinata to go ahead to the academy and that he'd catch up. He needed to unpack his things. She hesitated but agreed. In truth, that was only half of it. He also didn't want to show up with Hinata at the academy. He was worried that if she was seen with him too often the villagers might start to bother her too. Naruto paused. Why didn't I ever think of that all those times I asked Sakura out? Of course this led him to think about how he felt about Sakura now. She was cute, but so was Hinata. He had seen that during their training when she took off her oversized jacket. Being cute was abo. Where the pluses ended for Sakura though. Hinata was nice and smart. She talked to him and never hit him, outside of sparring. He shook his head. This was just too confusing. He defiantly needed to talk to the third about it soon. The third Hokage sat in the council room. To say he was unhappy would be an understatement. First thing that morning the civilian side of the council called an emergency meeting. While it was within their powers, it was only to be done in the most urgent of situations. And he already had a good idea what this meeting was about. One of the representatives from the banking guild stood. Thank you all for joining us so early. I wish this meeting had never had to be called, but devastating events have occurred. There was mumbling from most of the council as they tried to figure out what these devastating events were. The third took note of several who remained quiet. Clearly they already knew. With a sigh the Hokage stepped into his role. And what devastating events are you speaking about? Surely if they were really that serious we would all already know of them. Not everyone has my connections, Honorable Hokage. The event I am speaking of was the attempted defection of Naruto Uzumaki, last night. He said. The council burst into a rage. Ungrateful brat. How dare he, after all we have done for him. Should have known better. He has betrayed us. Enough. The Hokage slammed the table hard enough to lift the far end. Piles of paper filled the air and several council members made grabs for their reports. Naruto did not defect or even attempt to do so. But Honorable Hokage, didn't you personally lead attacking team to his apartment and dispatch several others to our borders? The representative said. Yes, I received information that Naruto was planning to leave. However, when we arrived at his home he was there with no intention of leaving. The Hokage said. If the source was not credible, then why were such measures taken? He asked. I was meanly preparing for a worst-case scenario. I can assure you that Naruto is as loyal to this village as anyone here. The Hokage said. I am glad to hear that. Then the second TTER in the team assignments for the graduating class. He said. That is a matter for me alone to decide. The Hokage said. I beg to disagree. Among those graduating this year is the last Uchiha. That makes this a matter for everyone. He said. You are overstepping your authority. The Hokage said. But I am not. Said Hiyashi, Hinata's father. I have received a copy of the team assignments. I would normally trust you in such matters. I must disagree with the assignment of my daughter. Placing her on the same team with the demon and the Uchiha. The rest of the council was outraged. E3rd had hoped his team choice would slip by unnoticed. All of them had issues, but he felt together they could overcome their problems and become the strongest team in over a decade, perhaps even since his own. Plus, they all needed a family. It was a shame that the council didn't see that. How dare you place Sasuke with two children who lack the basic skills needed for a mission? Are you trying to get him killed? You will not speak of my daughter that way. Hiyashi said. The civilian side of the council cringed, but most of the shinobi noticed there was no real threat behind it. Saint that my daughter be moved to a different team. There is no love between the Hyuga and Uchiha, but even I would not wish her onto him. The council shifted uneasily, they weren't sure what to make of that. And most had been in politics long enough to know how dangerous not knowing where to stand was. The third was not happy. If it had been anyone else he could have refused, but the Hyuga were one of the most influential clans in the village and several council members were under Hyuga thumb. Very well, I will move your daughter to a different team. Naruto, however, will remain. The students fell silent as Naruto entered the classroom. There were surprised mumbles from some, outright glares from others. He ignored them and took a seat in back next to Hinata. She blushed as more eyes turned towards them. Thankfully both of them were saved by a cat fight at the other side of the room. Sakura and Ino had each other by the hair trying to pull their rival away from the empty seat next to Sasuke. Give it up, billboard brow. Ino said. Shut up, Ino pig. Me and Skanska-chan are meant to be. Sakura said. Sasuke-chan. Ino said. Ops, didn't you know that's how our relationship is? Sakura said. Ino grabbed her other hand and they started to spin around until they crashed into the wall. Sakura pinning Ino between herself and the hard surface. Give it up. Uruka coughed for attention. I won't speculate on what you two are doing, but take your seats. Now, they both turned to grab the empty seat next to Sasuke, only to find it already filled by another student. Grumbling, they moved further alone to other empty seats. Uruka surveyed the class to make sure he had their attention. Congratulations. As of today you are all shinobi of Konohagakure. The students cheered. Hinata smiled. When Naruto jumped onto the desk yelling as loudly as anyone. Uruka let it go on for several minutes before motioning for their attention. Listen carefully. I'll skip the speech because I am sure why. Our new sensei will give all of you their own version, but remember I am very proud to have taught each and every one of you. He looked at Naruto as he finished. Listen closely for your squad assignments. With each passing team Naruto became a little more hopeful that he and Hinata would be on the same one. There was no one else in the academy he'd rather work with. Squad 7, Sasuke, Naruto and Hin. A puff of smoke cut him off as an Anbu appeared next to him and handed him a paper. Uruka looked it over. You can't be serious. Orders from the Hokage himself. The Anbu said. Fine. Uruka scowled. Squad 7, Sasuke. Naruto Sakura. Squad 8. Hey, hold on a second. You changed the squad. Naruto shouted. Orders from the Hokage. Naruto, there's nothing I can do. Uruka said. Hen, get the old man down here and have him explain it himself. Naruto said. Naruto, show respect for the honorable Hokage. Uruka said. Oh, I'll show him something, I'll show him my. He was cut off, as Hinata slapped her hand over his mouth and pulled him back into his seat. Sorry Iruka-sensei, Hinata said. Thank you. As I was saying, Squad 8. Hinata, Kiba, Shino. The classroom was empty except for Squad 7. They had been told to wait for their new sensei, but that was over an hour ago. Naruto spent most of the time fuming. He was sure Iruka was about to say Hinata before the Anbu appeared. He had already decided to go see the Hokage soon and find out what the change had been about. Sasuke remained a static fixture by the window. Even Sakura's constant attempts at conversation and offers for dates couldn't get him to speak. The door opened and an eraser Naruto had left on top of it earlier hit a man with gray hair. He blinked, his mouth and nose were hidden by a pull-up mask. His headband came down to cover his left eye. He looked at the three young ninjas. Someone must hate me. He could take the Uchiha, in fact he'd practically demanded Sasuke. He could handle his little fangirl too, but the Kyuubi. This was something he just wasn't going to do. How should I put this, my first impression of you three? I hate you. But since I have to at least give you a chance, meet me on the roof. Everyone that is besides the demon. On the roof they sat facing their sensei. Alright, so tell me a little about yourself. Hobbies, hope dreams that whole bucket. I'll even get you started. I'm Kakashi. I have a lot of hobbies, likes and dislikes. And dreams. Alright, your turn. As our only female you can go first. Alright. My name is Sakura, my likes are, well, more of a who. She blushed looking at Sasuke. My hobbies, I can't really tell you. Her blush was almost neon. I hate Naruto. Kakashi smiled. Good, there might be hope for you yet. He looked expectantly at Sasuke. My name, Sasuke Uchiha. I will restore my clan's honor. I don't like much, and I am determined. There is someone I have to kill. Kakashi nodded. As expected. I'm Naruto. I like ramen. And Hinata. Whoa, where did that come from? Naruto. Hello. Is that it? Kakashi said. Sorry, spaced out for a second. I don't like the 3 minutes it takes to make ramen at home. I will become the Hokage and earn the village's respect. Kakashi frowned. No, you won't. None of us would ever follow you. Still, I suppose it is best to have you where I can watch you. And if I lose you on a mission? Alright, tomorrow you have your first mission. Survival training with me. This will be a little different than what you're used to. No, I won't tell you, you'd just chicken out. And I should warn you, this is also a test. If you can't cut it, you go back to the academy. Out of your whole class only 9 will actually advance. So get some sleep, and don't eat breakfast. I hate when kids throw up during training. He said. In a swirl of leaves he was gone, leaving the newly formed team alone of the roof. Sakura pounced on Sasuke. Do you want to go get something to eat? No, I'm going to go train. Sasuke said. Oh, great. I'll come too. Sakura said. Sasuke only grunted as she followed him like a lost puppy. Naruto still felt his old jealousy, but watching them he also felt a strange relief. He shook his head and walked back to his apartment, wondering how Hinata and her new team were doing. He didn't have to wonder long because she was waiting for him outside his apartment. Hinata-san, what are you doing here? I was wondering how you liked your new team. She said. It's okay, our sensei was really late. I wish we'd ended up on the same team. He said. You do? Oh my god, he wants us to be on the same team too. Yay, you're a lot cooler than Sasuke. And all Sakura did today was glare at me. So how's your team? He said. He thinks I'm cooler than Sasuke. They niece. And Kurenai-sensei is very knowledgeable. So you wanna come in and celebrate our teams? Naruto asked. Okay, she said and followed him in. All he had besides cereal though was instant ramen, so he set up 2 cups. And it was done. He raised his cup in a mock toast. To our teams in our first mission. To our teams. Hinata said. So Hinata-san, did your sensei mention anything about a test? Naruto said. Yes. Tomorrow we have to pass something or we have to go back to the academy. I'm nervous. What if I ruin it for my team? She said. You'll do fine. After all, we've practiced a lot and you're defiantly street. Wrong enough to handle anything the village can throw at you. Beside, you're the smartest girl I know. Naruto said. Naruto-kun, I'm really the only girl you know. She said. Oh yeah, well I'm sure you're still the smartest. He said. Thank you Naruto-kun. I need to be going. My family will be wondering where I've been. Hinata said. You know, if you wanted, you could stay here a while longer. Naruto said. I would like that. But I have to go home sometime. Hinata said, trying not to pass out from the offer. Oh okay, right. Do you want me to walk you home? Naruto asked. All right, Hinata said. Whispers and dirty looks followed them as they walked down the street. Hinata could barely believe some of the things she heard. It seemed everyone thought that Naruto had only been made a genin, so that he could accidentally die on a mission. Don't listen to them Naruto-kun. Of course I won't. I'm going to become Hokage after all. So I can't go dying on a little D or C ranked mission. Hinata mimicked his excitement. Right. So Hinata-san, what's your dream? He said. My dream. She said. Yay, guess you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. He said. No, I never really thought about it. But I want to become stronger like you. She said. Like me? Well no worries there. You're already as strong as me when we spar. He said. Thank you. Hinata said, stopping in front of a large gate. Well this is where I live. She said. Wow. This place is huge. You actually live here. He said. Most of my clan does. Good luck tomorrow Naruto-kun. She said. Thanks, you too. He said. Hinata had the urge to throw her arms around Naruto and hug him goodbye, but she knew several members of her clan were probably watching, so she resisted. Much to Naruto's disappointment, Naruto crouched on a training post. His stomach growled, a complaint at having skipped breakfast. They had been waiting 3 hours for their sensei. Hey Sakura, can I ask you something? Like I could stop you. She said, angry that her time staring at Sasuke had been interrupted. Okay, say someone you like offers to walk you home. He said. Stop. I don't want you to walk me home. She said. I wasn't. Okay, say Sasuke offered to walk you home. What would you do when you got there? He said. Well, I'd offer to let him come in and we'd kiss and. She looked away blushing. Is that how it's supposed to go? Naruto mumbled. What are you blathering about? She said. Nothing. He said, already ignoring the rest of the conversation. Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke. Good morning. I'm glad to see, well, one of you. Sasuke gave him a bored look. Let's just get this over with. Alright, the test is simple. I have 2 small bells. You have until noon to get them. More than enough time. Ach of you needs a bell or you fail, and to top it off you won't get lunch. But Kakashi-sensei, there are 3 of us. Sakura said. Right, so one of you will automatically fail. I suggest you come at me with the intent to kill. He said. Naruto charged him. In the blink of an eye Naruto was on the ground, Kakashi's knee pressing on his spine and a kunai at his throat. Guess I should have expected that from the demon. I didn't say go. Quote. He released Naruto and took out a small book. Go. Sasuke and Sakura disappeared into the surrounding woods. Naruto stood up and grinned. Alright, time to show you what I can do. He charged Kakashi again. The Jonin sighed in boredom. Maybe I can just break a leg or something and be done with him. He grabbed Naruto's arm and slammed him to the ground, UGHT him on the bounce and threw him into the forest. With any luck he'll be gone until this is over. Naruto climbed out of the tree rubbing his leg. There's no way any of us can get those bells. Unless. He quickly made several shadow clones to find Sasuke and Sakura. It didn't take long for him to find her. She was trampling through the forest making more noise than a marching band. Sakura. What? I'm busy trying to find Sasuke. She said. Listen, the only way we can get those bells if the 3 of us work together. He said. You're just too weak to get one yourself. I'm sure Sasuke can handle this. You just want to tag along and grab one at the last minute. It's the only way you can pass this after all. Besides, if we work together there'll still only be 2 bells. She said. We can figure that out after we get them. He said. Yeah right. Sakura said, punching him. She blinked in surprise when he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Cool, wish that'd happen more often. Hope he doesn't come back soon. Naruto cringed when his clone was destroyed. It took half an hour for one of the others to find Sasuke along the edge of the woods watching Kakashi, who was still standing in the middle of the clearing reading his book. No, Sasuke said. I haven't said anything yet. Naruto said. I know what you're going to say, but I don't need your help. I've been watching him and I know his blind spot. So just get out of here, he said and stabbed the clone. Kakashi shook his head. Why was the demon the only one who seemed to have picked up on the real goal of the test? It was so frustrating. He had his own clones watching them reporting in by radio. But it was getting boring. He ordered his clones to start pushing them. Let's see how far you can really go. Fire release. Rolling flames. Sasuke charged into the clearing. A wave of fire rolled over the ground, burning the nearby trees. He looked around for Kakashi. Where is he? That shouldn't have incinerated him. A hand shot out from the ground and pulled him in until only his head was above ground. Damn it, let me out and fight me, Sasuke shouted as Kakashi disappeared. Kakashi watched from a nearby tree, one of the ones that wasn't currently on fire, and frowned. Sasuke hadn't even noticed he'd dropped one of the bells by him. Then he smiled. Sakura was stumbling toward Sasuke. One of his clones had shown her a Genju Su of Sasuke impaled by kunai and throwing stars. This should be good. Sakura was covered in cuts from running aimlessly through the forest. When she stepped into the clearing, she saw Sasuke's head sitting on the ground, watching her. He gave her a bored look. Yo! She fainted. Hey! Wake up and dig me out, he shouted at her. Kakashi smiled. This was fun, he should have gotten students sooner. And the moment he relaxed, a kunai sailed towards his head. He spun just in time to avoid it and twisted around to see a flash of orange. Naruto. A second kunai came at him from behind again and sliced into his mask. Clever. You were disguised as the first one. He recovered and landed on the edge of the clearing. He was greeted by a grinning Naruto. Got you. A lucky shot hardly counts as getting me, Kakashi said. He rushed forward and punched Naruto in the stomach. Then grabbed his jacket and tossed him into a pond. Now that's getting someone. I wonder what would happen if you drowned. Naruto jumped out of the water and charged him. Kakashi sighed. He'd actually expected something. Guess you can't count on a demon to use anything but brute strength. He stuck out a foot and tripped him, watching Naruto roll. There was a series of splashes. Kakashi turned and saw several more Narutos leaping from the water and throwing kunais at him. He dodged and threw several of his own. All but one Naruto disappeared. The real Naruto cried out and a kunai pierced his shoulder. He fell to the ground panting and pulled it out. Kakashi had another kunai in his hand. Guess that was his last hurrah. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Fire. Kakashi turned to see Sasuke freed from the earth. He was just distracting me so he could free Sasuke. Sasuke was making numerous smaller fireballs this time. Kakashi dodged the attack easily. The injured Naruto wasn't as fast and one fireball struck him in his uninjured shoulder. He spun into the water. I suppose I should get on his case about injuring a team mate, but considering who it was, I think I'll let it slide. Kakashi pulled out a roll of ninja wire and quickly strung up Sasuke from a tree. Why won't you fight me? He ignored the genin and turned back to the pond where a soaked and panting Naruto was climbing out of the water. Time's almost up. Going to try another surprise attack, Kakashi said. Nah, I can't beat you in a head-on fight, but I still have one option, Naruto said. This should be good. What's he going to do? Threaten my family? Naruto bowed. Please give me one of the bells. Kakashi nearly fell over. If any other student had pulled that, he might have actually given them one, but this was the QB. So instead he tied Naruto to a training pole just as the timer went off. Time's up. Looks like no one got a bell. Let's see, the only one I want to pass is Sasuke. Sakura should go back to the academy. And Naruto. You'll need to be kicked out altogether. But, at this stage teams pass or fail together. So all of you pass riding on Sasuke's coattails. Someone should tell Sakura when she wakes up. With that he disappeared. Hey wait, someone untie me, Naruto shouted. Sasuke. Hey Sasuke, let me go, I dug you up. Get out on your own, Sasuke said. Hinata stood with Kiba and Shino. Akamaru, Kiba's faithful dog, sat on his head sniffing the light breeze. The training ground they were at was a mix of open fields and patches of trees. Their sensei looked over them approvingly. This test is fairly simple. I've adapted it from a Jonin training exercise. Because you will primarily be a tracking team, your goal today is to locate a tag identical to this one. She held up a slip of paper with "Pass" written on it. I have hidden the tags somewhere within this training ground, and set up a few traps and trick along the way. While your ultimate goal will be to pass, for now just get as far in as you can. It should take you 3 months to retrieve the tag. Oh, and you only have an hour. Begin. Her image wavered and disappeared. Kiba looked at the now empty space with wide eyes. That was so cool. She's gotta teach us that. It was only a simple genjutsu. Shino said. His insects had already confirmed she had never truly been there. We should go. Right, I'll find the tag in under an hour. Kiba and Akamaru charged into the nearest patch of trees. Shino turned to Hinata. I suppose we will have to explain that. Running into an unknown situation in a hostile territory is not a viable course of action. Yes, we should find him. Hinata said, ducking her head down. She found the silent insect user intimidating. I believe your Byakugan would be the quickest way to locate him. Shino said. Oh right, of course. Byakugan. She found Kiba pinned to the ground by a net with Akamaru trying to dig him out. Shino's insects had him cut out in seconds. That was a rash and careless move. Hey, we only have an hour. Kiba said. Yes, which is why we should function as the team we were designed to be. Shino said. So what should we do, bug brain? Kiba said. Shino ignored the insult. Hinata, please check the area for the tag. Alright. Thankfully their sensei had them meet near the middle of the training ground and she could see the whole area. I see 3 of them. I can't tell which one is real. Which is closest? Shino asked. North-northeast, 315 meters. Under a bush. Hinata said. Traps. Shino said. I can see several trip wires and 2 small explosive tags. I don't see any way around them. Hinata said. We can set the traps off from a safe distance. Shino said. Hey, you better not be planning to use Akamaru. Kiba said. My allies can take care of them with minimal risk. You should both be alert for hidden traps. Considering our sensei appears to fav or genjutsu, she may have hidden traps from even Hinata's sight. Your ability to pick up on minute sense will be crucial. Shino said. Right. Let's get moving, team. Kiba said. They moved towards the first tag with him and Akamaru on point. Both Shino and Hinata were happy to let him play leader. They broke from the trees and crossed a large clearing. Kiba stopped sniffing the air. Fresh turned earth. Hinata see anything. A pitfall 5 meters ahead, another one to the left 6 meters and 2 more ahead and to the left. Hinata said. How did I miss those? If it wasn't for Kiba we'd have already lost. I'm just dragging them down. I have to do better. My allies do not sense anything out of the ordinary. Hinata lead the way. Shino said. They moved cautiously across the field. There were or pitfalls the closer they got to the first tag. Shino's insects were able to safely trigger the traps by chewing through the trip wires. Several nets covered the ground and surrounding trees. When Hinata gave the all-clear, Kiba reached for the tag but it dissolved in his hand. The second tag was directly south. There were fewer traps around the tag, which was located on a tree. Shino was becoming very uneasy as they drew closer to it. There had been only 2 trip wires so far. A clear path lead to the tag. Shino held up a hand to stop them as his insects moved across the trees and ground checking for hidden traps. One reported back a weak amount of chakra on one of the trees. Soon others were reporting the same. Explosive tags under a genjutsu. Hinata, can you determine their exact locations? Yes. I'll try. She looked closely. Now that she was looking for it, she could see a thin layer of chakra covering several spots on the trees ahead of them. I should have seen them. Stupid. What good are all-seeing eyes if you can't spot simple traps? If Shino and Kiba figure out how worthless I am, will they want me removed from the team? No, do what I can and push forward, just like Naruto. Second tree to the right. 3 meters up below the lowest branch. Third and fourth on the right. Both at the base. Fourth on the left, 2 together, a matter and a half up in the center. Sixth. H tree on the right near the 5th branch, just above the broken one. Alright Akamaru, time to show them your precise targeting. Akamaru jumped off of Kiba's shoulder. Spinning in the air, he released a stream of urine. The path before them exploded. When the smoke cleared, Akamaru barked happily on the other side. Hinata confirmed that all the tags had been hit. Shino touched the tag and it dissolved. The last tag was to the northwest. They moved as quickly as they dared, avoiding the traps fairly well. Except Kiba, who found himself in another net. As they approached the third tag, which was Street UCK, to a rock in the middle of a clearing, they slowed down, checking for hidden traps. But there was nothing noticeable anywhere. A red flag for any ninja. They crouched on the edge of the clearing. There were only 5 minutes left. Shino was not happy about the lack of obstacles. Clearly this tag was being guarded by something on an entirely different level from the others. Kiba, do you smell anything? No, nothing. Literally. The whole area's been covered in some kind of scent neutralizer. It's creepy. Kiba said. Hinata. Shino said. Hinata activated her Byakugan, and couldn't see anything. The entire clearing seemed to be covered in fog. But when she deactivated them, it was gone. There's some kind of fog blocking my view. I'm sorry, I can't see through it. Without my Byakugan, I nothing. What would Naruto do? A genjutsu that is only visible to the Byakugan and can block it. That must be extremely high level. My allies sense chakra covering the clearing but can't pinpoint its location. We are effectively blind, Shino said. So what are we supposed to do? We've only got 4 minutes left. Kiba said. Even if this tag is another fake, we won't have time to find the real one. I suggest we hold nothing in reserve. Charge the stone in 3 separate paths. Excuse me, 4. Touch the ground as little as possible, and do not stop for anything. Shino said. They nodded and broke from their cover. Kiba and Akamaru were first, then Shino, and a second later Hinata. Kiba ran to the right and curved towards the rock. Akamaru did the same but skirted the edge of the clearing. Iba was several meters out when roots burst from the ground, tangling his feet and tripping him. He tried to cut them, but more grew to replace the ones he got. Akamaru saw him go down and rushed to help, becoming trapped in the genjutsu himself. Shino took the direct path, heading straight for the rock. He was almost halfway there, moving in a series of jumps. Fire encircled him. The heat was intense but just within his tolerance. Despite knowing it was a genjutsu, he was unable to pass it, and his insects would not approach the fire no matter how much he assured them it wasn't real. Out of option, he simply sat in the middle of the flaming ring. Hinata saw Kiba fall and seemed to struggle with something. Shino simply stopped and sat down. But somehow she was able to keep going, skirting the left edge of the clearing. Until a wall of earth shot up in front of her. She tried to jump it, but it grew to match her progress, and when she backtracked, it followed her, effectively trapping her in an earthen ring. Slowly it closed in around her until she was pressed in tight. Not uncomfortably so, but enough she was unable to move. Finally it lowered to her shoulder so she could see the clearing. Kurenai appeared between them. Not bad. I hadn't expected you to get this far for 2.5 weeks. I am very pleased. Kurenai-sensei, how could we have gotten past the genjutsu? Hinata asked. Well, you could have dispelled them. But we'll work on that later. There is also a single clear path. Straight from the rock to that rock outcropping. If you had been extremely lucky, one of you might have run along it. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. Hinata said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Her teammates and sensei stared at the stop where she had been a moment before. Kurenai knew it was impossible, but still she had seen it. Turning a moment too late, she found Hinata at the rock, panting but holding the tag. By pure luck she had hidden by the rock outcropping to watch her shadow clone. Kiba was cheering like a madman and Shino stood as static as ever. Hinata, where did you learn that? Kurenai said. What do you mean, where did she learn it? They taught us at the academy. Kiba said. No, that is an illusion. What Hinata just used was a solid clone. Most certainly not taught at the academy. Kurenai said. Naruto-san taught me, Kurenai-sensei. Hinata said. That thing taught her. Where did it learn, and why teach her? What twisted plan is it up to? But the fact she was actually able to use it, incredible. I wonder what her clan would think of that. Alright, I am impressed with all of you. There's a lot of work to be done, but you're well ahead of what I was expecting. Clearly I will need to rework some training. You have the rest of the day off, she said before disappearing. A few days Naruto sat under a tree, a sleepy breeze rustled the leaves and he was beginning to drift off to sleep thinking about Hinata. They hadn't had a chance to speak with each other since the day of team assignments. Skipping training already, someone said. Naruto opened his eyes. Kiba was leaning over him with Akamaru riding on his head. The rest of his team was behind him, including Hinata. Naruto-kun would not do that. Would you, Naruto-kun? Yay, Kakashi-sensei told me there was nothing I could learn from today's training and to leave, so I thought I'd just relax. He said, getting up. Naruto-kun, what happened? Hinata said. He looked around confused, until he remembered he hadn't had a chance to fix up his jacket yet. One shoulder had a charred hole in it, the other a bloody slash. Oh, nothing. That's not nothing, let me see. Hinata said, trying to wrestle his jacket off. The rest of Team 8 watched in shock. She had barely been able to say 2 sentences to them. And here she was practically stripping Naruto in the middle of the training grounds. Kurenai shook her head. I can't blame Kakashi for not wanting to train the demon, but how'd my squad get sucked into this? And what's got Hinata acting like this towards him? Hinata finally got Naruto's jacket and shirt off. There were no traces left of his injuries. See, Hinata-chan. Just got a little roughed up during our test, I'm fine. Can I have my clothes back? His clothes. Hinata looked down at her hands. She was clutching his jacket and shirt. She threw them at him and ran behind a tree, turning red with embarrassment. Oh God, I just ripped his clothes off. I can't believe I did that. He's going to hate me now. Hinata-chan, are you alright? Naruto said, poking around in the trees looking for her. I'm sorry. Naruto-kun, I didn't. Hinata said. No problem, it wasn't too bad actually. Naruto said. Not too bad. Does that mean Her thoughts were interrupted by Kiba. Hey Hinata. Come on, we've got training. Naruto, why don't you come too, then you can see a real ninja's skill. That okay, right, Kurenai-sensei? Wonderful, the demon brat's the last thing I want to deal with today. Still, it'll be a good chance to see just what he's like. And if my squad can show off a bit, all the better. Alright, for today Naruto will be training with us. So since we have a guest, let's have a little computation. She pulled a white tag from her pocket and 2 watches. She tossed one to Hinata and the other to Kiba. Hinata, Naruto, it's you two against Kiba and Shino. Each team W. I'll start from a different training ground. I'm going to hide the tag at the waterfall 3 kilometers north of here. In 20 minutes head there and find it. Hinata, Naruto, you'll start from the 5th training ground. Go get in position. Quote. Alright. Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand and pulled her towards their starting point. Kiba growled. Are you sure this is a good idea? Don't worry, I'll be keep an eye on them. And if you're concerned, you just need to finish this as quickly as possible. Kurenai said, jumping into the woods. Naruto stared impatiently at the watch. There were still 5 minutes until they started, but he couldn't wait. Can't this thing count any faster? Hinata gave a light laugh, but he didn't miss the nervous glances she kept throwing towards the forest. Something wrong? He asked. I don't know if I can do this. What if I mess up? Let you down, she said. She hated admitting to him that she was so nervous after the confidence he seemed to have in her, but she felt that not voicing her doubt would be a far worse insult to him. You'll done fine. I know it. With your X-ray eyes we'll find the tag in no time. Naruto said. Right, Hinata said, trying to believe it. When the watches went off, the 2 teams made a mad dash towards the waterfall. Hinata and Naruto arrived first, spurred on by his excitement. Alright, let's get looking. I'll help. Naruto said, mocking a dozen shadow clones that started looking under nearby rocks and plants. Byakugan. Hinata began scanning the surrounding area. Kiba and Shino arrived a moment later. Kiba dropped to the ground and started sniffing. Shino watched. Everything smells like ramen. What about your bugs? Kiba said. They're having a hard enough time just keeping from being stepped on. He's like an elephant stampede. Shino said. Fine, we'll do things old school. Kiba said and started looking by hand. Shino sighed but joined in. Kiba was just climbing a tree to get a better look around when Hinata called out. Naruto-kun. Behind the waterfall. All the clones disappeared as Naruto ran towards the waterfall. Oh no, you don't. Kiba jumped from the tree and ran flat out. Akamaru stuck close. Naruto reached its base and started climbing. Kiba jumped onto the cliff face above him and swung into the water. There was a small cave behind the water. Okay, where is it? Hey, that tag's ours. Naruto said, climbing in behind him. Not until you get it. Kiba said. Like you could find it. Naruto said. Kiba grabbed Naruto by the jacket. Watch what you say. I can beat you in anything. Sure you can. Naruto said. Then lost his footing and pulled both of them into the water. They splashed into the pond at the base of the cliff. Kiba pulled himself out first. Akamaru shook himself to dry off. That won't stop me, I'll still beat you. Kurenai appeared next to him. It's a little late for that. She pointed to the tree Kiba had been climbing. Hinata was sitting on the top branch holding the tag, smiling. Sorry Kiba-san. It was Naruto-kun's idea to lie about finding the tag to buy time. Kiba walked over to where Naruto was still trying to climb out of the water. He reached down and pulled him out. Fine, you won, but next time I'm taking you down. Anywhere, anytime, Naruto said. Kurenai watched with interest. Maybe there's more to the demon than I thought. At least he can use his mind for more than pranks and trouble. Alright, that was a good tracking exercise. Let's move on to some sparring. Hinata, Kiba, you're up first. They took their positions. I won't hold back, Hinata. Right, she said. Kiba charged her. Hinata blocked his first attack and even managed to counter. He was impressed. She actually had the upper hand for the first few strikes. Then she missed a block and began to retreat. In just a few more exchanges he had her pressed against a tree. He swept her feet out from under her and held the kunai to her throat. You're really improving. Hey Hinata-chan, why were you taking it easy on him? Naruto said. Kiba glared at him. What are you yelling about? I'll show you, he said, taking position to spar with Hinata. Just like always. Okay, she said, sliding into her stance. Naruto attacked, holding back until she fell into her normal rhythm. Their movements speed up until their kunais were a blur. Naruto made a shadow clone and they charged her. Hinata didn't retreat this time. She ran forwards, sliding between them. She threw her kunai through the clone and hit the real Naruto's leg, sending him into a tumble. He jumped back to his feet, and found a kunai in front of his face. I win, Naruto-kun. Whoop. Way to go, Hinata-chan. Naruto shouted. Kiba, Shino and Kurenai stared in astonishment. Hinata had just fought on an entirely different level than any of them had ever seen before from her. I don't know why she responds that way with the demon, but I should keep any eye on him from now on. If this keeps up, she may actually prove her stuck-up clan wrong. Hinata's teammates ran toward her. That was amazing. Why didn't you fight like that with me just now? I didn't, I mean, she said, searching for an answer. Kiba threw his arm around her shoulder. Whatever. Who knew you had it in you? Alright everyone, to celebrate our little Hinata kicking Naturo's butt, I'm treating everyone to dinner. Kurenai said. As they were making their way back towards the village, Naruto talked with Hinata about what he was going to get if they went to this restaurant or that one. Shino fell into step with Kiba. I thought you did not trust him. I don't, but that was a good plan he had. And, well, have you ever seen Hinata smile like that? Or fight like that? Kiba said. No, it was surprising. Shino said. Yay, if he can bring that out of Hinata, I'll tolerate him for now. Kiba said. He does seem to have a way of bringing out people's best. Not just Hinata. Shino said. Huh, what are you talking about? Kiba said. You seem to be trying harder than normal today. Shino said. What are you talking about? I think those bugs of yours finally ate your brain. Kiba said. Did you notice he was calling her Hinata-chan? I did. Shino said. Should we be worried about that? He doesn't have the best reputation. Kiba said. I do not believe it is any of our business right now. We should not get involved unless it becomes an issue for the team. Also, I believe it is due in greater part to Hinata herself. My allies have been picking up several pheromones. Shino said. Kiba blushed. Yay, I noticed them too. Kurenai lead them to a restaurant. The owner greeted them at the door. Ah, welcome. Right this way, we have an open. He stopped when he saw Naruto. Hey, you get out of here. You're not welcome. He shoved Naruto back out the door. But Naruto-kun. Hinata reached for him, but Shino held her back. Interested in observing their sensei's reaction. Kurenai frowned. What will you do now, demon? Naruto looked at the ground, then gave them a big cheesy grin. It's alright. Enjoy your dinner, guys. He turned to leave, but Kurenai grabbed his jacket. Naruto is a shinobi of this village and will be treated with the respect of such. Like hell I will. That demon has no place here. And I ain't gonna let some bitch that never should have become a ninja tell me otherwise. What did you say? Kurenai asked, debating if it would be inappropriate to deal with him in front of her students. I said I ain't gonna let some bitch that slept her way to her position tell me what to do. He was cut off as Naruto struck him in the gut. He doubled over. Shut the hell up, Naruto said. Damn, you brat. Die. The owner drew a butcher knife and swung at Naruto's throat. Naruto stepped backward and grabbed his own kunai to defend himself with. But never got the chance. Akamaru jumped from Kiba's head and bit the hand holding the weapon. The owner cried out in pain and dropped the knife. Kiba grabbed his other hand, Hinata grabbed the knife. The air filled with an angry buzz and dozens of small insects swarmed over the owner's legs. Enough, Kurenai said, making sure Hinata still had the knife. Kiba and Akamaru let go of the man, Akam. Uru waited until the insects had left before peeing on the owner's shoes. The man glared at them. You brats and bitches made a big mistake. Kurenai had a kunai knife at his throat. No, you did. You attacked a shinobi of this village. You'll be lucky if you're left with a few coins after I inform the third about this. He scrambled back into the restaurant and slammed the door. Kurenai turned towards her students. All of you. What was that? What he started it? Kiba said. I don't want to hear from you yet, Kiba. Naruto. Why did you attack him? Why? Didn't you hear what he said about you? Naruto said. He was angry over what the owner said about me. That's why you attacked him. Not because he called you a demon. She said. Nah, I'm used to that. Naruto said. He was so casual about Kurenai had little doubt it was the truth. I see, and the rest of you? She asked. Cause of what he said about you, Naruto just got to him first. Kiba said. He pulled a weapon on Naruto-kun. Hinata said. He threatened my teammates, sensei and a fellow shinobi. Shino said. Alright, I should really lecture all of you about what you did, but I'll let it slide this time. Come on, I still owe you a dinner. She said, leading the way to a barbecue restaurant a few blocks away. This time Naruto was allowed in without a word, but the cook didn't look very happy. He led them to the table furthest away from the others. It didn't take long for Naruto and Kiba to get into an eating contest. Kurenai smiled as she watched them. She didn't know why she had acted the way she did when the owner tried to throw Naruto out. She supposed it was because she knew what it was like to be treated poorly because of something you had no control over. Treated like a demon, but he doesn't act like one. Maybe we've been wrong about him. Go Naruto-kun. Hinata cheered. What Hinata? We're teammates, you should be cheering for me. Kiba said. Woof. Akamaru chimed in. Ah, not you too, Akamaru. Kiba said. Naruto snatched the last piece of meat. I win again. No fair. Rematch. Kiba said. Kurenai silenced them. Another time. You two could eat a small fortune. Good job today, Team 8, dismissed. Oh, and Naruto, I hope you'll join us again. Sure, he said. Team 7 crouched in the forest watching their target. Kakashi's voice came over their small radios. How far is the target? 15 meters and closing. Sakura said. I'm in position. Sasuke said. Apprehend. Don't injure the target. Kakashi said. Sasuke and Sakura jumped out from behind the tress. Their target blotted through the bushes, and into Naruto's arms. He caught the cat, and 4 of his clones slipped socks onto its claws so it couldn't scratch him again. Naruto. Sasuke totally had that until you got in the way. Why do you always have to try and steal his glory? You'll never be as good as him. Sakura said. Naruto carried the now docile cat, ignoring Sakura. How many times is it now that we've had to catch this stupid thing? Kakashi appeared before them. Good work, Sakura. Sasuke. Naruto, was it necessary to play dress up with that monster? But Kakashi, he'll rip me to ribbons without those. Naruto said. Can't even handle a cat. Kakashi said, shaking his head. Hey, even you called him a monster. Naruto said. You're one to talk. Alright everyone, let's head back. Kakashi said. Despite Kakashi's objections, Naruto kept the socks on the cat until they reached the village where its owner, the Dainomo's wife, thought it was the cutest thing she had seen. Naruto felt sorry for it, but he swore he heard it muttering, kill the ninjas, as she carried it away. The Hokage nodded, looking over their mission log. In just over a month they had completed a decent number of D-ranked missions. Let's see what else. A farmer need a field weeded. A politician needs someone to watch his children, some dogs need walking. Naruto was about to complain about another lame mission, but Sasuke beat him to it. Come on, give us a real mission. I'm not going to improve with these stupid D-ranked ones. Not that those two aren't being challenged enough with them. he said, nodding towards Sakura and Naruto. What the hell are you talking about? I could handle any mission, you couldn't do it better. Naruto said. Sasuke scoffed at him. Right, that's why you had to put socks on a cat. That's it. Hey old fart, give us a good missy on so I can show this jerk what I can do. Naruto said. Naruto. Kakashi covered his mouth to prevent him from saying anything else. I am sorry, Lord Hokage. What's wrong, Naruto? Why don't you show us some of your amazing ninja skills? Sasuke mocked. Enough, the Hokage shouted. Why did I ever approve putting them on the same team? Since you are both so sure of yourselves, then I will make an exception and allow you to attempt a C-ranked mission. Naruto wiggled away from Kakashi. Whoop. What will we be doing? Tracking down a gang of outlaws. Saving a country from an evil king. What does that kid watch? Nothing that extreme. You will be assigned to escort a certain individual to his home country and guard him while he completes his work. Send him in, please, the Hokage said. The doors opened and an old man in ragged clothes walked in. He looked at Team 7, then took a long swig from a bottle. Is this a joke? You're sending a midget to guard me? And the rest a bunch of wet-nosed brats. Naruto chuckled. Midget? Is he talking about Sasuke or Sakura? When he checked though, he was the shortest. I'll kill him. Kakashi grabbed him. No, Naruto. You can't kill the client. I apologize for him. I can also assure you that Sasuke can handle anything we are likely to encounter. But I will also be accompanying you, and I am an elite ninja. Whatever. I ain't paying extra if F those brats does something stupid and gets themselves killed. He said. Alright team, we leave in an hour, go get ready. Kakashi said. Naruto ran towards his apartment eager to grab his gear. He hopped when he caught sight of Hinata down a side street. Hinata. Naruto-kun, you seem excited. Hinata said. Yay, we just got our first C-ranked mission. Naruto said. Really? Congratulations. When you get back, would you like to go out with me? On a date? To celebrate? Hinata said. A date? Sure. Naruto said. Really? Hinata said. Yeah. Naruto said. Hinata fainted. He just managed to catch her. Oh man, why'd she have to pass out now? He picked her up and carried her back to his apartment, then laid her on his couch while he grabbed all of his gear. Just as he was ready to leave, she came around. What happened? You fainted again, so I brought you back here. Naruto said. Sorry. Hinata said. It's not a big deal. Glad you woke up though, I need to meet the rest of my team at the gates. Naruto said. Alright. Hinata hesitated, then leaned over and kissed Naruto's cheek. For luck, she barely managed to run from his apartment without fainting. Naruto touched his cheek. He felt a lingering warmth. For one of the only times in his life he felt a deep calming happiness. Naruto was the last to arrive at the gates. Sakura glared at him. Finally. Can't you be on time for once? Even Kakashi-sensei made it here before you. Sorry. Something came up I had to take care of. Naruto said. Well, now that we are all here, let's get going. Sasuke point. Naruto, Sakura guard Tazuna. I'll take the rear. They fell into formation. Several hours of walking later and Naruto was getting bored. He had expected a C-ranked mission to be more exciting. Even chasing that darn cat was better than this. Not that he would have been able to focus on even that. His mind kept returning to Hinata and the kiss she had given him. Hey Sakura, what would you want to do on a date? Naruto. She reached around Tazuna and hit his face, sending him into a tree. I told you I would never go on a date with you. Tazuna was nearly doubled over laughing. Naruto pulled himself out of the tree. I didn't ask you on a date, I just wanted to know what you'd do on one. Like it'd matter to you. You'd never manage to get a date with anyone unless you kidnap them. Sakura said. Forget it. Naruto said. Tazuna leaned over. Hey kid, what you want to do is go to a nice bar and have some good booze. What? We're both underage. And why would we want to do that? Naruto said. He just laughed. Trust me. Tazuna took another swig from his bottle. Naruto nearly gagged on the smell. Hey Sasuke. If anything happens, make sure you don't use any fire jutsu near this guy. He'll probably just explode. Whatever. Sasuke said. No one saw the smirk he wore. They walked on in relative peace for another hour. Kakashi was considering having them stop for the night when a chain loop appeared around him. The other turned and saw it pull tight, slicing Kakashi to pieces. Two ninjas charged the group. Naruto rushed forward, too late, seeing he was going to be caught in the chain and torn apart. A kunai sailed past him and struck the chain, pinning it to a tree. Sasuke appeared above them and kicked their heads. The first to recover dodges Sasuke's next attack and ran toward Tazuna and Sakura. Naruto moved between them. The ninja's claws pierced Naruto's side, but he had stopped the attack. He grabbed the ninja's arm and tossed him toward the other. Sasuke moved just in time to avoid the flying ninja. Kakashi appeared behind the two ninja and subdued them. He looked over his squad. There were no injuries aside from the deep gashes on Naruto. He knew the claws were probably poisoned, but decided the fox would probably take care of it. Naruto, bandage yourself, you're bleeding everywhere. Naruto pulled off his jacket and shirt. Sakura came over and helped him wrap the bandages. Thanks. Well, if you kept bleeding like that, it'd give the village a bad name, Sakura said. Kakashi stared at Tazuna. All right, old man, I think you had better tell us what's really going on. These are missing nin, and their target was clearly you. Fine, I may have a crime boss after me, Tazuna said. You should have told us. This would have been classified as at least a B-ranked mission. Probably an A. My country's poor. Without the bridge I'm building, it'll die. That crime boss owns the local shipping trade, he's bleeding us dry. And so since you couldn't afford proper protection, you lied about the mission. That is terms for cancellation of the contract. But I have to get home and finish the bridge, Tazuna said. Well team, what do you think? Kakashi said, looking them over. He and Sasuke could probably handle the mission if these two were the worst they had to deal with. But he doubted they would be. Sakura had frozen, so she wouldn't be much help. And Naruto had been surprisingly useful, even if it was only as a shield. If the mission continued, he might actually be rid of the demon. Naruto jumped up and winced. What are you talking about? We can do this blindfolded. Besides, he needs our help. Well, yes, but you're missing the point. We aren't prepared for this mission because he lied to us about what it would be like. Speak for yourself. I'm always as prepared as I can be. Besides, a mission can turn around at any time, that's no excuse for abandoning it. I suppose, Kakashi said. So the demon actually remembered something from the academy. Will wonders never end? Kakashi-sensei, I think we should continue as well, Sakura said. There's no point in dropping such an easy mission, Sasuke said. Alright, we will continue on then, I'm sending word back to the village so they can send support. Standard procedure in cases like these, Kakashi said. The Hokage looked at the village, it was so peaceful. One of his aides ran towards him. Sir, we have news about Squad 7. Oh, they shouldn't be back yet, he said. They aren't, but Kakashi sent you a request for support. The aide said. Support? For AC ranked mission. He took the letter and read it over. This is not good. Who do we have available? The Hokage said. I am afraid not many at the moment. The only ones who are not current occupied are Squad 8. The aide said. Send them. Give Kurenai instruction that they are to be pulled back if the situation become dire. The Hokage said. She won't be happy about that, sir. The aide said. No, but she will do it. The Hokage said. Team 7 looked at the mist that had closed in around them. They were passing under the shadow of the bridge. The small boat they were in glided silently, the engine had been cut to avoid unnecessary noise. When they reached a small dock, Tazuna thanked the boat operator and they walked towards his home. Naruto had a kunai in his hand, trying to look in every direction. Kakashi sighed. Naruto, stop being so twitchy. But I think I heard something in those bushes, Naruto said. It was nothing, Naruto, Kakashi said. Then charge the bushes. He held up a rabbit. I stand corrected. You have just saved us from a monster worse than the Kyuubi. He released the animal and they continued on. Down, Kakashi said. They dropped to the ground as a giant sword flew over their head, embedding itself in a tree. A man stood on its hilt. Kakashi watched him. If it isn't Momochi Zabuza, the little traitor from the mist. Naruto got ready to attack, but Kakashi held him back. Hold on. This one is on a different level from anything you've seen. It's about to get rough. Kakashi of the Sharingan, if you wouldn't mind giving the old man to me, Zabuza said. Everyone, guard Tazuna. Kakashi said, raising his headband. Naruto stared at his eye, it was red with 3 small marks in it. What's up with his eye? Naruto said. That's the Sharingan. Sasuke said. It can see through and copy any ninjutsu. Indeed. It is said Kakashi has copied over 1,000 ninjutsus. Zabuza said. Don't let down your guard. Zabuza is as bad as they come. Kakashi said. Ah, you heard about my little fun then. Zabuza said. Who hasn't? In the village hidden in the mist, also called the village of the bloody mist, they had a unique graduation exam for new ninjas. They were paired up and forced to kill their friends. Those they'd shared dreams and food with. Until one year a child who wasn't even old enough to enter the academy killed 100 members of the graduating class. Good times, Zabuza said. Then he and the sword disappeared and reappeared standing on a nearby river. Mist closed in around them. There are 8 targets. Throat, spinal column, lungs, liver, the jugular vein. The subclavian artery, kidney, heart. Where to strike? Be careful, he is a master of the silent killing technique. Kakashi said. They moved closer to guard Tazuna. Zabuza appeared between them. Kakashi caught him and they tumbled onto the water. The water wrapped around Kakashi forming a ball. Zabuza grinned. Art of the water prison. I can hardly believe you fell into my trap so easily. Now I can kill you at my leisure. After I finish off the old man and those ninja wannabes. He made a water clone. It charged Naruto, hitting him with the broadside of its sword. Naruto bounced across the field. He climbed back to his feet. The clone had hit him so hard his headband had come off. It used its foot to press the headband into the ground. Naruto rushed the clone, getting swatted again. He shook on the ground and staggered to his feet. Coughed up blood, and grinned. He had his headband in his hand and he put it back on. I am a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. 3 dozen shadow clones surrounded the water clone and attacked as one. Zabuza was covered in Naruto's, Sasuke now. I don't need your help. He said. The pile exploded as Zabuza spun his sword around. Naruto was sent skidding. Fine, then at least use something better than a kunai. He tossed Sasuke a giant shuriken. Sasuke caught it and whirled around. Finally making yourself useful. Sasuke threw it at the water clone but it sailed wide. And went straight towards the real one. The real Zabuza just smirked and leaned towards the side. It just missed him. As he turned his attention back to his water clone, the shuriken disappeared and was replaced by Naruto. He threw a kunai at Zabuza. The mist ninja was forced to move out of its way and break his hold on the water prison. Kakashi broke free. In that same instant Sasuke realized what had happened. Damn it, the dead last tricked me. He moved to the water clone. Grand Fireball Jutsu. It disappeared in a cloud of hissing steam. Kakashi mimicked Zabuza's jutsu. Finishing a moment sooner, the mist ninja was struck by the full force of a water dragon tsunami and hurled against a tree. Naruto had gotten caught in the surge of water and nearly drowned. Being washed up on the side of the field. Sasuke grabbed him jacket and pulled him up. Don't ever use me like that again. Hey, it worked, Naruto said. Sasuke shoved him aside and turned his attention back to where Kakashi and Zabuza were facing off. They began to make hand signs, and 2 needles sprouted from Zabuza's neck. He collapsed. Kakashi leaned over and checked him. Dead. They all looked up and saw a masked ninja standing in the tree. I hope you do not mind my interference. But I wanted the satisfaction of ending this traitor's life myself. You're a shinobi hunter from the mist, correct? Kakashi asked. Yes. The ninja jumped down and picked up the body. If you will excuse me, I must destroy the body so none of my village's secrets can be revealed. They disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Kakashi collapsed. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura said. They rushed to him. It's all right, just overused the Sharingan eye. He said. They carried him the rest of the way to Tazuna's house. The next morning he was well enough to move around with the help of crutches. He led them into the forest, stopping by several large trees. All right, today we're going to start a new training exercise. Tree climbing. Tree climbing, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura asked. Yes. But you can't use your hands. Watch. He walked towards one of the trees and up its trunk as if it was laying on the ground. Then onto a branch upside down. This will help you control your chakra. You have to focus your chakra at the bottom of your feet. Too little and you fall, too much and it's like a spring. He threw 3 kunais to the ground. The best way to learn is to do. Score the bark at the highest point you can climb to. The goal is to get a little higher each time. Once you have the basic principle of chakra control down, no jutsu should ever be beyond you. Alright. Naruto grabbed a kunai and ran at a tree, his foot hit the trunk, and he fell on his backside. Sasuke ran up the side of his own tree, making it 4 meters before springboarding off. Kakashi smiled at Naruto's struggle and Sasuke's progress. He glanced at Sakura to see how she was coming along. But she was gone. That was easier than I thought, Sakura said. The three of them looked up to see Sakura sitting at the top of a tree. Looks like even our fangirl has a few surprises. Whoop, way to go, Sakura, Naruto said. Her shoulders sagged. I wanted Sasuke to notice me, but as usual only Naruto cares. Several hours later they all lay panting on the ground. Kakashi had told Sakura to continue to do the exercise for as long as she could. Sasuke had made noticeable progress, gaining another 2 meters. Naruto on the other hand had made no progress beyond 1.5 meters. Damn it, she grinned, now he'll get frustrated and quiet like always. She was surprised when he came over to her instead. Hey Sakura, could you help me? Naruto said. No way, figure it out on your own, Sakura said. Near sunset Sasuke walked over to where Naruto was taking a break. His legs wobbling. Show me how to do that clone technique of yours. They weren't the phantoms we learned in the academy. Naruto was shocked, he'd never thought Sasuke would ask him for anything. But this was a golden chance. Alright, if you show me how to do one of those fire jutsus you have. Sakura had been watching them from behind a tree, more or less spying on Sasuke. Naruto. That's rude. We're all on the same team and should help each other. What? We'd each learn a new useful jutsu. So what do you say, Sasuke? Naruto said. Sasuke laughed. Me? Teach you? You don't deserve any of my clan's techniques. And you should be begging to teach me. Why? 'Cause you're a Uchiha, Naruto said. Exactly. Now show me, Sasuke said. No way, Naruto said. Fine, I'll learn it another way. He stomped off to find Kakashi. Naruto climbed to his feet and gave the tree another try. This time he actually managed to make it past his last mark and kept going. Until a kunai flew between his foot and the trunk. When he stepped on it he fell, not even managing to mark the height. He winced when he hit the ground, then looked over to see a smirking Sasuke. Sorry, must have slipped. I'll get you for that, Naruto said. Sure, you will dead last, Sasuke said. Sakura frowned. Sasuke, wasn't that taking things a little too far? Sasuke found Kakashi reading under a tree. Their sensei glanced up at him. Teach me some useful jutsu. Like that clone one of Naruto's, Sasuke said. Oddly enough, of all the jutsus I've copied, that was never one of them. Not too many people know how to use it, Kakashi said. Then make that dead last show me. I'm a Uchiha and should know such powerful techniques, Sasuke said. Kakashi got up. I suppose it would be useful for you to know. It does have certain advantages. Though it requires a huge amount of chakra and chakra control to be used properly. If dead last knows it, I'll have no problem, Sasuke said. Absolutely not, Naruto said to Kakashi request. Come now Naruto, you're being unreasonable. We're all a team and need to help each other, Kakashi said. So, I offered to show him if he'd show me one of those fire jutsus he's always using. Heck, I'll even settle for you teaching me one, Naruto said. Right now, with your chakra control, you wouldn't be able to do most of my jutsus. So why don't you how Sasuke now, and when you improve I'll show you something alright. Why does this demon have to make things so difficult for me? Of course I can't teach him any of my jutsus anyways. There's no way I'd give him that kind of power. Fine then, he can wait until you think I'm good enough, Naruto said. Damn it, dead last. You should be honored I've even taken an interest in one of your jutsus, Sasuke said. Not gonna happen, Sasuke, Naruto said. Kakashi was surprised at the bloodlust he felt from Sasuke before he left, heading back towards Tazuna's house. Well done, Naruto. I want you to stay here until you have mastered the tree climbing exercise. Understood. Without waiting for a reply he followed Sasuke. Naruto lay on the ground. He wasn't making any progress. Dusk was closing in around the woods. Naruto-kun. He looked up and saw Hinata. Must have hit my head harder than I thought, Naruto said. She crouched next to him. Are you alright? Yay, fine. What are you doing here? Naruto said. Kakashi-sensei sent a request for a support team and my squad we were the only ones available. What are you doing out here alone? Hinata asked. Trying to climb this tree without using my hands. Naruto said. Maybe I can help. It's not that hard when you get the hang of it. Hinata said. You can do it. Naruto said. Yes, we learned a few weeks ago. Hinata said. Aw man. Naruto said. It's really not that difficult. Hinata said. Okay. Let's get going. So what's first? Naruto said. Byakugan. Alright. Start but stand still and focus on your feet. Hinata said. Okay. Naruto said. You need more chakra. Hinata said. Like this. Naruto said. More, a little less. Good, hold that for 5 minutes. Hinata said. This is hard. Why do I have to do it? Naruto said. So you learn the proper amount without falling so much and it easier to focus when just standing. Hinata said. He held his chakra with Hinata calling out minor adjustments. At first he had to focus and change every few seconds. But by the 5th minute he could actually feel the difference between too much and not enough. Alright, Naruto-kun. Try it now. Hinata said. Okay. He ran up he tree and made it 7 meters before he fell off. Oh yay, check it out. Good work Naruto-kun. Hinata said. Thanks. Alright, let's try this again. Naruto said. He focused the chakra to his feet again. Spent 5 minutes trying to maintain the proper level. And tried again. With Hinata's help he managed to get almost a meter higher each time. Until he found himself standing sideways at the top of the tree. He was so excited he accidentally jumped off the tree. Hinata ran to where he had landed. Naruto-kun. Fine. I can't believe how easy it was like that. Naruto said. You're really amazing. It took us 3 days to get it. Hinata said. That's 'cause I had an awesome teacher. Naruto said. Thank you. Hinata said. They set off for Tazuna's house. As they passed a river Naruto saw a fish jumping out of the water. Hey Hinata, hold on a sec. He pulled out a kunai and tied some ninja wire to it. Aiming he threw it at the fish, the kunai missed by an inch. What are you doing? Hinata said. Well, this town is pretty hard off. I went to the market this morning and there was hardly anything there. I feel kind of bad about just eating all their food, so I figured I could at least catch a fish or something to help out. He threw the kunai at another fish and only scrapped its tail. It's harder than it looks. Maybe I can help, Hinata said, wading into the river up to her waist. She waited several minutes for the fish to ignore her. Then she slapped the water, sending out a chakra pulse. Several stunned fish floated to the surface. Naruto jumped in and caught them all. EY had more than enough fish for dinner and it took both of them to carry it back to Tazuna's house. There they found all their teammates sitting around the table. Kakashi frowned when he saw Naruto. I thought I told you to keep training until you got it. Instead you went fishing. Naruto smirked and walked to the wall, up it, and stood grinning on the ceiling. I finished early so me and Hinata thought we'd help catch dinner. Tazuna and his daughter looked wide-eyed at the fish Naruto and Hinata handed them. Thank you very much. I'll have these cooked up in no time. Kakashi looked a little confused and disappointed. How did he manage that? Just a few hours ago he was barely off the ground. It should have taken at least 3 weeks for him to advance this far. Even with all the extra mouths. And an eating contest between Kiba and Naruto, there was still plenty of fish left over after dinner. Kakashi looked at his 3 students. Sasuke looked ready to kill Naruto, having spent the whole meal glaring at him. Sakura kept scolding Naruto for his manners, but he had caught her smiling at his antics a few times. And Naruto was riding high after getting the hang of the tree walking exercise. Well Naruto, since you seem to be so full of energy, why don't you take first watch? Alright, Naruto said, getting up to go outside and patrol. Hinata, would you mind helping Naruto out? Kurenai asked. Of course Kurenai-sensei. Hinata said. Kurenai ignored Kakashi's startled look. After their students had settled in until their watch, Kakashi found Kurenai in the kitchen to voice his concerns. Are you sure it's wise to leave her alone with that demon? Hinata will be fine. I'm starting to think we've all been wrong about Naruto. She said. What? Have you forgotten everything the Kyuubi has done to our village? Kakashi said. He couldn't believe a comrade was saying anything like this. I haven't, but I'm not convinced the Kyuubi and Naruto are the same. She said. How would you know? He said. Because every time you brush him off from your training he comes and trains with us. She said. He what's? And you've actually been training him? He said. Yes, at FIRST it was just to see what he was like. But, every time my squad works with him they push themselves further. Somehow he seems to bring out their best. She said. Have you lost your mind? It's the demon fox. You were there. You've seen what it can do. Kakashi said. I remember. And that's why I'm not convinced he's like we all thought. She said. When he decides to prove me right I hope you'll remember this. Kakashi said, leaving the room. Kurenai sighed. She had been planning to speak with Kakashi about Naruto but not like that. She decided to go check up on Naruto and Hinata. The two were sitting on top of Tezuna's house. Every few minutes Hinata used her Byakugan to check the surrounding area. Naruto was trying just to stay awake. Naruto-kun, if you are tired you can sleep. Hinata said. Nah, I can't go falling asleep on guard duty. Naruto said. I would hope not, said Kurenai behind them. Kurenai-sensei. Hinata jumped up and bowed. She smiled at her student. Anything to report? No, nothing to report, Hinata said. After the way we beat the sword freak no one would dare mess with us. Naruto said. Actually I've been meaning to speak with you about that Naruto. I'm not convinced Zabuza is dead. Quote. What? But Kakashi said he was, there were needles in his neck and everything. Naruto said. Yes, but those needles are a strange weapon aren't they? True they can be used to kill. But also to put someone in a death-like state. I'm not convinced Kakashi could tell the difference in the condition he was in. Also shinobi hunters are supposed to destroy a body on the spot. Yours seems to have left with it. Kurenai said. So, if he's stupid enough to come back we'll take care of him again. We've got you guys here now. Naruto said. You seem to have a lot of faith in my squad Naruto. Kurenai said. Of course I do. You're all Leaf Shinobi too and you've got Hinata-chan. Naruto said. Hinata turned away to hide her blush. She was sure she was bright enough to be seen from the sea. Kurenai just laughed and left them to the rest of their shift. Just after midnight Naruto and Hinata went inside while Sakura and Shino took their watch. As they passed each other Naruto grabbed Shino's arm and pulled him aside. Hey Shino, do you have a bug that can react to blood? In case one of us is separated and injured. An interesting idea. I'll think about it, he said before leaving the house. The next morning the Leaf Shinobi sat around the table. Kakashi looked at each of them. We have talked it over and decided that the best way to proceed will be to split into 3 two-man teams. One team will train, one will guard, and one will rest. We'll alternate the teams as we go. For today it will be Sasuke and Shino, Sakura and Kiba, and Hinata and Naruto. Before you all go, Kurenai interrupted. There is reason to believe the Zabuza may still be alive. If he is it's doubtful he'll attack for several days but be on your toes. Hinata and Naruto were assigned first guard duty. They escorted Tezuna to the bridge, he looked at them apprehensively. Great, a brat and a girl who looks like she'll faint at the first sign of trouble. Hey, you take that back. Hinata-chan is a better fighter than me. Naruto said. Oh, getting defensive. She your little girlfriend? He said. Yeah, as a matter of fact she is. Got a problem with that? Naruto said. Well, first she's too good for you. And second, that little announcement of yours seems to have killed her, Tezuna said pointing at a fainted Hinata. Hinata. Oh man, this is so not good. Naruto said, running around trying to figure out what to do. Tezuna caught him by his jacket collar. Calm down. Just pick her up and carry to the bridge. I'm sure she'll come around soon. Oh right, good thinking. G.U.S. the booze hasn't rotted all of your brain after all. Naruto said picking up Hinata and shifting her to his pack. Hey, watch it brat. I'm smarter than you'll ever be. Tezuna said. When they got to the bridge Tezuna frowned. Only half the workers from the day before were there. Where the hell is everyone? Sorry boss, people been getting scared. One of them said. Scared? This is the last chance for our country. And the only paying job around. How are we ever gonna finish if everyone gets scared and runs away? Have some pride, Tezuna said. Most of the workers hung their head. A few more took off their hard hats and left. Naruto growled at them. Come on, have a backbone. What the hell would you know, kid? Tazuna said. Naruto made a dozen shadow clones. I know, I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty. Hinata awoke laying against a stack of metal support beams. Tazuna sat on top of them looking over plans and drinking deeply from a bottle. Oh, finally come around. Hinata blushed and bowed deeply. I am very sorry. Relax. The look on the brat's face was worth it. Plus you looked pretty cute when he carried you here. Tazuna said. Naruto-kun, he carried me. Hinata said. Of course. Did you think you walked here while you were out? Tazuna said. Where is he now? Hinata asked. Tazuna jerked his thumb toward the end of the bridge. Several Narutos were carrying supplies to the workers. Handy trick he has. Would have been in trouble otherwise. So many works quiet cause they were afraid. He spit on the ground. Spineless bastards. I am sure they had a reason. Hinata said. Yeah, cause they lost their nerve. Without this bridge this country's as good as dead. He took a long drink. Guess while he's working I'm stuck with you as a guard. Think you can stay awake long enough to do that? I will do my best, Tazuna-sama. Hinata said. Tazuna looked her over and took another long drink. Sakura and Kiba came to take over guard duty in the late morning. Naruto and Hinata had training next and made their way to the part of the forest where they had practiced the tree walking exercise. Kakashi had given Naruto instruction to continue practicing by holding his position on the underside of a branch for 10 minutes, then repeat until he could do it 20 times in a row without falling. Kurenai told Hinata to work on her Byakugan by helping Naruto. Though she suspected it was more because she felt bad for Naruto's treatment by his sensei. Naruto didn't waste any time. As soon as he thought he had his chakra right he walked up the trunk and onto the branch. Hinata smiled. That was clearly something Kakashi didn't count on, his determination. Hinata shook herself. She couldn't let Naruto get ahead of her. Focusing her own chakra she joined him on the branch, practicing maintaining her Byakugan and footing. Compared to some of her clan's training methods it wasn't particularly difficult. By the end of 10 minutes Naruto was sweating. By 20 his legs were shacking on the branch and he practically fell to the ground when he let go. Naruto-kun, maybe we should break for lunch. Hinata said. We can do that. Naruto said. Of course. No one said we couldn't take a break, and we'll finish faster if we don't wear ourselves out right away. Hinata said. Alright, sounds good. Naruto said. Hinata jumped down and pulled a bento box from her bag. Inside were several slices of grilled fish. Naruto bit into one. This is good. I'm glad, they didn't have much to work with so I was worried about the taste. Hinata said. You always cook amazing stuff. Naruto assured her. Hey, dead last. Sasuke said leaning against a tree. Shino was standing nearby. My apologizes. He insisted on coming and I felt it was best I accompany him. Shino said. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Naruto said. I want you to show me your jutsu. Sasuke said. I already told you I'll teach you if you teach me one of yours. Naruto said. And I said no way in hell. I am an Uchiha, the elite of the village. You should be begging on your hands and knees to teach me. He looked at Hinata. Instead of having a picnic with one of those pale-eyed freaks. Don't talk about Hinata that way. Naruto said. Ah, did I upset the no-named loser? Fine, show me how angry you are. Well, duel right now. When I win you show me your jutsu. Sasuke said. Fine, if you win I'll show you my ultimate jutsu. But if I win you'll teach me one of your fire ones. Naruto said. Like that'll ever happen, but fine. Sasuke said. Naruto-kun, what about your training? Hinata said. No problem. Sparring is part of training, besides you said it was alright to take a break. Naruto said. This isn't what I meant. Hinata said. Shino rested a hand on her shoulder. This has been a long time in coming. It would be unwise to interfere. I am also curious about the outcome. But what if Naruto-kun gets hurt? Hinata said. I believe there is little risk of that. Come, we had better move out of their way. He led her to the side of the trees. Naruto faced Sasuke and drew a kunai knife. So what are the rules? None. Sasuke said and leapt forward making hand signs. Fire release. Giant fireball technique. Quote. Naruto rolled to the side throwing his kunai. The ground behind him exploded, chunks of burned earth rained down on them. Naruto rolled out of the smoke. Sasuke spun in midair, deflecting Naruto's kunai and launching several of his own. Naruto forced chakra to his feet and jumped out of the way, grabbing a branch and barely managing to adjust his chakra and stick to it. Sasuke slid to a stop. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Dozens of small fire balls tore through the trees, ripping branches from the trunks. Naruto dropped down just in time. Got you now, Sasuke said. He pulled several wires and throwing stars were yanked out of the fireballs. With a flick of his wrists, they spun around Naruto, wrapping him in the wire. Fire release, Dragon fire technique. Flames raced along the wire. Just as it bit into Naruto's skin, the fire reached him and engulfed the blonde ninja. Naruto! Hinata cried. She tried to race to him, but Shino held her back and pointed to a tree behind Sasuke. Man, I'd have been in trouble if that was me, Naruto said, standing upside down on a branch. What? How the hell? How did you get up there? Sasuke said, looking back at the wire. There was no trace of Naruto in the burning wire. It was a shadow clone. You know that fireball jutsu is powerful, but it gives your opponent too much cover, Naruto said. Fine then, I won't give you any more openings, Sasuke said, pulling another kunai and racing up the tree. Naruto jumped away, but Sasuke grabbed him by the ankle and slammed him into the tree, breaking the bark. He fell to the ground and rolled away a second before Sasuke buried his kunai into the ground where Naruto's head had been. Naruto stabbed his kunai at Sasuke's head. He blocked with a second kunai. Using the first for leverage, he spun, swinging his foot at Naruto. The blonde ninja bent backward, avoiding the attack. Sasuke brought his other foot around and grabbed the first kunai with his chakra. Then used the momentum of another kick to send it straight at Naruto's head. You no-name loser, stay down. You're no better than that bug-brained idiot. Naruto let it cut his cheek to get inside Sasuke's guard. Then drove his fist into the Uchiha's stomach. Sasuke punched Naruto in his shoulder. Off balance, Naruto tried to kick at Sasuke, but Sasuke was ahead of him and brought his knee to Naruto's gut. He grabbed Sasuke's leg and threw him before collapsing to his knees. Sasuke recovered and landed on his feet. Damn it! How can this clanless loser hold his own against me? I am a Uchiha. Think. His stamina is inhuman. I can't let this drag out. I need to hit him now. He glanced towards Hinata and Shino. Shino's insects were buzzing and swirling around him. Sasuke smirked. At least he could reel up the other losers. Or make him take a hit. He turned towards Hinata and Shino. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fireball was several times the size of his first. Naruto sprinted towards Hinata and Shino. Shadow clone jutsu. Hinata saw a wall of orange just before the fireball hit. Her next thought was that she was on the ground. She staggered to her feet. The forest was covered in a smoky haze. Naruto, she called out between coughs. Hinata. Naruto croaked. She turned in relief, and nearly became sick. Naruto was sprawled on the ground. Most of his shirt was signed off. Angry red skin and blood covered his arms and chest. His forehead band had fallen over his eyes, but his face wasn't any better. His blonde hair was dulled with smoke and soot. Oh god. Naruto. Hinata said. Looks like I won, loser, Sasuke said, walking through the smoke. Hinata slammed her hands into Sasuke's stomach, hitting every point she could remember to cause pain. Then an open palm tree that threw him through the smoke and into a tree, shattering it under him. She went in for another strike, but Shino stopped her. Hinata-san, Naruto needs help. Sasuke won't be causing any more trouble for now. Naruto. Her legs nearly went out. You are faster, go get Kurenai-sensei. Hurry, Shino said. As he finished, Hinata moved faster than he had ever seen her. He turned towards Naruto and examined his injuries. Shino. Naruto croaked. Yes, remain still, you have suffered severe injury to your torso, arms and head. Shino said. Are you and Hinata-chan alright? Naruto said. We are uninjured thanks to your actions. But I have a question. If you had used all of your clones to absorb the portion of the blast that would have hit Hinata, you would most likely have remained uninjured. However, you spread them out to also block the portion heading towards me. I could have easily dodged the worst of it. But your insects were out. They're like Akamaru, not humans, but still comrades. Didn't want them hurt in my fight, Naruto said. Comrades. A view of my clan's insects that few chose. He went to Hinata's pack and pulled out a jar of healing cream she had made. He quickly calculated it wouldn't be enough. He walked back and held out his hands. Insects began to swarm over Naruto. Hold still, my insects can dull the pain until Hinata returns with help. Was Sasuke hurt? Naruto said. Not by the blast, though I believe Hinata may have broken several of his ribs. Shino said. Knew she was stronger than me. Naruto said right before he passed out. Shino supervised his insect's work. I believe you were wrong in your assessment, Naruto. She is stronger because of you. The trees blurred as Hinata leapt from branch to branch, forcing chakra out her feet. The path back to Tazuna's house seemed impossibly long. She kept picturing Naruto in her mind, and each time the scene became worse. When she finally arrived at Tazuna's house and burst through the door, Naruto's image was just a gasping burned skeleton. Kurenai was sitting at the table with Kakashi. They both stared at the panting Hinata. Naruto's been hurt badly. Hinata turned to run back but Kakashi grabbed her arm. What about Sasuke? Please. Naruto needs help. Hinata said. Sasuke. Is he alright? Kakashi said. His hand was yanked off of Hinata. Kurenai held his wrist tightly. He felt the bone threatening to break. Let's go, Hinata. Quote. Kurenai followed Hinata through the forest. She was impressed with her student's speed. Even Kiba would have trouble keeping up. Hinata, what happened? Sasuke challenged Naruto to a duel to try and force Naruto to teach him his clone jutsu. They were pretty even. Sasuke's skills were better but Naruto was wearing him out. So he decided to attack me and Shino. Hinata said. He what? Screw the council, if this is true I'll rip out his eyes myself. He used a fireball jutsu, but Naruto jumped in front of us and used his clones to block it, but he was burned badly. Hinata said. What about Sasuke? What happened to him? Kurenai said. I think I threw him through a tree. I can't really remember. When I saw Naruto I was so mad. Hinata said. Don't worry. Anything you did was justified. Kurenai said. She saw the lingering smoke well away from the actual site of the sparring. Sasuke, were you really trying to kill them? Hinata and Kurenai landed near Shino and Naruto. Shino stood and reported. Naruto has second-degree burns over most of his chest and upper arms, fifth-degree on his face with the exception of his eyes that were protected by his headband. His left shoulder was also dislocated but I have already said it. I also used Hinata's healing cream on the worst of the burns and my insects are reducing the pain. Good work, Shino. Kurenai said, kneeling down to examine Naruto herself. He was in rough shape, his clothes were a complete lose. But none of it seemed life-threatening for the moment and she had heard about his recuperative abilities. Still, Hinata check his chakra network for damage. Yes, Kurenai-sensei. Byakugan. Hinata watched Naruto's chakra flowing easily through him and let out a sigh of relief. Then she saw red chakra worming its way through the blue, moving towards the burns. It was slight but where the chakra exited the burns seemed to lessen slightly. Hinata, is there something wrong? Kurenai asked. His chakra system is fine. There seems to be no damage. Hinata said. Impressive, normally there would be some damage after something like this. Kurenai gave her a reassuring smile. Naruto will be fine with some rest. Quote. But look at him. Hinata said. He looks worse because of the clothes. Besides, you really think something like this would be enough to take out a future Hokage? Kurenai said. Why am I calling him a future Hokage? Hinata sank to her knees. Thank God. Shino, what is Sasuke's condition? Kurenai said. I haven't confirmed it but my insects report that he miraculously has no broken bones. Severe bruising on several ribs though and after the once-over Hinata gave him he will be in severe pain for a few hours after he regained consciousness. Shino said. Good, Kurenai said gently lifting Naruto. Careful to give Shino's bugs time to move out of the way. Shino, please bring Sasuke, and don't worry if he gets a few more bruises along the way. Yes, Kurenai. Shino said. It would appear she is a sadistic streak where those who harm her charges are concerned. Naruto lay comfortably on a pile of pillows. His head, chest and arms were wrapped in fresh bandages. Only his eyes, nose and mouth remained uncovered. Kurenai packed away the rest of the medical supplies. She had spared Hinata seeing him half naked and badly burned by sending her to inform Kiba and Sakura what had happened. Shino was waiting outside. He had handed Sasuke off to Kakashi as soon as they had arrived. She went into the living room to speak with Kakashi. As she passed Hino, she motioned for him to go keep an eye on Naruto. Kakashi was sitting at the table. Kurenai took the seat across from him. Naruto will be fine. How is Sasuke? He should make a full recovery. Luckily nothing was broken. Kakashi said. Good, then he'll be able to face the council when we get back. Kurenai said. The council? What are you talking about? Kakashi said. He attacked 2 of my students. I will do everything in my power to see him sent back to the academy. We'll see how his Uchiha pride handles that. Kurenai said. That's insane. Neither of your students were hurt. Kakashi said. But Naruto was. Far worse than Sasuke. But you haven't shown any concern for him. Kurenai said. This is a matter within my team and I will deal with it myself. Kakashi said. Kurenai leaned in close. Kakashi. I know what we all thought about Naruto, but we were wrong. The shinobi lying in that bed is no more a demon than I am. Well, some of your ex-boyfriends have told stories. Kakashi said with a fake smile. Kurenai grabbed his arm and twisted him out of his chair. But before she could finish her attempt to separate it from his body, the front door burst in. Where's Sasuke? Sakura said. Sakura. He's fine but sleeping. You can see him in a few hours. Kakashi said. I'll beat Naruto into the ground for what he did to Sasuke. He's gone too far this time. Where is that baka? Sakura said. Kakashi pointed towards Naruto's room before Kurenai could stop him. Sakura turned ready to beat down the door, but Hinata was standing in front of it in her clan's fighting stance. You will not hurt Naruto-kun. Move it. After what he did to my dear Sasuke-kun. Sakura said. He didn't hurt Sasuke, I did. Hinata said. Sakura said. He and Naruto-kun were sparing. His skills were better, but Naruto-kun was wearing him down. So instead he attacked me and Shino to force Naruto to take a hit. Hinata said. That can't be right. Naruto was using you two as a shield, right? Sakura said. No, he wasn't near us. It was a coward's move, so I shoved him through a tree. Hinata said. You what? Take that back, Sasuke is an amazing ninja. Sakura said, pulling back to punch Hinata. A white blur slammed into Sakura's leg and knocked her off balance. Akamaru bounced off her and landed next to Hinata. Kiba stood panting at the door. Man, when did you girls get so fast? Kiba said. The door to Naruto's room opened and Shino stepped out. All of you are being far too noisy. Why the hell should we be quiet? Sakura said. Shino stepped to the side of the door, letting them see in. Sakura gasped at seeing Naruto covered in bandages. What happened? I believe Hinata has already told you. Sasuke attacked us. Naruto intercepted the attack at a great personal cost. Severe burns to his chest and arms. Mild burns to his face. He was lucky he was not blinded. Shino said. Sakura took a step back. This is a joke, right? You guys just wrapped him up to mess with me. We did not. Shino said. Though I am impressed the lengths you will go to see things in such a way as not to damage your inflated idea of Sasuke. What are you talking about? Sakura said. Nothing. Shino went back into the room and closed the door. Kurenai looked between Hinata, Sakura and Kiba. Where is Tazuna? Kiba jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Old guy insisted we come back to check on Naruto. After Sakura went off screaming. Guess I went a little fast, he's still vomiting in the bushes. At least you didn't abandon the client. Kurenai said, glancing at an embarrassed Sakura. With nearly half their number laid up, the guard rotations had to be rearranged. Kurenai was now Tazuna's full-time bodyguard, with her 3 genin and Sakura trading off watches with her. Kurenai had given Hinata permission to watch Naruto until her patrol started, provided she continued to use her Byakugan to check the surrounding area. Now, well after midnight, Kurenai checked on them. Naruto had been sleeping comfortably for most of the day. Hinata seemed to have dozed off. Kurenai decided to let her sleep until her patrol started in an hour. Tazuna was sitting at the kitchen table when Kurenai walked in. He took a cig from his bottle. Doesn't it disturb you to see how that kid is treated? Or is that just some ninja thing? No, this was something unexpected. But sadly understandable. Sasuke is a Uchiha. Have you heard of them? Kurenai said. Yeah, one of your village's big clans till they got themselves killed off somehow. Tazuna said. Not quiet, they were all killed, by Sasuke's older brother. He is the only survivor. Kurenai said. You mean his own brother killed his parents? Cousins. Tazuna said. Yes, everyone. From what I understand, Sasuke's single goal is to kill his brother and restore his clan. He has had an entire village telling him how special he for years now and catering to his wishes. He has become a prince to most of the civilians. Kurenai said. And something like that happened to the other kid to princely rivalry. Tazuna said. No, the opposite. You've heard of the Kyuubi. Kurenai said. That nine-tailed dog thing. Tazuna said. Fox, and yes. When it attacked, well, both of Naruto's parents died that night. In total he spent maybe 10 minutes with them. Kurenai said. Lots of kids grow up without parents. Tazuna said. True, if that was it. I lost my own father that night. But because Naruto was born on the day the Kyuubi attacked, the village began to use him as a scapegoat for their anger. He has been hated and mistreated wherever he has gone. People have even gone as far as to try and kill him. Kurenai said. Seriously. How the hell can he still be so goofy then? Tazuna said. To be honest, I'm not sure. Not only does he still smile, but he plans to become Hokage. Kurenai said. That's a laugh. A little thing like him. Tazuna said. It's true. He wants to protect the entire village, even the ones who have tried to kill him. Everything he has he fought for. Sasuke thinks everything should be handed to him. Kurenai said. You ninjas are messed up. Tazuna emptied his bottle and stumbled upstairs. Outside the kitchen window stood Shino. Kiba crouched under the window with an ear cocked. So that's why people treat Naruto like that. Maybe, but there are several flaws in her story. In a village size of Konohagakure there will be at least several children born every day. Why was Naruto singled out? Because he lost his parents. Others lost as much as him and they were treated well. Shino said. You're overthinking things. Kiba said. Kiba, have you or Akamaru sensed anything odd about Naruto? Shino said. Once, Akamaru smelt something, he couldn't explain it well though. Said it smelt like hate. Kiba said. Interesting. Shino said. My own insects have a primal fear of something, not Naruto but something affecting him. Hey, you got an idea or something? Kiba said. No, I will need to speak with Hinata before I speculate. Shino said. Hinata, why? Kiba said. When she was examining Naruto's chakra network earlier she saw something. I detected an unnatural hesitation. Shino said. So after you talk with her will you tell me what you're thinking? Kiba said. If I think there is reason to. Shino said. Sakura sat by Sasuke's bed. She had been delighted when she'd seen Kakashi had removed Sasuke's shirt. Not that she hadn't seen him shirtless before in pictures. Nearly every female at the academy had a set of shirtless Sasuke pictures taken by an unknown photographer. Seeing his bare chest in the flesh though was so much better. If she ignored the deep red dots on his stomach where Hinata had attacked him, or the purple and yellow bruises on his back. She'd put a cool washcloth on his head. He wasn't running a fever but Sakura had decided to indulge the fantasy of nursing him back to health a little. Sasuke tried to roll over and grimaced before he fell back on his back. Kakashi had told her that there wasn't anything she could do for him, still she brushed her fingers along his arm, hoping to bring him some comfort. The light was weak and red. Sasuke stood in a hallway. Somewhere he knew better than his own home. Or to be correct, it was his home, how it had been that night. Deep cuts in the wood. Screens torn on the doors. A trail of blood dotted the grain of the wood, still seeping along the indentations. The coppery smells of it and the wax used on the floor mingled around him. He had had this dream so many times that it had long since stopped scaring him. He knew it like the back of his hand, and sometimes wondered if it wasn't a lingering torture from his brother. Standing around won't get this done any faster. He walked into the last room in the hall. His mother's body lay on the floor, his father's pinned by a kunai through his hands against the wall. Mother, father. It had become habit for him to address them before the rest of the nightmare played out. A moment passed and another door slid open. Itachi stood outlined by the red light. Still too weak to do anything. Fire burned in Sasuke, his hate rushing through his veins. But he knew how things would go. This was a nightmare with a script. Half-heartedly he charged his brother. Itachi knocked him down. Twice more he attacked, and twice more he was sent sprawling. That was how it always went. There was a time whenever new jutsu he learned he'd try in the nightmare. But things never changed. He was knocked down 3 times then woke up. Only this time as he lay on the floor after the 3rd hit he didn't. Instead hands wrapped around his arm and pulled him up. Standing next to him was Naruto. Come on, that can't be the best you have, knock this bastard out. What the hell are you doing here? Sasuke said. Come on, if this is your best then I guess that whole being a prodigy was nothing but stroking your ego. Naruto said. A dead last no clan bastard knows nothing about fighting. Sasuke said. Oh really? Then how did I beat you? Naruto said. You didn't. Sasuke said. He was so busy yelling at Naruto he didn't see Itachi move and hit him a 4th time. He collapsed gasping. His last sight in the dream was his mother's lifeless face. A blurry figure stood over Sasuke. For a moment his mind thought and wished it was his mother. Then the figure became clearer, it was Sakura. She reached towards him but he shoved her hands away and clutched his stomach. What happened? You beat Naruto, but then Hinata attacked you. Sakura said. That loser took me out. Sasuke said. She had surprise on her side. Sakura said. Her clan says she's a failure and Naruto was dead last. But they can both beat me. Damn it, and I really that weak? Sasuke said. No. There's gotta be some reason. Sakura said. There are 2 possibilities. I am that weak, or they are both strong enough to have fooled everyone. Where is he? Sasuke said. Who? Sakura said. Naruto. Sasuke said. Downstairs. Sakura said. Sasuke staggered out of bed and down the stairs. On the 5th step his foot slipped. Luckily Sakura was behind him and caught him. He struggled against her and jumped the rest of the stairs. He opened the door to Naruto's room and stood in the doorway. Naruto was still asleep, wrapped in bandages, Hinata resting her head next to him. Sakura watched Sasuke, not sure what to do. She breathed a sigh of relief when he left the room and closed the door. Then he laughed. What was I thinking? I won, they're both just weaklings. He staggered past Sakura back up the stairs to the room he had been sleeping in. Naruto's first thought was that he had been burned again. He remembered the feeling from years ago when someone hit him with a burning branch. This was worse though. His whole body felt hot and itchy. He opened his eyes expecting to see another hospital room. Instead he was in a poorly lit room. Hinata was sleeping in a chair next to the bed with her head resting on his hand. He moved his hand and brushed her bangs aside. She stirred and sat up. Naruto-kun. She jumped on the bed and wrapped Naruto in a bone-crushing hug. Don't you ever scare me like that again. Please. Naruto said. Sorry. Hinata let him go but continued to straddle his waist. Promise me you'll never do something like that again. Jump in front of a fireball to protect you. Sorry, but I'll do it every chance I get. Besides, every time I get hurt I wake up with a beautiful girl next to my bed. Naruto said. Next time I won't be here then. Hinata said, turning her head so he wouldn't see her blushing. Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist. Ah, come on. That'd be torture. Before Hinata could answer there was a flash in the room. They both turned to the door to see Shino with a camera. My mother suggested I take up a hobby. He calmly walked away. Hinata and Naruto realized what position they had been caught in and jumped apart. You should get some rest. You'll be fine in a few days. She stood to leave but Naruto caught her hand. If you wanted, you could, stay a while long. I would, really like to but I have to go on patrol soon. Maybe I will be back afterwards. Hinata said. Okay. Naruto said with a big cheesy grin. Hinata found Shino sitting on the roof. That picture, it could cause problems with my family if they ever saw it. No one will see it. I only used it as an excuse to separate you from Naruto. I doubt you would have left his side otherwise. Shino said. Why did you want me away from Naruto? Hinata said. So that we could talk. Both Kiba and I have noticed something peculiar about Naruto. My observations suggest it has something to do with his chakra. While observing Naruto's chakra earlier you flattered. I would like to know what you saw. Shino said. Nothing. Hinata said. If you do not wish to tell me you do not have to but I will ask. You know what is the cause of this oddity? Shino said. Hinata hesitated. I do. Is it a risk to our mission? Shino said. No. Hinata said. Alright. By the way, you and Naruto make very good subjects. I already have several pictures of you two together. Shino said before jumping from the roof. He already has pictures of us together. I wonder if he'll make me copies. Come on, I'm fit for duty. Naruto said. For the last time, no. You would only be a liability. Kakashi said. But I can't stay in bed all day. I'll die of boredom. Naruto said. If only we were that lucky. Kakashi said. What was that, Kakashi? Naruto said. Nothing, nothing. Listen, if you have so much energy, why don't you go train? Kakashi said. But Sasuke is back in action. Naruto said. Sasuke wasn't burned. Kakashi said. No, he just had a tree fall on him. Naruto said. Shino put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Come, we will train together. Shino said. But, Naruto said. A good ninja would not risk the mission, instead they would use this time to train and become a better asset. Shino said. Guess you're right. Naruto said. They walked to the clearing that Hinata and he had used before. To one side was a ring of charred earth, across from it was a fallen tree. Its trunk splintered. The lingering scent of burnt wood and earth tickled Naruto's nose. Before it slips my mind, I have something for you. Shino said, holding out his hand. A single red-shelled bug jumped around in his palm. What is it? Naruto said, leaning in to examine it. Its common name is the blood beetle. It will alert my hive if you are injured. Shino said. Alright, so where does it go? Naruto said. Shino moved his hand next to Naruto and the blood beetle jumped to Naruto's shoulder, attaching itself to his jacket. Hinata and Kiba both have one as well. Sasuke refused to allow one to be with him and Sakura ran. I guess we'll just have to make sure one of us is always with them then. So, what kind of training did you have in mind? Naruto said. After observing your spar with Sasuke and speaking with Kurenai-sensei, I believe your greatest failing as a ninja is your lack of chakra control. Shino said. Yeah, Kakashi said the same thing. So more tree climbing. Naruto said. Not quiet. While it is true that tree climbing will help you with control, you have another issue that will hold you back. Shino said. Like what? Naruto said. You have such a large reserve of chakra that it is impeding your control. Shino said. So, it's not like I can do much about it. Naruto said. But I can. My insects will eat a majority of your chakra. With less you may be able to better control it. Shino said. Will this really work? Naruto said. I read of a similar technique in my clan's library. Because our insects eat chakra, we have developed large chakra reserves of our own. Because the majority of our chakra is set aside for our insects, we have learned to be very select in our use of the remainder. Shino said. Most of that went over my head, but alright. So what do I need to do? Naruto said. Just stand there. Shino raised both his arms and insects swarmed out. They circled Naruto, a few landed on his hands, then more. The entire swarm was crawling along his skin, wiggling under his clothes. It took most of his self-control not to try and brush them off. So, how long should this take? Naruto said, fidgeting. He was beginning to tingle all over. A few more moments. Shino said. Slowly insects began to fly back to Shino. First only a few, but soon clumps were falling off Naruto and returning to their home. Naruto swayed on his feet. Shino bent down as the last of his insects crawled up his shelves. Interesting, there was no sign of any anomaly within his chakra this time. So now what? Naruto said. Tree climbing. Shino said. How's this different then? Naruto said. You will see. Shino said. Alright. Naruto walked to a tree and focused his chakra at his feet. He did notice a difference. It was harder to force enough chakra to his feet to stay on the trunk. 3 times he fell off before he managed to get to a branch and stay there for a minute and a half. Man, this is a lot harder than before. Exactly. This is how most people experience the tree climbing exercise. Shino said. Seriously. Man, that sucks. Naruto said. Shino adjusted his glasses. I would not put it that way. However, now you should have a better understanding of exactly how much chakra you possess. Shino and Kiba sat on the roof. It was well after sunset and they were about to start their patrol. So learn anything about Naruto? Little. Hinata is aware of what the cause is. She has assured me, though it is not a liability to our current mission. While training today with Naruto, I used my insects to siphon his chakra. There was nothing odd about it, nor his reaction. Shino said, "So we know nothing." Kiba said, "No." Hinata had admitted there is something abnormal about Naruto's chakra. "Now we are sure what we noticed before was real." Shino said, "So you didn't ask him about it?" Kiba said, "No, judging from Hinata's reaction it appears to be a personal matter. Unless we are given cause for concern. And it would be best to leave him to his secrets. I am sure Hinata would inform us if we needed to know." Shino said, "Guess you're right. Oh hey, I got your pictures back." Kiba said, handing over a small envelope. "You're surprisingly artistic. The contents of this package will remain between us unless you would like to have to take a flea bath, every day, for a year." Shino said, "Got it." Kiba said, 2 days after his duel with Sasuke, Naruto was completely recovered. To the amazement of almost everyone. Kakashi was also almost healed and had taken Sasuke away for the day for training. He insisted Naruto and Sakura would not learn anything and should remain behind to guard Tazuna. The bridge was almost completely deserted when Naruto and Sakura showed up for their shift. Kurenai was standing with Tazuna looking over a pile of blueprints. The bridge builder took a deep swig from his bottle and sighed. "So you're already back in action, shrimp. Who are you calling a shrimp?" Naruto said, "You shrimp. Want to prove me wrong? Get off your ass and do a man's work," he said, motioning towards a pile of supplies. "I'll show you. Kaga Bunshin no Jutsu." Dozens of Narutos swarmed the supplies. Tazuna turned to Kurenai and Sakura. "How come you two can't do that?" "'Cause Naruto's a freak," Sakura said. Tazuna leaned in close. "A freak? Better a freak than a stuck-up bitch. He's guarding me and doing the job of 20 men. I haven't seen you do anything except abandon me when you heard that other brat was hurt." "Sasuke-san is not a brat. He's an amazing ninja," Sakura said. Kurenai rested a hand on her shoulder. "Sakura, maybe you should make a round to check on things." "Yes, Kurenai-sensei," she said, stomping off. Kurenai glared at the bridge builder. "I think you went a bit far. All I did was tell the truth. She's been pretty useless. Didn't do anything when we were attacked. Heck, hasn't even helped with the bridge. Least the shrimp and your brats are pulling their weight. That girl with the crazy eyes can check the inner supports faster than any of my men. Bug Boy checked the whole thing for rust and stress, and that dog kid is almost as useful for heavy labor as Naruto. We are bodyguards, not your personal labor force," Kurenai said. "Hey, just finding a practical use for their skills," Tazuna said. Kurenai kept a static face but was secretly proud of the incentive her students had taken. When Sakura came back from her patrol, she proved as useless as Tazuna had said. Sitting on the ground mumbling about her precious Sasuke. Finally the Kurenai sent her on another patrol just to be rid of her. When Hinata and Kiba came to relieve them, Sakura immediately headed back to Tazuna's home. Naruto on the other hand continued working with his clones. Being Ned by several more that had wandered off into the tree line and taken lookout positions. Kurenai had to admit she was impressed, though she supposed all his pranking had taught him the importance of keeping a lookout. As the afternoon wore on, she began to wonder if the academy shouldn't somehow incorporate pranking into the curriculum. It seemed to have taught Naruto well. Tazuna called an end to the workday. The few workers who remained stopped and stretched their tired muscles. The Naruto clones set down whatever they were carrying and disappeared. The real Naruto walked towards them. Kurenai noticed him sway slightly and saw the light bags under his eyes. "Naruto, I understand you have unreasonable stamina, but don't you think you've overdone it a bit?" "Sorry Kurenai-sensei, but there was a lot to do," Naruto said. "Tomorrow scale it back a bit, alright? You won't be any use in a fight if you're too tired to lift a finger." Kurenai said. "I can still fight," Naruto said before stumbling. Hinata reached out and caught him. "Thanks Hinata-chan." "No problem," Hinata said. They escorted Tazuna back to his home. Kakashi and Sasuke were waiting outside for their return. "You seem to be fully recovered, Naruto. Now I believe there is the matter of the bet you made with Sasuke," Kakashi said. "You can't expect to hold that bet after what Sasuke did to Naruto," Kurenai said. "It's alright Kurenai-sensei. Technically Sasuke did win, so I have to show him. I can't go back on little bets like this if I want to become Hokage," Naruto said. They moved to a small clearing. Shino and Sakura came and joined them. Kiba leaned in close to his teammates. You guys think Naruto's a little too willing to show this jerk his jutsu. Knowing Naruto, there is most likely some aspect that we are missing. Shino said. Alright, pay attention because I don't want to have to repeat this. Being a Uchiha elite, you should pick it up pretty quick. Naruto said. Stop stalling and show me. Sasuke said. Fine. Naruto said. He quickly went through the hand signs. A burst of smoke obscured the clearing. As it faded, they saw a tall blonde-haired woman. Only a few wisps of smoke clung to her body. What the hell is that? Sasuke said. My ultimate jutsu. The ninja centerfold. Naruto said. Kiba fell to the ground laughing. Hinata and Sakura looked away, each blushing at the display Naruto had put on. The only movement from Shino was one of his eyebrow twitching. Kurenai was torn between wanting to punish him for such a display and recommending him for an accommodation for his planning. The bet was you teach me that clone technique. Not some perverted jutsu. Sasuke said. No, the bet was I'd show you my ultimate jutsu. This is it. I admit making solid clones can come in handy I've used this to escape from all sorts of jonin, even the Hokage. Just look at Kakashi. Naruto said. Kakashi had taken several steps back and was dapping at a spot of blood on his mask, just under his nose. Naruto. You know that is not what Sasuke meant. It may not have been what he meant, but it's what he agreed to. Kurenai said. Forget it, I'll find someone back at the village to teach me. Sasuke said. The next day Naruto was practicing his tree walking with Hinata when their blood beetles began to buzz frantically. Naruto plucked it from his jacket, the insect jumped around his hand buzzing. Where's Shino? Naruto said. Guarding Tazuna with Sasuke. They're the most likely target. Hinata said. Naruto made a single clone to check on Kiba and Sakura. Then he and Hinata went towards the bridge. Before they had reached the bridge they were sure something was wrong. The bridge was covered in a thick mist, the workers were lying near the mist's edge. Byakugan. Hinata said. He checked their surroundings and the workers. They're fine, just out cold. I can see 6 chakra signatures on the bridge. Kakashi, Shino, Sasuke, Tazuna and 2 I don't recognize. Zabuza and the masked guy. Naruto said. He charged forward. As soon as he was in the mist everything became muted. He could barely hear his own feet on the cement. To his right was a flash, probably one of Sasuke's fire jutsus. A shadow in the mist. He hesitated. Zabuza's sword slashed the mist just an inch in front of him. Halfway through the swing Zabuza changed the sword's motion. It swung to the side. Naruto was hit with its broadside and swatted to the ground. Guess that's what a fly feels like. The mist condensed around his wrists and ankles freezing him to the ground. Naruto tried to pull free. He could barely move an inch. He couldn't reach any of his weapons or use a jutsu. The shadow was in front of him. The sword came down, ready to cut him in half. The end of Zabuza's sword buried itself several inches into the cement. Next to Naruto's head, he blinked. Hinata was standing next to him. Her arm outstretched, the after-image of chakra swirling around her hand. Zabuza looked at his sword. Last foot and a half had been cut clean off. Then he started to laugh. Amazing, how long has it been since someone was able to damage Kubikiribocho? The fabled Byakugan, they do not disappoint. Damaging this blade is no easy feat, Hinata. Zabuza said. How do you know my name? Hinata said. I have had a subordinate watching all of you for some time. Thanks to him I even know how to defeat Kakashi's Sharingan. And your Byakugan. But one treat at a time. As a reward for managing to damage my sword I will spare Naruto. For the moment, Sasuke has his hands full with Haku. The 3 of you together might be able to beat him. If you live, I will kill you. Zabuza said. The mist shimmered and he disappeared. Hinata dropped to her knees and used a kunai to free Naruto. Thanks. Come on, we better go save Sasuke. Then take out that jerk. Naruto said. They ran towards the flashes of fire. Sasuke stood panting. Several metal needles were in his legs making it difficult to move. He's pinning me down. If this keeps up he'll be able to pick me off easily. Another needle sailed towards his shoulder. Sasuke blocked it with a kunai. Haku stood on the edge of his vision weaving in and out of the mist. A needle pierced Sasuke's arm, he dropped his kunai. A kunai sliced the mist. Haku dodged and turned to defend himself. Sasuke caught the kunai and threw it at Haku's back. He dodged again but the kunai sliced his arm. It wasn't deep but it was the first injury Haku had taken the whole fight. Naruto and Hinata ran to Sasuke. Hinata used her Byakugan to check Sasuke's legs. "This will hurt," Hinata said. She pulled out the needles paralyzing his major muscles. Sasuke grimaced. She was right, it was like fire racing through his veins. But he was a Uchiha, he was fire, and he could move again. Naruto faced off with masked shinobi who had taken Zabuza during their earlier fight. "So you're the one who has been spying on us," Naruto said. "What if I have? All it has shown me is none of you have the skills or resolve to stop me," Haku said. "Out of my way," Sasuke said, charging past Naruto. Haku disappeared into the mist. "It was considerate of Zabuza-san to send me such nice toys. It is a shame I tend to break nice things." Haku's voice echoed around them. "Come out and fight," Sasuke said. "Demonic mirroring ice crystals," Haku said. The puddles shifted, perfect rectangle. Glay of ice rising from the ground surrounding Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata. "What the hell is this?" Sasuke said. "It is my Kekkei Genkai. All of your strength and tricks are useless here," Haku said. "Idiot, it's ice. Haven't you been paying attention?" Sasuke said. "Go ahead and try your fire. My mirrors cannot be melted," Haku said. "We'll see about that. Fire release, great fireball technique," Sasuke said. The fireball slammed into the mirrors, then bounced back at them. Naruto pushed Hinata to the ground and covered her as the fireball broke and its waves bounced around their confined prison. "What the hell, Sasuke? You nearly killed us," Naruto said. "Shut up," Sasuke said. Naruto and Hinata climbed to their feet. Both their jackets had been signed badly. They tossed them to the ground. "Nearly burning your allies alive. I admit that is a plan I had not considered, though I fail to see how it will help you," Haku said. A shadow jumped from one of the mirrors. Needles struck all of their legs. Naruto and Hinata moved back to back, supporting each other. Their position also meant that they each only had to watch half the mirrors. Sasuke wasn't as lucky. He refused to join them, and while he could deflect most of the needles, a few inevitably got through his defense. "Hinata, can you see any way out of this ice trap?" Naruto said, stopping a needle heading for his neck. "No, he can appear from any mirror regardless of which one he went into, and given the shape and size of the needles he probably has several hundred. Right now he's just playing with us," Hinata said. "Alright, guess we do this the messy way then. Kaga Bunshin no Jutsu," Naruto said. A dozen clones appeared striking at the mirrors. Haku dispatched them in a matter of seconds. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. I am a Uchiha, the elite ninja, a member of the greatest clan. I cannot die here, to some lesser Kekkei Genkai. With a no-name no clan dead last and a member of a lesser clan. I am the last Uchiha, I must restore my clan. I refuse to die here." Sasuke could barely stand, the edges of his vision flickered black and red. The world was choppy. Naruto had made more clones. They rushed Haku when he left a mirror to attack. One caught his leg. A storm of needles dispelled the clone. They flew towards Sasuke. "To many, I can't block them all. I will die here. I will die here. My clan will die here. I have failed them again. I refuse to die now." The world shifted. In a single swipe he blocked all of the needles. Sasuke looked in a mirror, his eye had become red. "I can see." He rushed past Naruto and Hinata, deflecting a dozen needles and threw a kunai. It cut Haku's arm before he disappeared into a mirror. "I can see. I'll never lose to you again," Sasuke said. Haku moved from a mirror. Sasuke threw another kunai. He was matching him now blow for blow, scooping up needles that had fallen to the ground and using them to deflect the new ones Haku sent their way. Haku withdrew into a mirror and studied the situation. The awakening of Sasuke's Sharingan had been a possibility, but the increase in skill had exceeded all his calculations. He considered it for a moment and found the flaw in his observations. The only first-hand account of the Sharingan's power was from Kakashi. But his Sharingan was an implant. While he could use it, he clearly couldn't use its full power or receive its full strength. The solution was clear. Finish it now before Sasuke had a chance to properly adjust to his Sharingan. Haku jumped from one mirror to another at such a speed even Sasuke could barely following him. "Damn it, if I could just get a clear shot," Sasuke said. On it, Kaga Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto said. The ice prison was filled with Narutos. 24 grabbed Haku. And for each he managed to remove another 2 were ready. Sasuke charged forward for the killing blow. Haku managed to get a hand free. Water release, 1000 water needles of death. The Naruto clones immediately let go of Haku to form a shield around Sasuke and Hinata. Sasuke fought against the ones that tried to pull him out of the way and protect him. Haku disappeared into a mirror, using the chaos of his jutsu to launch several more needles. The clones disappeared as they were filled with the ice needles. But Hinata and Sasuke were left largely unhurt thanks to them. Hinata climbed to her feet checking for injury. Something was wrong. One of the clones had 2 metal needles sticking out of his neck and several more in his chest. But he hadn't disappeared yet. Instead, the few remaining clones along the edge of the ice prison vanished. Naruto fell backwards. Hinata could see his chakra, still and fading. Naruto. She fell to her knees beside him. Fool. If he hadn't interfered he wouldn't have died. Sasuke said. Hinata was not listening. She knew there were points on the chakra network that could be hit to force a person's chakra to flow. If she only knew them she could help him. She was sure the Kyuubi's chakra would heal him again. But she didn't know them. His chakra faded. He was dead. Naruto was dead. He was still wearing his grin. It was the last time she would see it. She cried. Everything she cared about was gone. It wasn't right. They hadn't even had a real date yet, or a kiss. He had barely started on the path to becoming Hokage. And Haku had ended all those dreams with a few pieces of metal. It didn't seem possible. Hinata swallowed her anger and fear and despair. Sasuke, if I can get you out of here, will you kill that bastard? Hinata asked. Of course. Sasuke said. Good. Hinata said. She stood and picked a mirror. Haku's image flickered across it. She held it, made it as real as she could. The man who had killed Naruto. Who had ended all those dreams. He had taken her love, she could never hold him again. Feel his warm hands on her face. Her reason for existing. All the anger and fear surged in her. She struck the mirror. It shattered, the mirrors around it cracked and broke under the chakra she released. Haku was thrown from the mirrors as they broke. Completely dumbfounded. None of his observations suggested this. He was sure she would have fallen apart. Hinata collapsed from exhaustion. Before she hit the ground, Sasuke ran past her and hit Haku. Sasuke's strikes were savage. He had foregone any jutsu and simply used his fists at a speed Haku was unable to match without his mirrors. Haku managed to dodge a strike and put a small distance between him and Sasuke. Where is this strength coming from? The death of a comrade is a common event among shinobi. You did not even care for him. Haku said. It's not that you killed him. You did something far worse, you took away my chance to beat him. For that I'll break you. Sasuke said. Then disappeared. Sasuke struck K from under Haku, sending him into the air. Then appeared above and brought his leg down on Haku's head. His mask shattered under the blow. He bounced once on the cement of the bridge, then was still. Now, with the Sharingan I'll finish Zabuza. No one can beat a Uchiha. Sasuke said, running into the mist. With the Sharingan he could see the movement of the water vapor. It told him where Kakashi and Zabuza were fighting. Hinata staggered to her feet. She had welcomed the darkness, but it had abandoned her, forcing her back to the world where Naruto was dead. Her hands were burning from the out of chakra she had forced from them to break the mirrors, but it was barely noticeable against everything else. She knelt next to Naruto's body. I'm sorry. If I was a proper Hyuga I could have protected you. My clan is right. She brushed a finger along his lips, then walked towards Haku. Stop pretending. Normally I wouldn't hit someone when they're down, but I really don't care now. I don't fucking care anymore. Hinata said. I am not pretending. As odd as it sounds, I just don't feel like getting up this time. We shinobi live a hard and lonely life. I was just a tool for Zabuza-san. And he was a tool of Gato. Still, if my life must end I would choose your hand. After all the time I spent observing you and the others, I know all of you more intimately than anyone else. My enemy that he's my death is the closest thing I have to a friend. There is something poetic about it, don't you think? At least for a shinobi. Still better you than them. Haku said, nodding towards the unfinished end of the bridge. The mist was clearing, being drawn in towards the area where Hinata assumed Kakashi, and now Sasuke were fighting Zabuza. As the mist lifted, Hinata could see a horde of thugs carrying clubs and blades. Who are they? Hinata said. Gato's thugs. It's his plan. Hire Rouge shinobi. Let them wear themselves out fighting other shinobi, then kill them so he doesn't have to pay. Zab. Uza didn't think any of you would pose enough of a threat that we would have to worry about them. They'll kill us and all of you now. Haku said. Shut the hell up. You're right, you're just a tool. So is Zabuza. And breaking tools is pointless. I have to stop the one who is wielding them. That's what Naruto would have done. And now it's what I'll do too. Hinata said. You'll die. Haku said. So, you already said we'll all die. And this way I get to be with Naruto quicker. Hinata said. She pulled two kunai and charged the thugs. Most of the thugs laughed when they saw the small girl running towards them. The front row's laughter turned to gurgled screams as she slit their throats. Hinata was a blur, bouncing from one thug to another before they had time to react. The mist turned to a bloody rain behind her. Hinata made it halfway through the mob of thugs before one managed to grab her ankle and toss her back towards Haku. She managed to catch a glimpse of a short man in a suit that must have been Gato. She hit the ground hard and rolled until she was just feet from Haku. You know, you made it further than I thought. Why did I underestimate all of you? Haku said. Most of the thugs were in a state of confusion. A fifth of their number had been killed and the most anyone had seen was a young girl. An exceptionally large thug who had been working for Gato for years. And was used to it walked after the girl. He knew enough to know Zato would offer a small bonus to whomever killed her. Hinata waited for the darkness. But some force seemed intent on making her live out her last few moments. The mist was clearing but sheets of it still obscured things. The thugs were once again hidden from views. A shadow appeared at the mist staggering towards her. Hinata-chan. It can't be. It's just a last cruel trick. Hinata-chan. Please, it's too cruel, if it's not real. Don't make me live through that again. Hinata-chan. Naruto said, stepping out of the mist. He still the needles in this neck and chest, but he was defiantly alive. Naruto. How? Hinata said. I am a flawed tool. Haku said. Hinata wanted to wrap her arms around Naruto to make sure he was real. But she suddenly found herself being lifted off the ground by her left arm. It was incredibly painful, even after everything else she had been through. The thug gave her a shake. So much trouble from such a small thing. Oh well, the more fun to break. The thug said. Let Hinata go. Naruto said. Right. The thug said. He quickly pulled a dagger and drove it into Hinata's head. She screamed until her throat was raw. The last thing she saw before passing out was the red chakra ripping from Naruto's skin. It wove upwards, shaping a fox's head. Naruto saw red. He felt the rush of the Kyuubi's chakra and welcomed it. Anything to make the bastard that had just stabbed Hinata feel more pain. Haku was afraid. For the first time since his father had tried to kill him. He had already concluded Naruto had some kind of secondary chakra. But the pure rage, hate and bloodlust he felt now was beyond anything. Even Zabuza seemed friendly by comparison. He saw his own death in 1,000 horrible ways. And facing such a death he found a new desire to live. A spike of ice shot from the ground and through the thug's jaw. He dropped Hinata and fell backwards off the bridge. Naruto ran forward to catch Hinata. The red chakra slipping away from him and evaporating into the mist. He caught her and carefully laid her next to Haku. Blood was flowing freely from her stab wound. Naruto looked at Haku. You can use those needles to heal, right? Naruto said. Some, but for something like that. Haku said. Naruto ripped the needles from his neck and chest. I'll leave it to you to keep her alive. Where are you going? Haku said. Gato. He's over there with more thugs. He's the reason we had to fight. He's killing the island for his own greed. And he is the reason Hinata is laying there bleeding. Naruto said. The red chakra was oozing out again. I will do what I can. Haku said. Naruto ran into the mist. Kakashi and Sasuke were pushing Zabuza. He and Kakashi had been even when Sasuke had arrived. With his newly activated Sharingan they were able to slowly gain the upper hand. The three of them were exchanging blows when they felt the oppressive chakra of the Kyuubi. It brought the three of them to a standstill. Zabuza and Sasuke, who had never felt its chakra before, were dumbstruck by its power and hatred. Kakashi nearly fell to his knees. We're all dead. Sasuke, find Shino and Tazuna and get out of here. Now, Kakashi said. But we have him. I am a Uchiha. I will not run. Sasuke said. That's an order. There is a very real possibility that we will all be dead within minutes. Kakashi said. The Kyuubi's chakra had faded then reappeared, muted. Sasuke gave Kakashi a disgusted look before disappearing to the mist away from the others. So Kakashi, what the hell was that? Zabuza asked. A real demon. Kakashi said, pulling out a scroll. We're both busy and I want to finish this before it kills us, so what do you say? One big finishing move. Not really my style, but fine. Zabuza said. Naruto ran towards the mob of thugs. Some ran from him. They had already lost nearly 20 men to a girl, and she didn't have red chakra spilling from her. The ones that chose to stay and fight regretted it. Their weapons melted in the red chakra, as did their flesh and bone. Naruto ignored them. He was convinced that once Gato was dead the fighting would be over. Gato was retreating, yelling orders. Kill him. He's just one brat. 100,000 Ryo to anyone who can kill him or that bitch. That tore it. He was offering them money to kill Hinata. A huge thug jumped on Naruto. He threw him over the side of the bridge. Gato was almost to the end of the bridge where a ladder led down to the water. Naruto ran on all fours to catch him. Gato grabbed the first rung of the ladder. Naruto grabbed his suit's collar and lifted him up. You're the one that's been killing this land, hiring shinobi to hurt me and my friends. Your thug stabbed Hinata. Naruto said. The red chakra was shredding Gato's suit. So this is my end. Fine, I got all I could from this world, I bleed it dry. And I get to take you and the rest of those damn shinobi out with me. Gato said. His shirt fell open. He had enough explosive tags to take out half the bridge. Kiba and Sakura ran towards the bridge. They had been delayed by dozens of thugs surrounding Tazuna House. It had taken Kiba and Akamaru longer than they would have liked to fight them all. Even with the help from one of Naruto's clones. Most had dozens of bleeding cuts when they finally decided he wasn't worth their pay. To her credit, Sakura and picked several off from the roof of Tazuna's house, until a thug had hit it hard enough to cause a large portion to give in. They meet Shino and Tazuna at the edge of the mist. Shino. What's going on in there? Kiba said. I am not sure. The mist rendered my allies nearly useless. Sasuke engaged a masked shinobi while Kakashi-sensei fought Zabuza. Naruto and Hinata joined the battle assisting Sasuke. That is as much information as I was able to gather. Regrettably, it has taken this long for me to find our way out. Shino said. Then they felt the Kyuubi's chakra. Sakura took several steps back. Oh god, is that Zabuza? Shino and Kiba traded a glance. They both knew whatever it was coming from Naruto. Kiba and Akamaru rushed into the mist. Sorry I'm late, Kurenai said. Some of thugs showed up in the town while I was shopping. It was confusion with the townspeople running around. Sasuke stumbled out of the mist. Sakura had to catch him when he tripped. The Sharingan having drained chakra. Sasuke. What happened? Sakura asked. Naruto got himself killed by the masked shinobi. Kakashi said we have to leave, now. Something's wrong. You both felt it too. Sasuke said. Naruto's dead, Kurenai said. But then what was that I just felt? Shino, Sakura, Sasuke. Take Tazuna and fall back to the tree line. If you haven't heard from me in 5 minutes, assume that I am dead and get Tazuna to safety. She turned to enter the mist. Then the far end of the bridge exploded. Kiba found Haku leaning over Hinata manipulating needles. Get away from her. What do you think you're doing? Kiba and Akamaru ran towards him. Whatever I can to keep her alive. Haku said. Kiba and Akamaru stopped short. Why? Because Naruto told me to. And I am more afraid of him than Zabuza or you or your senseis, Haku said. He had stopped most of the bleeding, but he was not able to do much more. Even with the herbs he carried. Kiba hated the idea of leaving Hinata with him, but he had assisted his sister in enough operation to realize whatever he was doing to her was helping stop the flow of blood. Which way did Naruto go? Haku nodded his head toward the end of the bridge, just as it exploded. Haku leaned over Hinata to try and protect her. Kiba and Akamaru dug their claws into the cement as the blast wave rolled over them. Damn it Naruto. You're always making a mess. Kiba said. He ran towards the blast center. Kakashi's summon hounds burst from the ground pinning Zabuza with his arms outstretched. You fought good Zabuza, but now you die. Kakashi said. He began to gather chakra in his right hand, turning it into electricity. The famous Chidori, a fitting end for me I think. Zabuza said. Kakashi charged, preparing to jam the Chidori into Zabuza's chest. But I have no intention of dying now. Zabuza said. He ripped his left arm free from the hounds, tearing away chunks of flesh. He brought the blade in front of himself. Kakashi's Chidori slammed into the blade, it crumpled like tinfoil. Zabuza spun the sword as Kakashi punched through it, sending him off balance. His hand came free and the Chidori plunged into the ground. Kakashi pulled a kunai to immobilize Zabuza's arm when the mist was ripped apart by an explosion. For a split second the hounds loosened their grip on Zabuza. He pulled himself free and spun away. Kakashi took a defensive stance. What was that? Gato's dead. He always carried a bunch of explosive tags so he could take out whoever killed him. Zabuza said. Chunks of rubble feel around them. Kurenai appeared next to Kakashi. Where are Hinata and Naruto? Kurenai said. I don't know, I've been busy with Zabuza. Kakashi said. Probably dead. That blast would have killed anyone near Gato. But give it a minute and see for yourself. I can't sustain the mist any longer. If their bodies survive they shouldn't be hard to find. Zabuza said. Kakashi, we need to end this and find them, Kurenai said. Gee, I wish I had thought of that. Kakashi said. Kurenai made a hand sign and began to vanish, her form wavering. A sword sprouted from her stomach. She gasped and collapsed in a spray of blood. A man in a gray cloak and gas mask stood behind her. I hate genjutsu users. Especially ones whose brats killed my meal tickets. Oh well, the bounty on Kakashi and Zabuza should cover the difference. He said. Zabuza appeared behind the man. His gas mask covered head landed several feet away. Cocky bastard. Thinking he could take me just cause I had a few scratches. Zabuza said. He pulled his cloth mask off and shoved it on Kurenai's wound. Trying to stop the bleeding. What are you doing? Kakashi said. Wipe the look off your face, I'm trying to keep her from bleeding to death. You must have copied some healing jutsus, right? So get to work. Zabuza said. Kakashi knelt down and pressed his hands to her wound. What's your game? Survival. With Gato dead there's no reason to fight. I do it for pay, not honor or some idealistic crap. And as much as it pains me to admit it, you have the edge now. Zabuza said. So you hope by helping Kurenai I'll spare you? Kakashi said. Zabuza stood. No, I'm counting on it to keep you busy. If you stop that jutsu she'll die. And like I said, I fight for money and money alone. With Gato dead there's no reason to kill the old man. So I'm no longer a threat to your mission. You're still a wanted missing shinobi. Kakashi said. I am, your choice. Go after me and let a comrade die or try and save her while I escape. Zabuza said. He began walking towards the far end of the bridge, dragging his sword behind him. Kakashi swore but stayed with Kurenai, willing the jutsu to work faster. Naruto was shocked at the number of explosive tags Gato had. He threw the small man as hard as he could over the open ocean. Gato died, the tags detonated. The blast wave slammed into Naruto, sending him into the air. He fell and hit the bridge, hard, bouncing twice before skidding another 100 feet. His first sensation was of the burning from where his skin had been peeled off during his slide across the bridge. Then sound. Someone calling his name, and a wet feeling on his cheek. Naruto opened his eyes. It was too bright out. A shadow fell across him. Kiba. Akamaru was licking his cheek. What the hell did you do? Kiba said, helping him up. Wasn't me, Gato had a shirt full of explosive tags. Naruto said. It felt like the whole village had taken turns kicking him. So he's dead. Kiba said. He better be, he was wearing them when they went off. Naruto said. Then we're done. Zabuza and that guy with the needles won't have any reason to try and kill Tazuna now. Kiba said. Hinata. Where are they? Is she okay? Naruto said, shoving himself away from Kiba and staggering towards the side of the bridge where he had left Hinata. Kiba slung an arm around Naruto to help him walk. Last I saw that Needle Kid was stopping her bleeding. What happened? Haku trapped me, Hinata. And Sasuke in some weird ice prison with mirrors he could attack from. Sasuke got those freaky eyes like Kakashi's and started fighting back. Haku stabbed me with some needles and put me in a death-like state. When I came to, a thug was stabbing Hinata. Haku killed the thug and I left Hinata with him while I went after Gato. Naruto said. Damn, you guys get into so much trouble when me and Shino aren't around. Kiba said. They found Haku kneeling in a puddle of Hinata's blood. Naruto stumbled over to them. Is she? She is alive. I have stopped the worst of the bleeding. The cut was deep but luckily her intestines were not punctures. I've packed it with healing herbs. There's nothing else I can do but she's stable. Haku said. He began ripping strips from his clothes and using them to bandage her wound. I tell you to kill them and instead I find you playing nursemaid. Zabuza said. Zabuza-san, Haku said, climbing to his feet. Where's Kakashi-sensei? Naruto said. He had to lean against the safety railing to stay upright. I left him healing some genjutsu user. One of Gato's guys stabbed her through the stomach. I had to cut his head off for being an idiot. Zabuza said. Kurenai-sensei. Is she alright? Kiba said. She was stabbed, through the stomach. If Kakashi really has as many jutsus as the rumors say he does, he might have the ones needed to save her. But it's 50-50 at best. Zabuza said. Gato's dead. Naruto said. Duh, those were his explosive tags a few minutes ago. Looks like you stood too close to them when they went off. Zabuza said. There's no reason to fight now. For you to go after Tazuna. Naruto said. I think you hit your head, kid. But you're right. No money, no fighting. Haku, we're leaving. Zabuza said. Wait, at least let me bandage your wounds. What happened to you? Haku said, frantically tearing more cloth from his clothes. I played with Kakashi's dogs. You can take care of the wounds after we get out of here. Zabuza said. Like hell you're getting away. Sasuke said. Shino and Sakura stood behind him with Tazuna. Kid, if they aren't trying to kill me anymore, just let them go. There's been enough blood on the bridge today. Tazuna said. No way. They're dead on their feet and it's time for them to pay for insulting a Uchiha. Sasuke said. He charged at them, activating his Sharingan. Zabuza raised his sword. Naruto pushed himself away from the railing and crashed into Sasuke, knocking him down. Damn it, dead last. You're supposed to be dead. Get out of my way. Sasuke untangled himself from Naruto. But Zabuza and Haku had already disappeared. Kakashi appeared from the fading mist carrying Kurenai in his arms. Where is Zabuza? He was able to escape with his accomplice. Shino said, cutting off Sasuke. Naruto, take Hinata and Kurenai to a doctor. Tazuna, go with them. Shino, Kiba, Sasuke, Sakura were going after Zabuza. Kakashi said. With all due respect, Kakashi-sensei. I advise against pursuit. Both Kurenai and Hinata need immediate medical attention. Naruto and Sasuke are almost completely depleted of chakra. Kiba and Sakura have moderate injuries. I am the only one at full strength. It would be better to regroup and recover while we have the chance so we do not sustain greater losses. Shino said. We have a chance to finish this mission. Kakashi said. Aren't you listening? Your mission's over. Zabuza isn't after me anymore. Tazuna said. And you believe him? Kakashi said. Yes, because he's a greedy bastard. He's not gonna waste time killing me if he ain't getting paid some big bucks. Tazuna said. Kakashi looked all of them over. Fine, but I am taking that as a completion of the mission. Take it as whatever you want. Tazuna said. He went over to Kakashi and took Kurenai. Kakashi did not object. Sakura picked up Hinata. Kiba helped support Naruto. Shino spread his allies ahead to give a warning if any more thugs were lurking in the woods. Kakashi managed to do a basic medical jutsu on Hinata as well. He looked like the Walking Dead afterwards. It took almost an hour for them to reach a doctor's residence. He ushered them in and had them place Kurenai and Hinata on beds while he examined them. Naruto took a chair next to Hinata's bed. The doctor carefully unwrapped the blood-stained bandages to examine her wound. Amazingly, it looks like she'll make a full recovery. Though it'll be some time before she has her previous range of movement again. Whoever treated her before did an excellent job. The doctor said. What about Kurenai-sensei? Kiba asked. She is stable, but she needs more care than I can offer here. I advise you to get her to a hospital on the mainland as soon as possible. He said. I'll find you a boat and captain to take you across. Tazuna said. Seeger insisted on examining the rest of them, which in Naruto's case meant wrapping most of his body in bandages. Naruto struggled against him. I keep telling you I'll be fine. And I keep telling you settle down or I'll sedate you. The doctor said. Shino and Sakura returned to Tezuna's house to recover as much of their equipment as they could from the ruins of the roof collapse. Several of the locals were recruited to carry Kurenai and Hinata to the docks. It was early afternoon by the time all of them were at the docks with most of their possessions. Tezuna assured them the boat and caption would be there within the hour. Kurenai and Hinata had been set in the shade of an abandoned fish seller's stall to keep them out of the sun. Naruto was sitting next to Hinata, leaning against the stall, absently brushing her cheek with the back of his hand, watching her slow genital breathing to reassure himself that she was really there. Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura stood at the end of the dock impatiently waiting for the boat. Shino and Kiba stood a ways off watching Naruto. Whatever it was defiantly coming from Naruto. Kiba said. Yes, my ally's reaction confirmed it. Shino said. So what exactly was it? Kiba said. I have several ideas but I believe the only way we can know for sure is to ask Naruto himself. Shino said. I bet you already have it figured out. Kiba said. Avenue reviewed my information and I have arrived at the most logical conclusion. Though it is absurd, Shino said. It must be bad if you're willing to use words like absurd. Kiba said. He leaned closer. So tell me what you think. It is only speculation. Shino said. Tell me. Kiba said. I believe that the chakra we felt belonged to the Kyuubi. Shino said. He shoved his hand over Kiba's mouth to stop his shouts before they drew attention. When he had calmed down, Shino removed his hand and Kiba glared at him. Are you crazy? The Kyuubi was killed by the fourth. So we have been told. Shino said. So what? The whole village was lied to. Kiba said. No, I am sure you have noticed Naruto's treatment by the older members of the village. Even Kurenai admitted to it. Shino said. So, what? You're saying they know Naruto's the Kyuubi? Kiba said. Again no. I do not believe Naruto is the Kyuubi, rather he has some portion or the whole of the Kyuubi sealed within him. If the older generations knew of this it would explain their attitude towards him. Shino said. But that thing was a monster. Why would they have let it live, even sealed? Kiba asked. It may by the Kyuubi was simple to powerful to kill. I have never heard of a living seal. But it would explain most of what I have observed. Why he was allowed to remain, or why he seems to harbor no ill will towards the village is still beyond my understanding. Shino said. Then let's go ask him. Kiba said, storming towards Naruto. Shino was not sure it was the best time to confront Naruto, but he doubted he could stop Kiba without drawing attention to them. Naruto was dozing when Kiba stomped up to him. We need to talk, now. What wrong? Naruto said. Before Kiba could say anything, Shino set his hand on his shoulder. The oud buzzing from under his coat caused Kiba to hold his lounge. Shino leaned down. We would like to discuss your prisoner. Naruto paled but nodded and followed them towards the far end of the dock. As soon as they were out of sight of the others, Kiba turned and glared at Naruto. Are you the Kyuubi? I am not the Kyuubi. Naruto said, steel in his voice. Don't give us that, we felt that chakra, we know. Kiba was cut off by Shino's hand, again. I apologize for his blunt words. Kiba, please allow me to handle this. My clan has experience with being seen for what we contain alone and not as a whole. Naruto. That was the Kyuubi's chakra we felt on the bridge, correct? Shino said. Naruto hesitated but eventually nodded, yes. Shino ignored Kiba's looks. Please explain how you came to possess the Kyuubi's power. Shino said. My parents were killed right after I was born by the Kyuubi. The fourth wasn't strong enough to kill it, so he picked an orphan and sealed the Kyuubi inside him. That was me. Naruto said. Those who knew of this treated you as the Kyuubi, correct? Shino said. Yeah, but I didn't know back then about the Kyuubi. I thought they just hated me for being me. Naruto said. May I ask how you found out about the Kyuubi? Shino said. Hinata told me. I don't know how she found out, but I went and asked the third and he told me it was true. Naruto said. When was this? Shino said. Right after we left the academy. Naruto said. One last question. Why do you continue to work for the village and say you will become Hokage after their treatment of you? Shino said. For as long as I can remember, everyone talked about the Hokage. When I was little, people just ignored me. So I decided I would become Hokage, so they had to notice me. Besides, not all the villagers are bad. The third is nice. And so are Chuki and Ayame, their ramen is great. There's Konohamaru and his friends. Hinata and you guys. Now I see it as a chance to prove to everyone that I am not the Kyuubi. Naruto said. Thank you for explaining this to us. We will keep your secret. Shino said. Thanks. By the way, the third says that telling people about the Kyuubi is a capital offense and punishable by death. Just so you know. Naruto said and walked back to Hinata. Kiba glared at Shino. Why did you let him go? Because I am convinced that while he has the Kyuubi inside of him, he is not the Kyuubi. Shino said. How can you be sure? Kiba said. Hinata trusts him even knowing about the Kyuubi. His actions and attitude are too different from the Kyuubi. I trust the third Hokage to have dealt with Naruto if he felt he posed a threat. And I am sure that the Kyuubi would not have injured himself to protect my allies. Shino said. He went to join the others at the dock. Kiba fumed silently until the boat arrived. Tazuna came to see them off. Thank you all for everything you have done for both me and this country. How's the bridge? Naruto said. We'll have to cut off Neural. Why 100 yards and rebuild them, but with Gato dead I shouldn't have any problem finding workers. After that, I'm thinking of moving to the fire country. This place's spirit is dead. Besides, I Alred. Why sent my grandson to live there and we'd like to join him. Tazuna said. The boat Tazuna had gotten was large enough for all of them to be on deck at once comfortably, but it also had a small cabin below deck where Kurenai and Hinata were placed. Naruto insisted on remaining with Hinata. As they were loading their things onto the boat, Sakura looked out across the water and noticed something reflecting the sun being pushed towards them by the current. She couldn't tell what it was until it was just feet away from the boat. By then 100 more were floating their way. Small flowers, made of ice. They're beautiful, Sakura said. Zabuza and Haku are mocking us. I have not had such a disastrous mission in several years. Kakashi said. Hinata was short enough that there was still room on the bunk, so Naruto sat near Hinata's head studying her face. They were an hour off the coast of the wave country when Hinata's fluttered open and tried to sit up. She fell back onto the bunk, clutching her side in pain. Hinata-chan, don't try to move, you were stabbed but the doctor says you'll be fine. Naruto said. He slid off the bunk to give her more room. Naruto. It's really you. Hinata threw her arms around Naruto, ignoring the flare of pain from her side. Whoa Hinata, careful. Naruto said, moving her so they were both sitting on the bunk. I thought you were dead, I saw you die. Hinata said. She was freely crying. I'm alright. Haku only made it look like I was dead. He's really a good guy. He stopped your bleeding after that thug stabbed you, he even killed the bastard. Naruto said. Hinata pressed herself as close to Naruto as she could. He wrapped his arms around her, careful of her injured side, and held her, a hand on her shoulder, pressing her tight to him. It was some time late. Hinata realized tears were dripping onto her head. She looked up and saw Naruto crying. Naruto? Hinata asked, her voice was thick and broken. What? You thought you were the only one who thought they lost someone they cared about. When I saw you get stabbed, I was sure you were dead, there was so much blood. Naruto said. Hinata's heart speed up. He really cares for me. I lost it. I felt the Kyuubi's power and I seized it. I took all I could. Just so I could make that bastard pay for hurting you. When Haku killed him I regained control, but I was still using the Kyuubi's power when I went after Gato. Naruto said. He had started shaking. Hinata moved up the bunk and pressed her forehead to his. It's alright. You're still Naruto. Naruto looked into her eyes, pearly white with a tint of violet. He tilted his head to the side and quickly pressed his lips to hers. Barely a brush between them. But it eased the pain they had both felt at the thought of losing the other. Naruto pulled back with a bright grin. And found Hinata passed out in his arms. Oh man, not good. If anyone sees this they'll think I was trying to. Naruto blushed at his own implication. Shino and Kiba stood at the doorway to the cabin. They had come to check on Hinata when they had found her and Naruto embracing, both crying. The scene was so strange they remained still and silent until Naruto had spoken to Hinata. They had seen the kiss. And Naruto's panic afterwards before Shino pulled Kiba back onto deck and behind the wheelhouse. Kiba seemed almost as shocked as Hinata had been. They were, and I take it you no longer have any questions about Naruto's motives. Shino said. Fine, but you saw that too, right? Kiba said. I did. I regret that I did not have my camera out at the time. Shino said. Well, you know kissing isn't a big deal. Kiba said, puffing out his chest. You speak from experience. Shino said. I've had a few. Kiba said. I would hardly count being licked by a female puppy as experience. Shino said. Hey, you're just jealous. Kiba said. Not really. If we are using those standards, then I have quite a bit more experience than you. Shino said. How so? Shino said. Where do you think my allies reproduce? Shino said. Wait, you mean they, you, inside of you? Kiba said. He ran to the side of the boat and became sick. Shino found a strange attraction to causing Kiba to lose his cool. Then he began to worry that Naruto was rubbing off on him. Hinata came to with her head resting on Naruto's lap. Naruto. What happened? I kissed you and you fainted. Naruto said. He couldn't look her in the eye. We kissed. Hinata said. Yeah, sorry, I should have waited until you were better. Naruto said. You know, if you wanted, we could try again. Hinata said. I'd like that, but maybe wait until you're recovered, so you don't pass out. Naruto said. Right, not passing out. Hinata said. For the first time she looked around the cabin and saw Kurenai in the other bunk. Was Kurenai-sensei hurt? Yeah, she got stabbed. But Kakashi used a jutsu to heal her. The doctor said she was stable but needed a real hospital, so we're heading back to the mainland. Naruto said. Also explain everything that had happened since she had been stabbed, including Kiba and Shino figuring out about the Kyuubi. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. I'm sure they'll keep it a secret. I'll talk to them and make sure of it. Hinata said. Thanks. I'll understand if they aren't comfortable with me training with you guys anymore. Naruto said. I still want to train with you. And they will too, and if they don't, fine. It's their lose. We all seem to work better when you're around. Hinata said. Really? Naruto said. He had trouble believing that. So do you think you're up for getting so air? I would like that. Hinata said. Carefully Naruto helped her off the bunk and out of the cabin. She was able to stand and walk as long as she went slowly thanks to Kakashi's healing. And Naruto suspected Haku's herbs. On the deck, Kakashi seemed to have fallen asleep. Sasuke was glaring at the ocean, as if he was challenging it. Sakura sat nearby watching him. Kiba had found a fishing pole and was casting a line off the side. Shino stood on the bow looking at the coastline of the mainland as the boat sailed north. Naruto and Hinata moved to the stern. Hinata looked at the coast. This doesn't look like the way we took to reach the wave country. The closest hospital is further north, so we're sailing straight there. Naruto said. Hinata remained silent watching the waves. Her sensei had been stabbed, she had been stabbed, she thought Naruto had been killed. She shivered. Those moments had been worse than anything her family had ever done to her. Almost as bad was what she had done. She had killed people. She had done the very thing she thought had happened to Naruto. The thought made her sick. They had all been someone's children, maybe brothers or fathers or lovers. How many people would feel what she had because of what she had done? She bent over the railing and vomited. Hinata, Naruto said. He had no idea what to do. He put a hand on her arm to steady her and the other on her back, rubbing gently as she dry heaved. I killed them, Hinata said, too quietly for him to hear. What? Naruto said. I killed them. Hinata said again, louder. When I thought you were dead, I just said screw it and charged into Gato's men. There was blood everywhere. Like rain. How many of them had families? How many children? How many are the that will never see their father or uncle again because of me? How many parents will cry because I cut down their children? How many lives did I really end? Naruto pulled Hinata to him as she shook. She buried her head in his shoulder as she cried again until she was sick and had to lean back over the railing. When she was done, she felt too drained to stand and had to lean against Naruto. I'm sorry, Hinata said. You don't have anything to apologize for. I killed some of them too. I don't even know how many. I hurt a lot of them with the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto said. I guess you're just stronger than me. Hinata said. No, I just accepted I'd have to kill a long time ago. Naruto said. You did, Hinata said. Yeah, I was talking with the third about how I was going to Biko. Me the greatest Hokage ever, and he suddenly got all serious and told me that if I followed that path I'd have to take people's lives at some point. I said I'd find a way to become Hokage without killing. He said he hoped I did, but if I had to kill, to mourn for the lives I took but to also honor them by living for them as well. Naruto said. He looked at the ocean. The setting sun was painting it deep red and orange. You know, today I realized I'd gladly kill an army of strangers if it meant I could keep you. Naruto tightened his hold on Hinata. I guess there's more of the Kyuubi in me than I thought. No, that's not true. You only did it to protect what is precious to you. Hinata said. If I was really protecting you, then you wouldn't have been stabbed. I'm sorry, I wasn't there for you. Naruto said. Neither were we. Kiba said. Naruto and Hinata looked up startled. Neither had noticed Kiba and Shino approaching. We're her teammates and neither of us were there either, so stop trying to take all the blame. Kiba said. It is regrettable, the events on the bridge. Normally a shinobi is not forced to take another human's life until their second or third years of service to their village. And not such a large number of lives until much later. Shino said. Kiba put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. We all take responsibility for what happened on the bridge, besides it'll be easier to, what did you call it? Honor their lives or something if we split it 4 ways. If we include my allies the figure would be well into the thousands. Shino said. Kiba stared at him in shock. Did Shino just try to make a joke? Merely an observation that you found the semblance of humor in. Shino said. There's the Shino we know, thought you were an imposter for a minute there. Kiba said. Hinata began to laugh. The hospital was disappointing compared to the one Naruto was used to. A single-story building with cracked walls, dim lighting, faded paint and medical equipment that looked older than the Kyuubi. Still, it was better than anything they would have found in the Wave Country and they were grateful for it. The hospital was located along the side of a large fishing village. Most of the boats were shoved up onto land and looked like they'd been there for months. While the doctors examined Kurenai, Kakashi sent a report back to the village requesting a proper medic nin. Be assigned to come oversee Kurenai's recovery. Gato's hold on the Wave Country had stretched to the mainland, as had word of his death. When a local inn owner found out from the boat caption that they had been the ones to kill him, he insisted on offering them free rooms. Kakashi declined, but the owner was persistent and pointed out that the rooms were empty and going to waste as it was. Finally Kakashi agreed. Hinata, Kiba and Shino decided to stay with Kurenai. Naruto wanted to stay with Hinata but thought it was better to leave them alone with their sensei. The inn wasn't in much better shape than the hospital. The 2 large rooms they were given, the second for Kiba, Shino and Hinata, were covered in a light layer of dust, the wooden beams were beginning to crack and the paper screens had turned yellow with age. Naruto stored his bag in the room then left to wander around the small village. He knew he should rest but he was still too disturbed by having used the Kyuubi's power to sleep. Most of the fishermen had come in and gathered along a small street with a few pitiful stalls selling thin, sickly-looking fish. They sat around rough tables drinking. The only reason Naruto bought her walking down the street was because they were telling stories about Gato's death. Each version he heard got more outlandish. 20 shinobi attacked Gato at once, only 3 lived. Zabuza had turned Ed on Gato and been killed before a group of bandits had finished him off. 5 shinobi had sacrificed their lives to destroy Gato in an explosion. A demon had appeared from the sea and eaten Gato for intruding on its domain. Gato had called down fire from the sky and killed an army and himself. By the time Naruto reached the end of the street, the story was that it had been a heroic attack by 100 members of the Kage's personal bodyguards. Naruto tried to remember the more interesting ones to tell Kiba, Shino and Hinata. Thinking about them sitting around the hospital gave him an idea. Kurenai laid in her hospital bed. A dozen machines monitoring her every twitch. Her students sat around as a nurse copied down a few number and left. They had agreed to take turns staying with her through the night. The doctors were not happy with the request but they said they would allow it. They seemed afraid to deny them. Shino insisted on taking the first watch. Kiba and Hinata were getting ready to go to the inn when Naruto came into the room carrying a large bag. Kiba and Akamaru both perked up at the smell of meat. Hinata's stomach gave a loud rumble that everyone could hear. Hinata BL. Ushed deeply and lowered her head mumbling an apology. Kiba and Naruto burst out laughing. Shino remained static but did not scold at them for their loudness. Naruto set the bag on an empty chair. Hot, you guys might like some real food. He pulled out large steamed meat buns. Kiba looked at them amazed. You actually bought something besides ramen. Well, I know you guys don't have my sophisticated tastes. Naruto said. Shino accepted a bun. They do not have a ramen stand in this village, do they? No, Naruto admitted. He sat down next to Hinata and handed her a bun. He smiled as she took small delicate bites. Naruto began to tell them some of the stories he had heard about them. Kiba nearly fell out of his chair laughing at a few. After the steamed meat buns were gone, Kiba, Hinata and Naruto went back to the inn. When they arrived, Kiba excused himself and Akamaru. Naruto and Hinata knew he was just trying to give them some privacy. Hinata did a quick check with her Byakugan to make sure Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura were settled into their room. An idea had come to her, but just the thought of it was almost enough to make her faint. Still, she wanted to and took the chance. Hinata grabbed Naruto's hand and pulled him close, then brushed their lips together. Naruto was so surprised he barely registered what had happened. As soon as his brain caught up, he wanted to kiss her back. But she had already pulled away. Head down, blushing, pressing her fingertips together. No fainting this time, Hinata said before she dashed to her team's room. She slammed the door closed behind her and slumped against it. I really kissed him. She looked up and saw Kiba and Akamaru with matching grins. Why are you smiling like that? Hinata said. We saw it. Kiba said. You saw me and Naruto. Hinata said. Yup, don't give me that face, it could have been worse. Shino could have gotten a picture. Kiba said. Hinata blushed at the thought of evidence. Kiba put an arm over her shoulder. I remember when you were just a shy little girl. But you're already taking advantage of wounded shinobi, how fast they grow up. Hinata playfully shoved him away while he pretended to wipe a tear from his eye. Akamaru jumped onto Hinata's lap and began licking her face. Guess he wants to help you practice, Kiba said. Later that night, Hinata sat on her bed, her Byakugan activated, watching Naruto. She hadn't been able to sleep. Thoughts of that morning and of seeing Naruto die before her eyes kept her awake. Then thoughts of Kurenai-sensei in the hospital. The later it got, the worse the thoughts became, until she realized it would be more restful to stay awake. Hinata, Kiba said. She jumped. Having eyes that could see all around you wasn't much good if you weren't paying attention. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you, Hinata said, deactivating her Byakugan. You didn't. Is everything alright? Kiba said. I just couldn't sleep, Hinata said. So you decided to spy on Naruto? Kiba said. Yes, Hinata said in a small voice. You know, I bet he wouldn't be upset if you wanted to go sleep with him, Kiba said. Hinata blushed. I couldn't. The others, they wouldn't like that, I am sure, Hinata said. Akamaru could go and quietly wake him up if you wanted, Kiba offered. No, I'm alright just watching, Hinata said. She lay back down and pretended to sleep so she wouldn't worry Kiba. Naruto hadn't been able to sleep. He was exhausted, but his mind refused to sleep. Finally, after a few hours of fruitlessly rolling over in his bed, he had left the room and went to the inn's roof. He had been tempted to check on Hinata, but he didn't want to peep. Dead last, Sasuke said. Naruto groaned. He felt too tired to deal with Sasuke. What do you want? Why do you keep trying to show me up? You will never be recognized as anything but a no-clan loser. I will always be better than you, Sasuke said. What's your problem, Sasuke? If you really thought you were better than me, you wouldn't have to keep saying it, Naruto said. My problem is that no matter what I do, you keep creeping into things. I've heard the stories the villagers are telling. Might shinobi wearing orange single-handedly killed Gato. I am a Uchiha, but there wasn't even a mention of me, Sasuke said. Naruto hadn't heard that version. I can't help what they say. There's a story that it was 100 of the Cage's personal bodyguards. Besides, I already told you that Gato blew himself up. So what does it matter what they say? It's because they think you're some great ninja and they ignored me, Sasuke said. Suddenly it clicked for Naruto. For years the village had been telling Sasuke he was the best and that Naruto was trash. But on this mission they had been almost even in skills. Naruto found most of his anger draining away. What people think of you doesn't affect how good of a shinobi you are. It's what you're fighting for. I am fighting to kill my brother. Sasuke said. You just don't get it. Naruto said. What did you say dead last? Sasuke said. You know, when we were in the academy I was jealous of you. But since we've been on the same team they realized that your life is being built by the village just to keep you loyal. If you want to stand any chance of beating your brother, then you need to learn to look beyond their pretty little lies. Naruto said. What the hell would you know about that? Sasuke said. Because I had to learn to see past their hate. Naruto said, jumping down to the inn's rear courtyard. Sasuke stood on the roof fuming. He couldn't remember the last time someone had dared to speak to him like that. Sometime during the night Hinata had finally given into her exhaustion. It was late in the morning when she woke up. Kiba had left a note saying he and Shino had agreed she needed her rest and had taken her watch with Kurenai-sensei. She was grateful for the extra sleep but also felt bad that she hadn't been able to take her watch. On her way to the hospital, Hinata found Naruto hiding behind a large weather-beaten sign. Naruto-kun. He jumped. Oh Hinata. Hey, have you seen Sakura around? She went crazy earlier. Something about Sasuke being gone when she woke up. Hinata activated her Byakugan. I don't see her around here. Thanks. Naruto said. Every time he looked at her his eyes were drawn to her lips. I am going to check on Kurenai-sensei, would you like to come? Hinata said. Sure. Naruto said. Shino was still sitting next to her bed while Kiba had lain out on several of the chairs. Shino nodded to them. Kakashi-sensei is speaking with the doctors. Hinata took a seat by Shino. Naruto pulled a loose thread from his jacket and wiggled it above Kiba's nose. Akamaru perked his head up but didn't warn his partner. Kiba swatted at whatever was disturbing his nose. Naruto snickered. Kakashi walked in with a doctor. Tell them. The doctor looked at them, his gaze linger on Naruto. In a way he was all too used to. I am afraid she has taken a turn for the worst. Normally we could deal with this, but a group of bandits have been stealing delivers to our town. I am sorry, but there is nothing we can do but make her comfortable. Quote. What about the medic Nin? Naruto said. I am sorry, but the earliest we can expect them would be in another 2 days. Kurenai will be lucky to last until tomorrow morning. Kakashi said. Naruto looked at Hinata. She was on the verge of tears. Shino was ecstatic as ever, but a slow low buzz was coming from him. Kiba and Akamaru were growling. Kurenai sense. I had taught him a hell of a lot more than Kakashi. Naruto was not going to just let her die. The end. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.